Other people go on dating shows to find love, build a persona, or chase fame. Wuchen goes on dating shows just to collect his daily appearance fee. As an obscure C-list trainee drowning in $50,000 in debt, his biggest goal every day is to snag some free lunch from the production crew. While other male stars are desperately trying to outshine each other in front of divas and A-listers, he is chugging down cola in front of the entire nation. He even pulls out braised beef and spicy-flavored instant noodles. He is desperately pushing the limits of the show's elimination rules, just hoping to get kicked out as soon as possible so he can take his severance pay and leave. But instead, the gears of fate start turning in the opposite direction. With the divine boost of the emotional healing system, the more he slacks off, the more his popularity skyrockets across the internet. During the highly anticipated talent showcase, he casually sang a masterpiece that moved 2 generations of singing divas to tears. Even his cold and icy boss is now looking at him with longing eyes. Wuchen is completely breaking down. He really just wanted to be eliminated. And the starting point of this unconventional rise to fame all goes back to that absurd live recording. On camera, he is straddling that flashy motorized suitcase, ready to drop his first question on the show in the most socially awkward way possible. What is it like to participate in a dating reality show with your aloof and mature female boss? Wuchen, appearing at the live recording site of the show Stars in Summer Love, was currently sitting on his electric suitcase, turning his head to look at his aloof and mature female boss, Mu Jinyan, behind him. "Boss, we are going to miss lunch." Not far away, Mu Jinyan was holding up the hem of her long black dress with one hand and dragging a suitcase with the other. Hearing Wuchen's howling, she was instantly speechless, her face full of resentment. But in front of the camera, she still had to maintain her elegance. The popularity of the live stream soared rapidly, and the comments gradually increased. The production team actually invited the superstar Mu Jinyan. "I am so hyped right now. I just came in and tripped over someone's pants, who is coveting my wife Jinyan. Am I the only one who thinks this guy's career might just end right here? Even though I am a fan of Sister Jinyan, this guy is really something else. Is he really not afraid of having his salary deducted by his boss?" This scene was accurately captured by the camera, which even zoomed in specifically to give a close-up of Wuchen opening his mouth wide and shouting that he was hungry. "Hilarious, I feel like he is acting out how I yell for my mom when I am hungry, but I have no proof. This guy looks exactly like my ungrateful dorm mate begging me to bring him food. I have been a kid for over 20 years, do not I know if yelling for mom gets you food? Sisters, look, this guy's skin is so good, even with a bare-faced close-up there is not a single flaw." Mu Jinyan walked up to Wuchen with a face full of resentment, staring into his eyes with a bit of a death glare. Wuchen acted as if he did not see it, raising his hand and reaching toward Mu Jinyan's suitcase. Mu Jinyan's expression finally softened a bit, and she was just about to hand the suitcase over. Then she felt her wrist being grabbed. The next moment, Wuchen held Mu Jinyan's wrist and high-fived his own other hand. "Great job, boss. Keep it up, boss. If we are late, there is no food. I will go first, woohoo," taking off. As soon as he finished speaking, Wuchen patted his ride, and the electric suitcase suddenly let out a loud and clear mechanical prompt. "Beep beeps, welcome to ride our company's electric suitcase. Pull the handle, full power ahead. Wishing you an early arrival at the end of your life, Muhaha." Mu Jinyan's hand hung stiffly in midair, the expression on her face frozen, her eyes staring blankly at Wuchen's dashing back as he sped away. The originally lively live stream suddenly went quiet for 2 seconds, and the next moment the screen was flooded with comments. "What the heck, end of your life? My second-hand embarrassment is acting up again. My toes are already curling hard enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment." LMAO, superstar Mu thought this guy was going to help with the suitcase, but he really just treated his boss like a sucker. Is this electric suitcase's slogan a collaboration with a crematorium? This suitcase might be a bit childish for elementary schoolers, but it is just right for us college students. Can you put this electric suitcase up for sale in the live stream? Drop the link. Wuchen rode his suitcase to the first encounter cabin arranged by the production team. He had to admit that the production team's budget was very sufficient. It was actually a 5-story villa with a large courtyard. Downstairs were the living room and kitchen, while the 2nd to 5th floors were resting areas for the guests. Wuchen looked up and stopped his suitcase, feeling a bit of longing for a moment. It had been 2.5 months since he transmigrated to this world. What his predecessor left him, besides a savings of 386.25, was an IOU for 50,000 yuan. And he was an orphan. To describe it in one sentence, he truly had no parents, no sisters, and no house. Wuchen thought this disastrous start was already the limit, but his predecessor had also signed a 5-year contract with Mu Jinyan's Time Entertainment Company. He originally thought about being a copycat of works from his old world, but when he actually tried, he realized he could not compose music and could not remember lyrics. For novels, he could only remember some classic plots but had no writing skills. As for entering the acting circle, it simply was not the turn of a lowly trainee like him. It was not until a few days ago, when Mu Jinyan dragged the slacking him to participate in this dating reality show, that Li Wuchen suddenly awakened the healing emotion system. Although the system seemed a bit off, and he had not fully figured out how to use it these past few days, at least it was a cheat code, right? And it really did give out things. A novice gift pack included singing skills, original songs, and basic musical instrument mastery. So this was what made Li Wuchen feel a little expectation for his future life. If he could make money and buy a house in Shanghai in the future, having a home, maybe then he would truly belong in this world. The early summer sun was warm. Mu Jinyan, appearing at the gate of the first encounter courtyard, had fine beads of sweat on her forehead, sticking her hair ends to her flawless skin. Her originally aloof face now had a bit of a pitiful yet strong look, inevitably making people feel a bit of heartache for her. Li Wuchen was in a slacking state, lying sprawled on a lounge chair in the courtyard. A gentle breeze brushed his face, lifting the curtain of the transition between spring and summer. On the stone table next to the lounge chair was a can of cola. Li Wuchen had his eyes closed, a long straw in his mouth, leisurely fanning himself with a hand fan, looking incredibly relaxed. Clenched. Her fists clenched. Mu Jinyan clenched her fists. She had lowered her own pay and negotiated with the director for a long time just to barely be able to bring one of her artists along. What was this kid doing, not knowing how to cherish the opportunity and instead lying there sleeping? Did he really treat this as a vacation? Even if he just came over to help her with her suitcase, the director would have given him a bit more screen time. The most crucial thing was, you are an artist and you are actually drinking cola. Did not your manager tell you about body management? And doing it right in front of her, his boss, was not this a blatant temptation? As the boss, she had always maintained her body management, yet he could so openly sneak a drink of cola. Did he even respect her as his boss? She definitely had to teach him a good lesson. Mu Jinyan stopped holding up her hem, put down her suitcase, and walked straight toward Li Wuchen. The netizens' enthusiasm for discussion was sparked again, and the comments were filled with people ready to watch a joke. As far as I know, the managers at Superstar Muse Company are very strict about their artists' body management. The first rule is no drinking cola. Hahaha, I can already feel Superstar Muse murderous aura through the screen. This guy is doomed. Little naughty cola, daddy's big straw is coming in. This guy is really brave, drinking cola right in front of his boss. If his manager were here, they would probably dig the cola right out of his mouth. Hey, did a weird comment just float by? Mu Jinyan walked up to Li Wuchen with a dark face, reached out, and tightly pinched the straw Li Wuchen was drinking from. She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice fiercely. Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen lazily opened his eyes, completely unbothered by Mu Jinyan's dark expression, and took another can of cola out of his jacket. Do you want a drink, boss? I was afraid you could not drink it cold, so I already warmed it up in my jacket. Hearing this, Mu Jinyan froze for a moment, then swallowed the saliva secreting in her mouth. The last time she drank cola was before she entered the entertainment industry. The netizens were completely amused, and the comments kept rolling in. He is so real for this, I'm crying. Learn from this, bros, warm the cola in your jacket and the boss will not be able to resist. I cannot hold it in, Sister Jinyan really seems tempted by the cola. Bros, do not learn from this. Put cola in front of her and you will get sliced up. He is so sincere. I would not even give my boss a single potato chip, but he is actually willing to share his beloved cola with his boss. Mu Jinyan had a look of disappointment at his failure to meet expectations. After all, the artists who signed with the company at the same time as Li Wuchen were either releasing songs or going on shows, working hard to become famous. Only Li Wuchen did not sing or go on shows. His manager was already about to give up on him. Thinking of this, Mu Jinyan sighed softly, if he still slacked off like usual this time. Then she would just consider it a lapse in her judgment. Li Wuchen. Mu Jinyan originally wanted to say something more, but looking at Li Wuchen's sunny smile unique to a young man, she ultimately did not continue. Besides, these words were not suitable to be said on the show. She could only have a proper talk with Li Wuchen after the recording was over. She then returned to her variety show recording state. With her aloof and delicate face, she bared her teeth fiercely at Li Wuchen and pulled the straw right out of his mouth. No more drinking. Meow meow meow. Li Wuchen's mouth twitched. He had no idea what was wrong with CEO Mu, had not he also prepared a can of cola for her. Watching Li Wuchen's completely bewildered expression, the corners of Mu Jinyan's lips involuntarily curled up into a beautiful smile. Sure enough, smiles do not disappear, they just transfer from one person to another. Just as Li Wuchen was about to strongly object to CEO Mu's actions, a cute and energetic female voice came from the front of the first encounter courtyard. Hello, how are you guys? At the door, a girl with twin tails holding the handle of her suitcase slowly poked her head in. With a small and delicate face like a porcelain doll, her flawless fair skin needed no makeup to be a worldly beauty. Her clear and bright eyes carried a hint of coy shyness, seemingly able to captivate anyone with just a single glance. With smiling cherry lips and cheeks as tender as newly peeled lychee, she looked incredibly approachable. And when the camera zoomed in for a close-up of this face, making her fully visible in the live stream, the comments exploded. Chin Liuoli, it is actually Chin Liuoli. This dating show is going to be a huge hit. First there is the diva Mu Jinyan, and now the top star Chin Liuoli. I love it. Am I the only one who saw the guy in the back chugging his drink while diva Mu was not looking? At this moment, Li Wuchen tilted his head back and chugged the rest of the cola, then put the can back where it was. After all, wasting food is shameful. Burping. Mu Jinyan was just about to say hello when she heard a long burp from behind. The epic atmosphere of two gorgeous beauties meeting was brutally shattered by this burping sound. Anyone who has ever chugged cola knows you cannot hold it back. You simply cannot hold it back. I am dying of laughter. The way this guy secretly drinks cola is exactly like me sneaking midnight snacks, terrified of being caught by my parents. Screen recorded, when this guy becomes famous, I will make him pay a fortune to buy it back. Body weight 111, rebellious bones 110. I mean, sometimes watching a live stream alone really makes you want to call the police. I admit he really does have a rebellious streak in him. Chin Liuoli, known as the little pop diva of the domestic entertainment industry, was not only incredibly popular for her stunning looks, but her singing skills also rivaled those of veteran artists. She once served as a mentor on a girl group survival show, where she directly showcased her powerful dancing abilities. With an extremely cute and pure porcelain doll face and a petite figure, she performed an explosively hot and sexy dance, instantly sealing her legendary status and gaining countless fans. Mu Jinyan's face darkened as she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She even slightly regretted bringing this embarrassment to a variety show. If it were not for the live broadcast right now, she would really punch him. Chin Liuoli at the door was also clearly startled by this long burp, but then she covered her mouth and giggled. This person seemed different from all the artists she knew. Are not young male idols usually known for wearing foundation thicker than their skin, makeup heavier than phlegm, and outfits at the very cutting edge of fashion? Even worse, some form groups with names like Sickly Sweet Candy, each one acting more like they need a sanitary pad than the last. What kind of artist would chug cola like that and let out a long burp, paying no attention to their image management? Mu Jinyan turned around and glared fiercely at Li Wuchen. What a total humiliation. She then walked towards Chin Liuoli, restoring her facial expression management. Long time no see, Liuoli. Li Wuchen also stood up and followed behind Mu Jinyan. After all, even if he was not an artist, he should not just sit there when a guest arrived. Basic courtesy was still necessary. Chin Liuoli gave Mu Jinyan a light hug, then extended her slender, fair hand towards Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen was stunned for a moment. He had naturally heard of this little pop diva, but he did not expect her to proactively shake hands with an unknown artist like him. But he was only stunned for a brief moment before reaching out to lightly shake Chin Liuoli's hand, nodding in acknowledgement and withdrawing his hand immediately. Hello, my name is Li Wuchen. Chin Liuoli also looked up curiously to observe the man in front of her. Although his outfit seemed a bit casual, he looked exceptionally clean and sunny. His slightly parted, swept-back hair, paired with eyes that seemed to hold starlight and a faint smile on his lips, gave him a slightly aggressive edge. Of course, no matter how handsome he is, he still falls just a little bit short compared to you esteemed readers. Hello, my name is Chin Liuoli. After grabbing her own suitcase, Mu Jinyan saw the two huge suitcases at the door and suddenly broke a sweat. For a moment, she could not find the right word to describe the combination of the petite Chin Liuoli and the massive suitcases, perhaps contrast. But that is probably not how the word contrast is supposed to be used, right? Li Wuchen, come help Liuoli with her suitcases. Li Wuchen looked over upon hearing this, and Chin Liuoli hurriedly waved her hands, walking up to her suitcases. I can do it myself. Li Wuchen's gaze swept back and forth between Chin Liuoli and the suitcases. The height of the suitcases was already above Chin Liuoli's waist, and there were two of them. Chin Liuoli naturally noticed this as well. As if to prove herself, she dragged the two suitcases and walked into the first encounter cabin. Li Wuchen naturally would not force his help on someone. Watching Mu Jinyan and Chin Liuoli walk into the room chatting and laughing, he turned around and went back to the lounge chair in the courtyard. Li Wuchen opened another can of cola, leisurely enjoying the gentle breeze. If this variety show could stay this relaxing all the time, Li Wuchen thought it would not be bad at all. After all, even for a completely unknown artist like him, they actually paid him 200,000. Although he would have to refund part of the payment if he got eliminated halfway, so what? At the very least, he was literally making money lying down. Over there, Chin Liuoli pushed the two suitcases to the stairs. She immediately picked up one of them and walked straight upstairs, looking not particularly strained. Mu Jinyan was slightly stunned, thinking she had seen it wrong. After all, in the entertainment industry, those male trainees were so fragile they could not carry or lift anything and would collapse weakly at the slightest touch. Now a petite female singer was actually carrying such a huge suitcase upstairs. For a moment she could not help but be greatly shocked. Amidst her shock, she guessed that maybe there was not much packed inside the suitcase. She then reached out to lift Qin Luoli's other suitcase. Although she managed to lift it a bit, she immediately put it back down, wondering if this suitcase was filled with blocks of iron. Why is it so heavy? Qin Luoli had already put down the first suitcase and came back downstairs. She then looked at the suitcase in Mu Jinyan's hand and asked with some confusion. Sister Jinyan, do you need me to help you carry your suitcase up? Mu Jinyan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the voice. Snapping back from her fantasies, she awkwardly waved her hands. No, it is fine. Qin Luoli nodded gently, picked up her suitcase and walked up the stairs effortlessly. Seeing this, Mu Jinyan followed suit. Did anyone just see Diva Mu's shocked expression? How heavy can a suitcase be? It is just acting. Oh, so you are the expert now, commenter above. I once helped a girl lift her suitcase on the high-speed rail, and let us just say I threw out my back. Forget the high-speed rail. During college orientation welcoming freshman girls, the senior guys practically turned into pack mules. Our precious Luoli is a singer, why would she be acting? Li Wuchen was gently patted awake by a staff member. The show's director, holding a large megaphone, said, Mr. Li, please gather in the living room. Li Wuchen got up somewhat lazily, stretched, and walked towards the living room, as if he had not completely woken up yet. After arriving at the living room, CEO Mu and Qin Luoli were already chatting familiarly. Li Wuchen casually sat on the sofa opposite them. He just did not understand why they had to gather now when the guests had not all arrived. Could it be that this dating show only has 3 people? Of course, this was mere curiosity. After all, this was a big-budget dating show. Even just for the sake of pulling in investments, those entertainment companies would cram plenty of people in. Not to mention, how could a show attended by his own boss and the top star Qin Luoli be a small production? And his presence here was not just because his boss brought him along. More importantly, it was probably because the director needed some eliminated candidates to build the atmosphere, and barring any surprises, he would be one of the bunch destined for elimination. And his goal was very simple. The longer he dragged it out, the less he would have to refund his payment, so he could soon pay back the 50,000 yuan to the kind person who had funded the original owner's education. Just as Li Wuchen was pondering how to spend this time easily and happily, the director's voice came over. Next, let us introduce the elimination rules of our show. First of all, welcome to our dating show. The other guests will be arriving one after another before tonight. The staff in the living room applauded to welcome them. The director sat cross-legged in front of everyone, cleared his throat, and said with a serious expression, Love can be passionate, but it can also be plain, just like our daily meals. So starting from tomorrow, you will need to source your own ingredients and cook for yourselves. You can go fishing, hunting, foraging, or trade for them with our production team. Are you sure this is not a simplified version of Man vs. Wild? Li Wuchen's face stiffened. He knew the money would not be that easy to earn. He had hoped to just coast along until the director decided it was time to eliminate him. Beside him, Mu Jinyan and Qin Luoli's expressions immediately fell. Sourcing ingredients might be doable, but cooking. Mu Jinyan could count on one hand the number of times she had stepped into a kitchen, and even then, it was usually just a taste if the food was good. If it was not to her liking, she would just have the nanny make a few more dishes she preferred. As for Qin Luoli, she had never lifted a finger in the kitchen. Since childhood, she had shown amazing artistic talent and spent all her time learning singing, dancing, and various musical instruments, leaving no time to learn how to cook. Director, what should we do if we do not know how to cook? The director naturally knew how the entertainment industry worked, so he immediately left the problem to the guests. The issue of cooking is for you guests to discuss among yourselves. Hearing this, the 2 women's faces fell again. They could not just ask the other guests to cook for them every day, right? Once or twice might be fine, but if they kept bothering others to cook, the netizens would probably start attacking them on their keyboards. Li Wuchen was not thinking that far ahead. He was just wondering what the production team would have for lunch. After all, on the way here, he had taken planes, cars, and finally a boat to this uninhabited island. He was genuinely hungry. Director, we do not need to cook our own meal for today, right? The director gently adjusted his glasses, a subconscious smile on his face, looking exactly like a cunning fox. Mr. Li, today our production team will only provide the ingredients. Hearing this, Mu Jinyan suddenly looked at Li Wuchen. Since he loved eating so much, he must know how to cook right. Li Wuchen naturally did not know what the CEO was thinking. He was just debating whether to settle for a cup of instant noodles for lunch. As the 2 were lost in their own thoughts, the director continued. Love is not one-sided, it is a 2-way journey. Starting tomorrow at 10 p.m. every night, all guests must send a crush message. You can only send it to 1 person per day. If you go 10 times without receiving a reply, you will be eliminated. As soon as the director finished speaking, the live chat started flooding. Is there really going to be a loser who sends messages to different people and gets no replies at all? And you, my friend, watch your language, that should be called a clown. The director has a point. If no one responds to your crush messages, it means no one is actually interested, so you really should be eliminated. If it were me, after the 9th time without a reply, I would pack my bags and leave overnight. It is too embarrassing. I just checked my messages and none of the goddesses have replied to me. It sounds like the director just said I am eliminated. To the guy above, start a class, I will kneel down to listen. Regarding this, Li Wuchen did not care at all. As long as CEO Mew was willing, he could even coast until the show ended. Of course, that was assuming the director agreed. If he did not bring in any traffic, he'd probably be asked to leave after a month, right? The director's gaze swept lightly over Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan, as if he had seen through Li Wuchen's thoughts, and he spoke again. Love is not just romance, it also requires the basics of life. So every guest starts with 100 basic peach coins, which can be used to purchase items from the production team. Peach coins can be earned by completing tasks or by trading in the ingredients you have collected. When your peach coins hit 0, you will be eliminated. Well, there are quite a few ways to get eliminated. Earning some easy money really is not that simple. But then again, there is no such thing as easy in the adult world, except for easily getting fat, easily getting poor, easily going bald, and easily having trouble sleeping. The director, seemingly to save time, did not give Li Wuchen and the others a chance to speak and continued. There are many ways for love to blossom, but first, you must let the other person understand you. So every Sunday night there will be a personal talent show. The ranking will be decided by audience votes. The first place will receive many rewards, and if you accumulate last place 3 times, you will be eliminated. A friendly reminder, today is Sunday. When the guests arrive tonight, the talent show segment will begin. The director then waved his hand, and an assistant quickly brought over 100 peach coins and a mobile phone. The phone had only one app installed, Summer Love, which was the software used for sending crush messages. Everyone, please log into the app and register your personal information. Li Wuchen looked at the Huawei Mate 60 Pro provided by the production team, then at his own 2-year-old Xiaomi phone and fell into deep thought. Half a minute later, the most popular mobile game, Honor of Kings, appeared on the Huawei screen and he suddenly laughed. Since transmigrating here, this was perhaps the only thing that was extremely similar to the Blue Planet. Once upon a time, he had also cursed that game on the Blue Planet more or less. But at this moment, it brought him some comfort, like running into a friend you used to argue with in school, years later in a foreign land after all your mutual friends have passed away. Li Wuchen felt his stomach protesting, so he had to put the phone away for now, go upstairs, and take a cup of instant noodles from his suitcase. Mu Jinyan was stunned when she saw the instant noodles in Li Wuchen's hand. As an artist, it is one thing to sneak a soda, but you are actually going to eat instant noodles. Li Wuchen, who was concentrating on tearing open the seasoning packet, had his hand shake and almost spilled it. He looked up at Mu Jinyan and Qin Luoli on the sofa, and only then remembered that there were 2 big stars waiting to be fed. He quickly ran upstairs, grabbed 2 more cups of instant noodles and walked over to them. Sorry about that, I only have braised beef and spicy flavors left. Which one do you want? Now, not only was Mu Jinyan stunned, but Qin Luoli was also dumbfounded, and the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. No way cannot the 3 of them come up with one person who can cook. I will say it again, he is really so sincere. I am starting to like this kind of man. Do artists eat instant noodles too? I remember a certain star saying 650 for breakfast was not enough and that they could not eat cheap food. It is just an act. In places you cannot see, these stars would probably spit it out, just like a certain star who spits out the noodles during commercials. I do not think he would. From his eyes, I can see that he shares my love for instant noodles. Do not corrupt Luoli. Luoli does not eat junk food. Qin Luoli stared longingly at the instant noodles in Li Wuchen's hand. Her family and manager never allowed her to eat such food, so she was indeed very curious to try it. After some internal struggle, Qin Luoli smiled with a hint of apology and waved her hand at Li Wuchen. Thank you for your kindness. As a person, you ultimately have to realize the true use of knowledge. Li Wuchen casually picked up a book from the table and covered his instant noodles with it, putting it to good use. Qin Luoli and Mu Jinyan exchanged a glance. The smell of instant noodles permeated the air, tempting them a bit, but they still brushed off the thought of eating any. Li Wuchen figured it was about time. The moment he removed the book, the aroma hit his face. His appetite flared up and he could not help but swallow hard. Instant noodles are delicious. Are you sure you do not want any? The 2 girls subconsciously swallowed their saliva as well. A fragrance they had never smelled before entered their nostrils, completely different from any food they had ever eaten. To kill their craving for instant noodles, Mu Jinyan and Qin Luoli walked into the kitchen. Seeing this, Li Wuchen did not push the matter and happily began eating his noodles. After eating, just as Li Wuchen was about to start up a game, crackling and popping sounds came from the kitchen, accompanied by plumes of black smoke drifting out. Holy crap. Did the kitchen blow up? Without a word, Li Wuchen instantly rolled behind the sofa, not even having the time to grab his phone, and slowly peeked his head out to look. He saw Mu Jinyan and Qin Luoli running out of the kitchen looking like a complete mess. They were covering their noses, coughing violently, and their clothes were somewhat soaked. Seeing them in such a state, not only did the production crew laugh, but the stream's popularity skyrocketed, and the live comments went wild with amusement. Great job, now never step foot in a kitchen again. A bit better than my girlfriend. She literally blew up our kitchen and now it has a bombed-out Warzone aesthetic. I am dying of laughter. Am I the only one who noticed the guy on the sofa ducking for cover faster than a rabbit? What is so funny, seeing this happen and his first instinct is not to help but to hide, so cringe. Helping is a favor, not a duty. The commenter above is quite the keyboard saint. Baby Luo, hurry and wash up. You are still salvageable after a good wash. Baby Yan, you too. Qin Luoli picked a vegetable leaf off her head, feeling like crying but having no tears left. This was the first time she had looked this messy since her debut. Mu Jinyan's condition was slightly better. She locked eyes with Qin Luoli and the two stared at each other in speechless dismay. Seeing there was no real danger, Li Wuchen finally emerged from behind the sofa, grabbed the 2 cups of instant noodles from the table and walked over. How about we have some instant noodles? At the very least, they are safe. Qin Luoli sighed softly and shook her head, while Mu Jinyan gave a gentle HMPH and turned her head away proudly, not wanting to talk to Li Wuchen. Zai, women and petty men are truly hard to deal with. The ancients did not lie to me. He could not just let his own boss go hungry, right? Not to mention there was a top-tier pop diva here too. The entertaining spectacle of the 2 beauties cooking had already been achieved. Next up was for him to do some manual labor, at least giving him a reason to be there. Besides, since they were going to shower, the cameras would solely focus on him. He could not possibly let them starve while the audience watched him play video games. If he did that, he probably would not last a few days before the director eliminated him. He would not even earn enough money to pay off his debts, which would be a total loss. You guys go wash up first, come down to eat in a bit. Mu Jinyan naturally realized that all the upcoming camera time would belong to Li Wuchen alone, and her expression softened a bit. The next moment, she shot Li Wuchen a suspicious look. Could it be that he had planned all this? If Li Wuchen had volunteered to cook from the very beginning, he probably would have only gotten a few seconds of screen time, even if she and Qin Luoli had helped him out. He still would not have gotten much focus. After all, Li Wuchen was basically a nobody, so the director naturally would not give him much screen time. But right now, with both her and Qin Luoli gone to wash up, the live stream cameras had no choice but to focus entirely on him. Thinking of this, Mu Jinyan felt a sense of pride like a parent watching their child grow up. He finally knew how to get screen time. It truly was not easy. A smile surfaced on her face. Do not even think about poisoning me, your boss. Later, I will test the food for poison with a silver needle first. Huh? The words of gratitude Qin Luoli was about to say to Li Wuchen got stuck in her throat. Her brain could not process it for a moment. Mu Jinyan was Li Wuchen's boss. Before Qin Luoli could figure it out, Li Wuchen flashed a grin and said with a sinister tone, "Then you would better be careful, boss. I would not poison it, but all things in this world counteract one another. Some ingredients are perfectly fine on their own, but the moment you eat them with another specific ingredient, they become toxic. Can you tell them apart, boss?" Qin Luoli was stunned again. Was this a new dynamic between bosses and artists? Also, she had never heard of what Li Wuchen just said, yet it somehow made perfect sense. I can just eat plain rice. Could I trouble you to steam some rice?" As soon as she finished speaking, comments flooded the screen once more. Baby Luo, how could you actually fall for his nonsense? He was trying to scare pop diva Mu. How did you end up falling for it, Baby Luo? Baby Luo is so adorably clueless. I love her so much. I wonder if pop diva Mu and Li Wuchen always interact like this off camera. A rebellious artist and his long-suffering boss. Mu Jinyan smiled and pinched Qin Luoli's soft, fair cheek, then raised a fist and playfully threatened Li Wuchen with it. Hurry up and cook. If Luoli is too scared to eat later, just see how I will deal with you. Li Wuchen picked up an apron and rolled his eyes at Mu Jinyan. The 2 girls, not wanting their disheveled state to be broadcasted for too long, turned and went upstairs to wash up. Having tied the apron, he stood at the kitchen door and completely froze. It was a total mess with barely anywhere to step, and the stove was splattered with oil stains. Pitch black, unrecognizable ingredients were left in the pot, and the sink was clogged with vegetable leaves. Are women's destructive powers really this intense? They were one step away from blowing off the ceiling. Li Wuchen felt a massive headache coming on. Even his nose felt a bit off. He caught a whiff of a strange smell in the air and suddenly snapped to a realization. Holy crap! They did not even turn off the gas. Damn it, if someone lit a cigarette to calm down right now, the ceiling would probably get blown off. Li Wuchen looked at the cameraman who had walked into the kitchen ahead of him to film the aftermath and stood at the doorway saying, "Buddy, you should come out for a second." The cameraman stared at Li Wuchen in confusion, then looked over at the director. Since the director did not nod, he naturally would not listen to an unknown little artist. Seeing the cameraman stay put, Li Wuchen did not say much else. After all, the gas had not been leaking for long, so there was only a trace amount in the air. You are quite dedicated, by the way. Why do not you do me a favor and shut off the gas valve while you are in there? As soon as those words left his mouth, the online comments exploded with laughter. I'm dying of laughter, did you guys see that? The camera just showed the cameraman and his face turned completely green. Bro realized he was the clown all along. This kitchen is ready for a homeless aesthetic makeover, it matches perfectly. That cameraman really is dedicated. Even after hearing the gas valve was left open, he still did not run out. I thought Li Wuchen was too scared by the kitchen's mess to go in. I did not expect it to be a gas leak. I know goddesses are not perfect, but I would never despise their flaws. Wifey Jinyan, come to my house, I can cook. Your ulterior motives are practically slapping me in the face. After about half an hour, the gas in the air had mostly dissipated. The kitchen was also simply tidied up, and only then did Li Wuchen start cooking. He prepared the ingredients with swift knife skills. Guessing it was for 2 people, he figured 3 dishes and 1 soup would be about right. Stir-frying with familiar ease, a dish of scallion beef was soon plated. The wafting aroma attracted the 2 girls who had just finished washing up. Mu Jinyan and Qin Luoli gathered around Li Wuchen, their eyes falling on the scallion beef aside. It was not that they had never smelled the aroma of this kind of food before. But when people are hungry, this sense of smell gets magnified. Besides, when they tried cooking earlier, they were really in a clumsy flurry for quite a while. Even though the meal was not successfully made, stepping into the kitchen for the first time was genuinely tiring, not to mention the exhausting journey they had on the way here. Mu Jinyan felt it was not very appropriate to keep crowding around Li Wuchen. After all, as a dignified pop diva and Li Wuchen's boss, how could she be captivated by a mere dish of scallion beef? How about we give you a hand? Qin Luoli also nodded as if waking from a dream. The 2 women's eyes swept around the kitchen, trying to find some little chores to do. However, the ingredients had already been prepped by Li Wuchen, and the meat and vegetables were chopped and placed on plates. They could not find a single small task to do after looking for a long while. Li Wuchen chuckled softly, naturally knowing they were just hungry. He casually picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and brought it to Mu Jinyan's lips. Have a taste first to see if it suits your palate. Mu Jinyan realized her little thoughts were seen through, but Li Wuchen was actually using this method to cover for them, preventing netizens from criticizing them for being impolite. She immediately opened her mouth and ate the beef in one bite, her heart blooming with joy. Perhaps normally she would just think it tasted pretty good, but in this hungry state, a deep sense of satisfaction welled up spontaneously. It was like a long drought meeting a sweet rain. Her taste buds were conquered by the beef, and she was dying to have some more. I did not expect your cooking skills to be this amazing. How about I give you a raise when we go back and you can be my private chef? Beside her, Qin Luoli felt a bit jealous, but being someone in the entertainment industry as well, she did not show her thoughts and emotions on her face. Li Wuchen naturally knew Mu Jinyan said this just for the show's effect, so he did not mind. His gaze noticed that Qin Luoli beside them had a tiny bit of disappointment. He put down the chopsticks in his hand, took a new pair, and picked up a piece just like before. Well, since it is our first time meeting, I do not know your taste. Miss Qin, you should also have a taste first. If there is anything you do not like, you can tell me, and I will make more dishes that suit your palate. Qin Luoli froze for a moment and tried to wave her hands in a slight panic, but the swallowing motion of her throat betrayed her true thoughts. Li Wuchen shook his head. These people in the entertainment industry truly cared about their image. Mu Jinyan dared to eat directly because, apart from him being an artist under her, more importantly, she was already a pop diva. Furthermore, she had transitioned from an artist to the capital boss behind the artists, so she did not need to worry too much. As for Qin Luoli's reserve, the main reason was that she was in the rising phase of her career. Being a top-tier young pop princess, she was being watched by many. Any slight flaw would be magnified countless times. People in the same company wanted her to fall so they could share the company's resources, and her rivals also wished for her to tumble from her pedestal to carve up her fans and more resources. Open your mouths. Hearing Li Wuchen's words, Qin Luoli subconsciously let out an ah, and then felt a chewy yet tender, incredibly fragrant piece of beef fall into her mouth. Li Wuchen put the chopsticks down and ignited the stove again, steam rising in the pot. Alright, you guys go out and play first. We can start eating in a bit. The 2 women left the kitchen reluctantly, and the live comments section went absolutely wild. You just go ahead and spoil them. Hilarious, Li Wuchen's tone feels exactly like coaxing a college student. Huh, should not it be coaxing a little kid? The commenter above is obviously a high schooler. They do not know that kids nowadays are very sensible. The ones who need coaxing are college students. Am I the only one who really loves this kind of man who looks incredibly handsome when he gets serious? Is it possible just saying that this bro is also very handsome when he is not serious? As a fellow man, I acknowledge his handsomeness. Even though this bro is indeed very handsome, who among everyone sitting here is not suave and dashing? Plus one, Li Wuchen thought that female artists needed to maintain their figures, so naturally they could not eat too much greasy food. He simply made a dish of tomato and egg stir-fry. But he hesitated on whether to add salt or sugar, sugar for the south, salt for the north. Li Wuchen turned around at the kitchen door and asked the two in the living room, "Do you eat tomato and egg stir-fry with sugar or salt?" "Sugar, salt." Qin Luoli and Mu Jinyan answered almost at the exact same time, and then simultaneously turned to look at each other. Li Wuchen was also taken aback. Mu Jinyan's tall and aloof aura marked her as a northern beauty, while Qin Luoli carried the gentle elegance of the south. Li Wuchen gave the two of them an okay gesture. He directly took two different plates and served the tomato and egg stir-fry separately. He added sugar to one portion and salt to the other, gave them a gentle stir, and placed the plates next to the scallion beef. The clay pot chicken on the side was also ready. Finally, he made a tofu fish soup, and only then did he bring all the dishes out. "You guys go ahead and eat." The two women did not hold back either, immediately standing up and sitting down at the dining table. Seeing Li Wuchen enter the kitchen again, Mu Jinyan furrowed her brows slightly. "This is enough, you do not need to make any more. Come and eat together with us, we cannot finish it all." Li Wuchen waved his hand. A bucket of instant noodles was very filling. Even after cooking a meal, he did not feel hungry at all. Besides, Li Wuchen was very obsessed with taking an afternoon nap. "You guys eat, I will clean up the kitchen." Mu Jinyan and Qin Luoli exchanged a glance and both got up and walked to the kitchen. Qin Luoli took the initiative to say, Why do not you rest for a while, I will clean it up later." Mu Jinyan looked at Li Wuchen with some surprise. Recalling his usual slacking off attitude at the company compared to his serious state at this moment, the contrast was truly huge. She directly grabbed Li Wuchen, pulled him out, and pressed him down onto a dining chair. Mu Jinyan said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Well, Li Wuchen, I did not realize you were so hardworking. Usually at the company you do nothing but eat and sleep, you are quite the player." "Oh, damn it. I worked so hard cooking for you and this is what you notice." Catching a glimpse of Qin Luoli coming out of the kitchen, Mu Jinyan immediately patted Li Wuchen's shoulder and lowered her voice to continue. "Eat, if you do not, just wait and see how I deal with you when we get back." Meanwhile, Qin Luoli scooped a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Li Wuchen. Her bright big eyes blinked a few times and then she said playfully, "No wasting allowed." After the meal, Li Wuchen burped. He could only say that the two women's eating capacity was indeed a bit lacking as they dumped all the leftovers onto him. "Next time I will just make one dish for you too, I am so stuffed." The two women looked at each other and smiled, then started clearing the dishes. Suddenly, Li Wuchen was the only one left in the living room, so he turned around and went upstairs. After returning to his room, he did some simple stretches. Just as he took off his shirt, he realized the cameraman was actually still filming, so he hurried over to cover the lens. "Come on, man, are not you a bit too dedicated to your job?" The cameraman chuckled. It was not that he wanted to film, but the director's voice came through his earpiece, telling him to follow and shoot. However, he did not go too far. After Li Wuchen covered the lens, he tactfully went downstairs, but the bullet comments did not stop at all. "Sisters, did you see that just now? Is this a man's body? His 8-pack abs are so perfectly aligned, it totally hit my sweet spot. Li Wuchen's skin is absolutely amazing, even fairer than mine as a woman. Looking slim in clothes and muscular without them perfectly describes him, an absolute clothes hanger." Li Wuchen was completely unaware of this. After casually locking the door, he threw himself onto the large bed, which was more than a level better than the one in his rented apartment. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Even if not fighting for screen time, traffic, or popularity might lead to his elimination, so what? He still had a few songs on hand. Even if he got eliminated, those songs might just feed him for a lifetime, and nothing could stop him from taking his afternoon nap. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Downstairs, after the two women finished cleaning up and just sat on the sofa to rest for a bit, the director spoke up. "Teachers, there is a talent show segment tonight. If you need to rehearse in advance, you can go to the top floor to practice." Qin Luoli looked quite radiant, as she was originally a singing and dancing singer, while Mu Jinyan's face immediately fell as she was an actress. Although she had dabbled in singing and dancing, she obviously was not professionally trained. She could choose to play the piano, but ever since she became an actress, this skill had been neglected for a long time. Just as Mu Jinyan was thinking about what to perform, she suddenly slapped her forehead, almost forgetting her own artist, Li Wuchen. With her popularity, as long as her performance was passable, she probably would not rank last, so there was no need to worry too much. But Li Wuchen had zero fan base. When she signed him, although it was for his singing talent and outstanding appearance, he had not attended a single day of practice since joining the company. So if Li Wuchen did not prepare, it was very likely he would be in last place in the first episode. As for singing talent, which singer in the entertainment industry did not have singing talent? Take Qin Luoli for example, marketing accounts had been promoting her absolute pitch. Thinking of this, she immediately took out her phone to send Li Wuchen a WeChat message. After a long while with no reply, she started a video call, but no one answered either. Thinking of Li Wuchen's habit of taking an afternoon nap every day at the company, she could not help but facepalm. But on second thought, if Li Wuchen really ended up in last place, would he learn from the humiliation and work harder? That way, even after returning to the company, she could use this reason to spur him on. Perhaps failing once would not be a bad thing for Li Wuchen. Having figured this out, Mu Jinyan turned off her phone and looked at the somewhat excited Qin Luoli. Then let us go rehearse in advance. Okay. Li Wuchen slept straight through to the afternoon, which exceeded his usual nap time. It was probably because the bed was too comfortable. Normally, he just slept on his office desk. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and stretching, he casually put on a set of casual clothes and went downstairs in his slippers. Two men were sitting in the living room. Hearing the sound, they both looked up at Li Wuchen and were instantly stunned. They saw Li Wuchen in shorts, a short-sleeved shirt and slippers, sporting a fluffy and messy bedhead and even letting out a yawn. Is this an artist? Whose artist would dress like this? Did not he know that stars have their own aura and need to keep a distance from ordinary fans? Only by keeping a distance from fans can stars remain sacred and inviolable in their hearts, keeping them blindly following. However, they were only stunned for a moment. One of them stood up first, walked toward Li Wuchen, who had just come down the stairs, and calmly held out his hand. Hello, my name is Su Yangming. Li Wuchen also reached out and shook his hand lightly. He had some impression of this person, mainly because when scrolling through short videos, many of the background love songs were his. Hello, my name is Li Wuchen. Hearing this lukewarm self-introduction, Su Yangming did not mind, searching his mind for any information related to this name. But he could not think of anything. Obviously, this person must be a newcomer who just entered the entertainment industry. He then pointed to the man on the sofa and said, "This is Gu Beihang." Li Wuchen was a bit surprised, not for any other reason, but mainly because he had actually heard of this person many times. A popular young idol in the entertainment industry. When Li Wuchen chatted with colleagues at the company, he was mentioned quite often, but the main reason was the two who were more popular than him before had both ruined their careers and gone to prison, one for evading taxes, and the other for sleeping with someone he should not have. So all the resources fell onto this guy. Although new popular young idols had taken away some resources in the past 2 years, his status was already firmly established. As long as his image did not collapse, he would probably stay popular for a long time. Li Wuchen just nodded slightly. After seeing him in person, he felt that he indeed lived up to the title of a young idol. His looks could make many women feel inferior. He had a somewhat feminine aura, his clothing leaned towards androgynous, and he wore a stud in his left ear. In contrast, Su Yangming's aura had an indescribable gentleness. Perhaps because he sang so many love songs, he wore a smile on his face and exuded the vibe of a warm-hearted man. Gu Beihang did not say anything to Li Wuchen, just nodded faintly. He seemed used to treating fans this way, giving off a feeling of superiority. Li Wuchen naturally could not be bothered to kiss up to him. He casually picked up the milk on the table and handed one to Su Yangming. Su Yangming gave Li Wuchen an understanding look, then took a sip, showing a sense of satisfaction. What kind of milk is this? Why is it so good? Li Wuchen quickly pointed the milk in his hand at the camera and read out the specs on the carton. Shizzy mellow high calcium low fat pure milk, 0 lactose, 0 additives, enjoy aerospace quality, making the pure aroma even richer. Making money, nothing to be ashamed of. Gu Beihang, who was on the side, had a hint of disdain in his eyes. He looked down on the money from this spoken ad, but since he was participating in the show, he did not show it too bluntly. After finishing his milk, Li Wuchen walked toward the door in his slippers. Su Yangming asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" "To see the sea, wanna come?" "Let us go." The first encounter cabin was not far from the seaside, just about a 10-minute walk. Li Wuchen sat on the beach, his eyes watching the azure seawater surging. For a moment, a myriad of thoughts crossed his mind. Before transmigrating, Li Wuchen was an inheritor of Bajiquan and had been participating in various competitions, especially after coming of age. His opponents got stronger each time and his injuries grew heavier. Under such circumstances, he still had to rack his brains to study his next opponent. His life consisted of nothing but competitions, training, and recuperating in the hospital. He had no spare time to travel and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of his motherland. Later, he got a girlfriend, but she turned out to be a mole sent by another hot contender for the championship. During his final match, she drugged him, causing him to collapse in the ring. When he opened his eyes again, everything had changed and he had arrived in this world. Sigh. A soft sigh was scattered by the sea breeze. Since he was able to live again, perhaps heaven also wanted him to experience a new life. Then he should properly experience life this time. After all, life is short and one should enjoy it while they can. Thinking of this, Li Wuchen stood up, took off his shirt and ran straight into the sea, frolicking wildly in the water. One moment he dove headfirst into the sea to swim, spitting out a little seawater as he surfaced. The next moment he was chasing a sand crab, refusing to let it walk sideways. With a wave of Li Wuchen's hand, seawater splashed up and a few drops landed on the camera lens. The live chat was filled with envy. No, why does he get to be so happy? Director, hurry up and give him some challenges. I cannot stand seeing him this happy. As a hard-working wage earner, I am seriously so jealous right now. I want to see the sea too, but my wallet is completely empty. If I do not work, I will not even be able to pay rent. Cameraman, zoom in on Li Wuchen and I will tip you. I really want to fall asleep touching this handsome guy's abs. Drools, let me just smash my head against Li Wuchen's abs. Once I save enough money, I am going to quit my job, stay single, and travel the mountains, lakes, and seas all by myself. When I finish paying off my debts, I am going to be as carefree as him. Li Wuchen was carried by the waves into deeper waters. On a sudden whim, he wanted to see the world beneath the sea as he had never seen it before. He flipped over and dove underwater. Su Yongming sat on the beach, looking at the sunset on the horizon, seemingly moved by the beautiful scenery where the sea met the sky. Just as he was about to take off his shirt and shoes to enter the water, he looked up and realized Li Wuchen was nowhere to be seen on the surface. He hurriedly stood up and looked around. At this moment, wave after wave crashed against the beach, but there was no trace of anyone. Somebody come quick, Li Wuchen disappeared in the sea. Help! The cameraman seemed to wake up from a dream. Just now, he had pointed the camera at the clouds on the horizon, trying to create a gentle atmosphere with the scenery. The live stream chat instantly exploded, with all sorts of comments pouring in. It is just for the show, right? How could the production team actually let someone get hurt? Not gonna lie, that guy was so happy just now. Is he getting ready to rest in peace with a smile? I vaguely remember an artist actually dying on a variety show before. I hope Li Wuchen is okay. Did not the production team arrange for lifeguards? Why has not anyone come over yet? No way, an accident on the very first day of broadcasting. About a minute later, lifeguards drove speedboats rapidly toward the spot where Li Wuchen was last seen. The entire directing team was also alarmed and rushed to the seaside, leaving only Gu Beihang in the living room, looking bewildered as his own cameraman also left with them. What is going on? Who am I? I am a top-tier star and you do not even leave one cameraman for me. Who is such a big shot? Li Wuchen saw the magnificent scenery at the bottom of the sea as if he were in a fantasy. At that moment, it was incredibly peaceful and his mind was completely emptied. It was not until he felt the need to breathe that he reluctantly swam upwards. As soon as he surfaced, he saw a speedboat glide past not far from his side, heading further away. What is going on? Where did this speedboat come from? Over here, found him. A lifeguard on another speedboat spotted Li Wuchen and hurriedly shouted into his walkie-talkie. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. Li Wuchen looked at the speedboats on the sea in confusion. He glanced at the sky and figured it was about time to head back, so he swam toward the shore. What happened? Why are there so many speedboats? As soon as he got ashore, Li Wuchen slicked his hair back and asked Su Yongming. Su Yongming opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. Should he say he called them to save him or that he thought he was drowning? The director also arrived at the seaside by car. As soon as he got out, he looked at Li Wuchen on the beach. Seeing that he was fine, his hanging heart finally relaxed. Although the walkie-talkie had already reported that Li Wuchen was fine, the director had to see it with his own eyes. Otherwise, if someone died on the first day of broadcasting, the show would definitely be cancelled. This was the result of several years of his hard work, and whether he could become a top variety show director in the future depended entirely on this program. Mr. Li, were you diving just now? Li Wuchen put on his clothes, holding his slippers in his hand, and looked at the director in confusion. However, he still replied since it was the director after all. No, I just wanted to see what the underwater world looked like. Returning to the first encounter courtyard, Li Wuchen did not immediately go back to his room to wash up. Instead, he slowly calmed his breathing in the courtyard. Then he began his daily Bajiquan training. Having transmigrated to this world, it was naturally impossible to train all the time except when eating and sleeping like he did before. He could only practice for half an hour every morning and evening to strengthen his body. Even if he ran into some hooligans, he would at least have the ability to protect himself. Li Wuchen's starting stance was like a fierce tiger, and his continuous elbow strikes were as swift as the wind. Bajiquan emphasizes that where there is a hand, there is an elbow, and one might lose a hand exchange but never an elbow exchange. Elbow strikes always run through the actual combat of Bajiquan. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but your prison sentence depends on yourself. One elbow costs 120,000, 2 elbows, and you are eating prison food. Power surged through his entire body, giving Li Wuchen a sense of comfort. He successively executed the killing moves of Bajiquan, the heart-piercing elbow, the Iron Mountain Lean, and the Overlord breaking the reins, which were the moves Li Wuchen frequently used in actual combat before. The cameraman watched Li Wuchen with a dumbfounded expression. He was not far from Li Wuchen and could faintly hear the whistling sound of the wind. In the living room, the people who had been rehearsing upstairs had all come down. Seeing the gentle young man in the courtyard executing such fierce moves, they found it hard to believe for a moment. Even Mu Jinyan did not know when Li Wuchen had learned this. It seemed she needed to find a chance to ask him properly. If he had said earlier that he knew martial arts, the company would have directly promoted him in the acting circle. Nowadays, action scenes were constantly criticized and even cursed at by the audience. Gu Beiheng, who was on the sofa, saw a group of people watching, so he also got up and walked over. The moment he saw Li Wuchen practicing martial arts, he immediately curled his lips. To just flashy moves with no substance, nothing but grandstanding. Mu Jinyan's face darkened. No matter what, Li Wuchen was an artist under her agency, and Gu Beiheng actually mocked Li Wuchen right in front of her. Say that again. Even Qin Luoli looked at Gu Beiheng with an unfriendly expression. Although she did not have a deep friendship with Li Wuchen, he had been busy running around all afternoon just to make sure she got a meal. She felt compelled to stand up and defend Li Wuchen at this moment. As for the other artists, they inadvertently took a few steps back, clearly not wanting to get involved. Gu Beiheng did not expect Mu Jinyan to stand up for Li Wuchen. Of course, he did not know that Li Wuchen was an artist under Mu Jinyan's company. Even if he had known, he still would have said the same thing. What is the entertainment industry? Resources. From the moment he saw Li Wuchen's appearance, he felt a sense of crisis. After all, he himself became a popular heartthrob largely because of his looks. Naturally, he felt the urge to put him down. Words are often the deadliest weapons. If this were any other show, he might not have cared. But he knew the caliber of this variety show. A diva, a top-tier pop star, a king of love songs, and an award-winning actor all gathered here. It is safe to say it would be hard not to become a hit, and Li Wuchen's outstanding appearance would naturally win him a crowd of fans. So even when facing Mu Jinyan, he pretended to be speaking the truth and innocently shrugged his shoulders. I have seen plenty of traditional martial arts and foreign fighting styles, but I have never seen any of Li Wuchen's moves. Diva Mu, surely you do not forbid people from speaking the truth. As soon as he said this, the audience who had just thought Li Wuchen was impressive all sided with Gu Beiheng. Indeed, even the National Martial Arts Association does not have these moves. It looks like it really is just flashy but useless stuff. How many people has our brother Hang offended just because he speaks the truth? But I think Li Wuchen looks so fierce. Like you said, it is just looks. I am thinking Li Wuchen did not even say what he was doing right. What if he is just doing some simple physical exercise? Ha, you are talking nonsense. Is not it obvious he's just trying to steal the spotlight? What else could it be but grandstanding? I do not get it. The filming is decided by the director. If the director wants to give the camera to someone else, even if Li Wuchen punched through a wall, they would not give him screen time, right? A group of die-hard fans began to defend their brother Hang, and the live chat was flooded with comments calling it flashy, useless, and grandstanding. Li Wuchen was completely unaware of this, and even if he knew, he would not care. In this life, he did not want to be bound by words. If someone on Blue Star had slandered his Baji Quan, which he had studied for 20 or 30 years, he probably would have beaten them into hero fragments on the spot. Mu Jinyan gave Gu Beiheng a cold look. Qin Luoli was also feeling indignant and was about to retort, but Mu Jinyan stopped her. They were all in the entertainment industry. How could they not see through Gu Beiheng's petty motives? Mu Jinyan disdained arguing with a clown. Instead, she was thinking about asking Li Wuchen about it later, then pushing him to the top to slap Gu Beiheng in the face. Li Wuchen figured it was about time, so he slowed down and caught his breath. His physical fitness was still lacking. In his past life, a single elbow strike would have sent an ordinary person to the ICU. Looking at the 7 people gathered at the entrance of the cabin, besides the 2 he met this afternoon, there were 2 women and 1 man he did not recognize. Seeing the look on Li Wuchen's face, Mu Jinyan knew this kid did not even pay attention to the entertainment industry. This is Zhao Yunjin. A slim woman in a green dress waved at Li Wuchen, and he politely responded. Hello, my name is Jiang Yujio. Li Wuchen looked toward the voice and saw Jiang Yujio wearing tight jeans, a hot camisole, and a jacket. The outfit perfectly showcased her straight, shapely legs, and the camisole clung tightly, revealing an impressive figure. The production team really knows what the audience wants. The 4 women each had their own style. The tall and cold Mu Jinyan, the sexy yet elegant Qin Luoli, the traditional beauty Zhao Yunjin, and the fiery Jiang Yujio. I have to say, just looking at them was a feast for the eyes. The remaining man, about 35 years old, was the award-winning actor Qi Xunyang. Li Wuchen greeted him with a smile, and Qi Xunyang nodded back. With this, all 8 guests of Starry Summer Romance had arrived. The popularity of the live stream reached an unprecedented high, probably because workers were off and watching the show while eating dinner. Li Wuchen went upstairs to wash up, changed into a black t-shirt with the words "Fuda" printed on the chest, put on shorts, and went downstairs to prepare dinner. In the kitchen, the actor was wearing an apron and stir-frying, while Zhao Yunjin was helping by chopping ingredients for the next dish. Mu Jinyan was still worried about Li Wuchen. After all, he was too young. If he really ended up in last place, that blow might be enough to keep him down forever. Wuchen, what talent are you planning to show? Li Wuchen slumped onto the sofa. Although he was treating this dating show as just a bit of fun, he still had to follow the rules of the program. As for what to perform, he had not really thought about it. It was nothing more than singing, dancing, or playing an instrument. He could not exactly give them a full-blown Bajiquan demonstration, could he? Actually, that would not be impossible. If the production team could arrange a master, Li Wuchen would love to spar. He had not had a real fight since he transmigrated, and his hands were itching. Li Wuchen felt a bit tempted, but just as he was about to convince himself to ask the director if they could arrange a master, he suddenly realized something. This is supposed to be a dating show, right? The director probably would not allow fighting on the live stream. If it were fake, that would be fine, but if it were a real fight, someone might get hurt. He did not need to ask to know the director would not approve of that idea. So singing was the only choice, especially since the system had given him 2 songs. I will sing. Mu Jinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Li Wuchen had great singing talent, so even without a fan base, he probably would not end up in last place, right? Besides, among these artists, there was someone similar to Li Wuchen. Zhao Yunjin also had no fan base. She was brought in by Qi Xuanyang. Do not embarrass me. If you come in last, see how I deal with you. Li Wuchen was not so sure. After all, it was a different world. The songs from Blue Star might not be popular here. And the songs the system gave him were a bit unsuitable for a dating show, were not they? Boss, you should consider it. What if I do end up in last place, would not that be? Before he could finish, Mu Jinyan reached out and grabbed Li Wuchen's ear, saying fiercely, "Cannot you say something positive? If your jinx comes true, just wait until we get back to the company, you will be cleaning the toilets." Li Wuchen quickly played along, pretending to be in pain and begging for mercy, even though Mu Jinyan was not using any real force. Then I wish you, boss, a glorious first place. At 7 in the evening, the few people rehearsing upstairs had basically stopped, sitting in the resting area and replenishing their water. Under normal circumstances, even someone with the lowest emotional intelligence would offer to go to the kitchen and help with cooking or something. But now, knowing about the individual talent show segment, they were basically unprepared. Best actor Qi Xuanyang had arrived a few hours earlier than them. Around the time Li Wuchen went to sleep, the best actor and Zhao Yunjin had arrived together at the first encounter cabin, and they had been rehearsing all afternoon. As for Su Yongming and the others, they arrived a bit later. They only found out about this segment when they returned from the beach and were now rushing to rehearse. Mainly because of the presence of actors, if their talent performances were unsatisfactory, or if they lost to an actor, they would likely be questioned by the public. Since actors' professions did not exactly match this, the audience's expectations would not be too high. As long as they performed reasonably well, they could get a decent ranking. Li Wuchen walked up to the 5th floor rehearsal room in his slippers to call them down for dinner, without saying much else. Qi Xuanyang had just finished setting the tableware when he saw that all the artists had come down. He smiled and asked, "How are the preparations going?" Su Yongming scratched his head with a slight smile on his face and replied while washing his hands, "Time was rushed, so I can only sing one of my old songs." Qi Xuanyang smiled and invited everyone to take a seat. Perhaps because they were not too familiar with each other yet, or because of their different celebrity statuses, most of them were a bit reserved. They merely exchanged a few pleasantries, chatting casually while eating, occasionally praising best actor Qi Xuanyang's cooking skills. Before long, everyone cleared the dining table and sat neatly on the sofa. The director cleared his throat and announced the start of the individual talent show segment. An assistant brought over a lottery box to draw the performance order. Li Wuchen drew ball number 8, while Mu Jinyan got number 3. The first contestant to perform was Zhao Yunjin. A few minutes later, she appeared in the living room wearing a plain, traditional ancient costume. The backing track started playing and Zhao Yunjin danced gracefully to the music, tossing her water sleeves. It was an uncommon water sleeve dance, but Zhao Yunjin performed it extremely well, showing solid dance foundations. Everyone was indeed pleasantly surprised and applauded enthusiastically, while the live comments gradually increased. "Where are my Imperial Guards? 3 minutes, I want all the information on this young lady." Wow, after watching so many modern dances, I suddenly feel that ancient-style dances are so ethereal. Su Yongming tapped the microphone and stood directly opposite the directing team. His face immediately softened and even his gaze warmed up a bit. A song called "Dust Love for Everyone." As the singing began, a wave of sweetness rushed in. It had to be said that Su Yongming truly deserved his title as the Little Prince of Love songs. His singing stirred the emotions of the people around him. It made many people in the live broadcast room want to have a sweet romance. Brothers' love songs are absolutely killing me. In the past at his concert, this song directly caused a massive kissing session among 10,000 people. Indeed, my girlfriend went behind my back, and I saw her kissing someone else in the live stream. She is just your girlfriend, what gives you the right to restrict her freedom? One look at the comment above and you know it is a toxic feminist. Su Yongming bowed and exited. The staff brought up a piano. Mu Jinyan's expression returned to her usual aloofness but with an added touch of seriousness. As the piano sounded, the room's lights dimmed at the right moment. Only a single spotlight shone on Mu Jinyan, making her look like a holy angel. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared to another level. At this moment, the number of online viewers had exceeded 10 million, and the director's face bloomed with joy. If the edited version of the first episode was uploaded to major video websites, its popularity would probably surpass any variety show in history. Heavenly Queen Mu is so sacred, she makes people afraid to profane her. I did not expect Heavenly Queen Mu to know how to play the piano and to play it so well. I never listened to piano pieces, but she is Heavenly Queen Mu. The piano piece was not long. Li Wuchen's gaze remained fixed on Mu Jinyan. If it were just the piano piece alone, perhaps it would not be so lethal. That single beam of light perfectly displayed Mu Jinyan's beauty, seeming to resonate with the piano melody. Mu Jinyan was the light of redemption in the dark night. The lights turned back on as the piano piece neared its end. Li Wuchen did not understand much about music, but he could still hear a story within the piano melody. A story that went from happiness to despair and then to redemption. Mu Jinyan exited and sat down next to Li Wuchen. "Do not embarrass me, your boss." Li Wuchen nodded gently. Best actor Qi Xunyang slowly stood up and took the stage. However, he did not perform a song or dance, but instead did a magic trick. In just a few minutes, netizens in the live broadcast room had deciphered the trick behind the magic, which made the audience exclaim that the best actor was pretty good at bluffing. Zhang Yuyao followed right after. Her hot Korean-style dance made people cry out that they could not handle it, and at the end she even blew a kiss to the camera. Li Wuchen also watched with great interest. He had to admit this dance was really huge. These dance moves were really fair. Mu Jinyan watched Li Wuchen's gaze practically get sucked in and quickly cleared her throat. After all, the two people before Gu Beihang were still peddling sewing machines in prison. You kid better not evade the taxes you should pay and sleep with people you should not. Even if you really have needs, you can just date a girlfriend or drive a manual car. Gu Beihang was adjusting his clothes at the moment, his eyes glancing lightly at Li Wuchen. He already knew that Li Wuchen had not rehearsed at all. And as a singing and dancing rapper, he felt he was in exceptionally good form during rehearsal just now. Coupled with his fan base, he had a great chance of winning the first place reward. He then confidently stood up and walked to the center of the living room. Those who did not know would think it was some grand stage. His fingers pressed on the microphone and sunglasses hung on his nose. He made hand gestures at the live camera, his eyes trying to show a fierce intensity, but paired with his effeminate aura, it actually gave off a creepy pervert vibe. "Today I stand on this radiant stage. Writing a song last minute will not make me exit and go die. If you insist on competing with the label you are so proud of, my crushing talent will bury you under my gift." The live comments were instantly spammed with overflowing with talent, and many viewers with female identifiers joined in to show their support. "Wow, brother is so handsome. So lit, I am going to pick a fight with my boyfriend." The person above, "Elaborate on how you fight." "Glab glab glab. That Li Wuchen is just a clown. Brother is definitely right to say he is just grandstanding. It is hard not to support our brother. Sisters, let us charge." Over there, Gu Beihang unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his rather scrawny-looking chest. He had to flex hard just to barely show some muscle outlines. "They can only pray for my generosity, not wanting me to win too arrogantly. Even if I crammed at the last minute, so what? This entire show is my home ground." Gu Beihang made a gun gesture with his hand, pointed it fiercely at the camera, and then blew on his fingers. This song is called Youthful Frivolity. The expressions of the celebrities present were not particularly good, because the vibe of his song was too aggressive and aimed directly at them. Although this did require ranking, it was somewhat unwise to publicly provoke the artists present like this just for a variety show. The atmosphere turned somewhat cold for a moment. Seeing this, the director hurriedly invited the next performer, Qin Liuoli. Qin Liuoli took small, quick steps to the center of the living room. Her delicate face smiled at the camera. As the backing track played, Qin Liuoli danced a few simple steps. After all, it was not a very serious stage. There was no need to go all out with both singing and dancing in the first episode. Entering the main rhythm, her light singing voice came through the microphone, carrying a slightly playful and sweet musical style. It was particularly suitable for this dating variety show. The cooled atmosphere among the artists was also energized, and surprisingly they all started singing along with Qin Liuoli. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also calmed down from Gu Beihang's explosive emotions just now. "Luo Bao's singing is really so healing. I feel like all the bad things have been swept away. I got scolded by my boss today, but now hearing Luo Bao singing, my sadness has been diluted. I still think my brother Gu Beihang's song is better. I completely cannot listen to this Qin Liuoli's song. The one above, your Jija's home ground is over. Stop trying to seek attention here." One look at the comment above and you can tell it is a vocational school dropout. "Your Jija's rap sounds like a dog barking, only you would like it." Luo Bao's my Luo Bao. As the song ended, Qin Luoli bowed slightly and retreated back to the sofa. The artist's gazes immediately focused on the unknown Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen stood up, walked over to the dining table, grabbed a chair and placed it in the middle of the venue. "Director, could you give me a guitar and a microphone stand?" The director nodded. An assistant came up and placed a microphone stand in front of Li Wuchen, and a staff member also handed him a guitar. Li Wuchen briefly tuned the guitar, facing the live camera with a hint of a smile on his lips. After all, he did not have the fame of the other artists, so he might as well honestly introduce himself. "My name is Li Wuchen. I will be the one wrapping up today's talent show segment. There are two of me in this world. One wants to go home and the other wants to travel far. One raises a cup to invite the bright moon, and the other bustles about collecting scattered silver. One roams the mountains and rivers in a green robe on a white horse, and the other wanders the streets questioning the mortal realm. Next, I invite everyone to listen carefully to the other me's original song, Under the Sea." Li Wuchen's slender fingers gently plucked the strings, his eyes slowly closing as he immersed himself in his own world. The brief prelude alone brought a depressing atmosphere. The artists and the crew all quieted down and Li Wuchen slowly began to sing. The scattered moonlight pierced through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, paving the scales of the sea. Li Wuchen's deep voice carried a hint of a murmur, as if he were whispering secrets to the sea. With just 2 lines, everyone present was pulled into a melancholic atmosphere. Li Wuchen's voice slowly rose, but it carried a faint sense of sorrow. "The waves wet the white dress, trying to push you back. The waves wash away the bloodstains, vainly hoping to warm you. Listen towards the depths of the sea, whose wail is guiding. The soul sinks into silence, no one will wake you up." Li Wuchen paused for a moment, but his fingers did not stop playing. Even without accompaniment, a single guitar made the atmosphere feel even more lonely. During the singing just now, the audience in the live stream seemed to have forgotten to send comments. But in the moment Li Wuchen paused, the screen was instantly flooded. "Damn, listening to this gave me goosebumps. I seem to see a figure walking barefoot slowly into the sea. The waves try to push him back one by one, but the guidance of release comes from the bottom of the sea. I am doubting if I am watching the wrong show. Why is a dating variety show so depressing? No way, bro, I was just listening to Liu Abao's song and feeling super happy, and you suddenly poured a basin of ice water on me. Why do I hear an indescribable sense of suffocation in his singing?" Li Wuchen's voice changed again. He slowly opened his eyes, and his lifeless and hollow pupils made the hair of the netizens in the live stream stand on end. "You like the salty breath of the sea breeze? Stepping on the wet gravel? You said people's ashes should be scattered into the sea. You asked me where we go after we die. Is there anyone who loves you? Can the world stop always forcing a smile at callous people? The people on the shore have faces full of indifference. There is no attachment to the human world. Everything scatters into smoke." Li Wuchen's fingers stopped playing the guitar. He stood up, placed the guitar on the chair, held the microphone with both hands and sang with a feeling of roaring, yet producing a flat and lonely voice. Too late, you once smiled while crying. Too late, your trembling arms. Too late, no one will salvage you. Too late, you clearly hate suffocating." As the song ended, the artists and crew on the scene seemed to still be immersed in the sad atmosphere, while the audience in the live stream seemed to wake up from a dream. If the bottom of the sea is really the release of redemption, then I also want to sink into the sea little by little. Who still remembers that Li Wuchen seemed to sink to the bottom of the sea once this afternoon? Could it be that he also wants to? Li Guzi, pay back my tears. I desperately escaped from my family, and hearing your song made me cry like a dog. Why, for a moment my heart aches for this little brother. His eyes are so desperate that they lose their light. Not as good as my brother Hang. Sisters, feeling sorry for men will only make you unfortunate. The last line really hit me. You clearly hate suffocating. I am a 38-year-old man celebrating my birthday with a small piece of bread. Hearing this song made me cry a river. The tears just would not stop. For a moment, Li Wuchen really substituted himself into it. The smiling face of his former girlfriend appeared in his mind, as well as the time he was drugged and beaten to the brink of death in the ring. Her cold eyes off the stage, it was clearly the same face. Why was the difference so huge? It was not until one of the staff members slowly clapped that everyone was awakened. All the staff, including the director, applauded one after another. Mu Jinyan on the sofa stared at Li Wuchen blankly, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Li Wuchen slowly bowed, sorted out his emotions, and restored his usual gentle young man persona. I suppose songs from Blue Star should still be popular in this world, right? Just now even the program crew applauded, so I should not be in last place, right? The director also took a deep look at Li Wuchen. After all, he was just an add-on brought by Mu Jinyan, and he did not expect him to bring such a surprise. Thank you for your hard work, teachers. You can now move freely or rest. At 10 o'clock, use the Passionate Summer app to send your first heartbeat message. Each person can only send or reply to one, so please choose carefully. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, today's ranking will be announced. The first place will receive a generous prize. As the director's voice fell, Li Wuchen went upstairs in his slippers. Kidding, he was not familiar with this group of stars. He might as well go upstairs and play games for a while. Gu Beiheng stared at Li Wuchen's back. If before he only felt a slight crisis because Li Wuchen had an appearance not inferior to his, then now it was completely different. The quality of the song just now was even better than the songs tailor-made for him by the company. If he had capital behind him, surpassing him might not be impossible. There are only so many people in the country. If they all turned to be fans of Li Wuchen, then whose money would he, Gu Beiheng, earn? Mu Jinyan originally wanted to catch up and ask Li Wuchen about this song. She had not seen him bring it out to release a single in the company. On second thought, this was fine too. At least judging from how she heard the song just now, he should be able to harvest his first batch of fans through the live stream. Was this all calculated by him? Is he so suitable for the entertainment industry at such a young age? Others just smiled when they saw Li Wuchen like this, but Qin Liuoli was curious about what Li Livestream had experienced to write such a sad song. As soon as Li Wuchen returned to his room and was about to lie down on the comfortable big bed to start a game, a mechanical sound came to his mind. Congratulations to the host for harvesting 3936 healing points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining healing points for the first time, rewarded with the song Obsessed. The system lottery mall is open, and healing points can be used for the lottery. Tuzg. I see the healing understood by your system seems to be not quite right, does not it? But it actually sent another song. Adding the two previously sent, Under the Sea has already been sung, so he now has a stock of 2 songs in hand. Li Wuchen opened the system lottery mall and could not help but be slightly startled. 1,000 healing points can only draw once. So greedy. But it does not matter. Even if you're so black-hearted, system Li Wuchen decided to try his luck with one draw first. After all, who can refuse drawing cards? System draw once. Dozens of rays of different colors flew out in an interlaced manner, crossed the lottery roulette and fell into the corresponding card slots. The roulette emitted light and started to spin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced Suona mastery. Damn it. Do not tell me I have to go play at a funeral. Someone has to die first for me to send them off. Looking at the remaining 2936 healing points, I would better save them for emergencies. As for this advanced Suona mastery, at least it is a skill, right? Maybe it will come in handy someday. Li Wuchen simply stopped overthinking it. He leaned back against the headboard, opened the game, and saw that this world's Honor of Kings was actually still only in Season 16. Does not that mean everyone is still a caveman at this stage? Even their mechanics must be clunky. I am literally over a dozen seasons ahead. He briefly went through the tutorial to get familiar with the game, pondered for a moment, and then chose a nickname. The Young Man Under the Widow's Bed. What Li Wuchen did not know was that the contents displayed on the show's provided phone were being cast in real time to the live stream. So that name would be absolutely wild in any game. According to what Li Guzi said, the one singing was another him, so this must be his true nature showing. Login bros, let us snipe Li Guzi. Exactly, making us listen to such a sad song. What right does he have to be so happy? Hey, does Li Guzi's game nickname mean he likes widows? What, pass it on, Li Wuchen likes widows. Li Wuchen was even less aware that he was being targeted by the viewers in the live stream, and that a single song had turned them into stream snipers. He focused entirely on adjusting his control settings and Arcana loadouts. While he was doing that, the netizens in the live stream logged in one after another to wait. Thinking back to his past life, he could only play games to relax while recovering in the hospital. He never got what he hoped for in his childhood. Entering the game and after the hero ban phase, do not mind the different world details. They entered the hero selection phase, and a golden comment appeared in the live stream. I matched with Li Guzi, I am Zio Kaio. There were still a lot of people in the live stream. With so many people queuing up at the exact same time, the chances were quite high. After the golden comment faded, another person spoke up. I matched with him too, I am Kai Wenji. Hahaha, I am dying of laughter. Sisters, it is all up to you. Beat Li Guzi until he rage quits the game. As long as Li Guzi is unhappy, I am happy. Looking at both team compositions, especially the enemy Zio Kaio who seemed to be radiating an enticing glow, Li Wuchen smirked and locked in Prince of Lanling as support, taking Smite. His team's jungler immediately sent 3 question marks. Li Wuchen ignored it. He was over a dozen seasons ahead in the game, what would a jungler like him know? He then shifted his gaze to the enemy Zio Kaio, already picturing all the different ways she could die in his mind. Entering the match, Li Wuchen headed straight for the enemy's red jungle. He walked into the bush behind the red buff wall, triggered his movement speed passive, and immediately started counter-jungling. At level 2, seeing Zio Kaio in the river getting ready to roam, he activated his invisibility and sneaked right over. He come here Zio Kaio. He landed a skill 2 and skill 1 combo to stun her. Zio Kaio was scared out of her wits and instantly burned her flash, but Li Wuchen just chased after her and kept attacking. Once his cooldowns reset, Li Wuchen used his skill 2 and skill 1 combo again, confidently turned around and started recalling on the spot. After all, cool guys do not look at explosions. First blood. At this moment, the enemy jungler Dian Wei, carrying his giant axe, had just walked into his own red jungle, only to see the red buff missing and the mark appearing under the Prince of Lanling's feet. Prince of Lanling, why are you stealing my jungle monsters? Do you not have any in your own jungle? I was too busy dealing with Zio Kaio just now and forgot about you, Li Wuchen typed as he walked toward the red jungle. What do you mean your jungle monsters? Those are my jungle monsters. Seeing Dian Wei initiate with his second skill, he then started recalling on the spot. Dian Wei stomped the ground to accelerate and rushed right up to the Prince of Lanling. The corners of Li Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly. He countered with his first skill, triggering a stun and healing himself, then pulled back and threw his second skill to mark him, while text appeared next to his health bar. Hee well played. The viewers in the live stream felt that even calling him a jerk could not describe Li Wuchen's behavior. This was simply adding insult to injury. I put myself in Dian Wei's shoes and great, I'm already mad. No, seriously, who taught him to play like this? Suddenly feeling a moment of silence for Zio Kaio, but I want to laugh. You can play Prince of Lanling like this, I'm gonna go try it too. Li Wuchen stylishly stepped over Dian Wei's corpse and left the red jungle. When the blue jungle respawned, he went straight in, and also went after Zio Kaio, who had just cleared her minion wave and was roaming to help the marksman. About 10 minutes later, the match ended. Li Wuchen looked at Zio Kaio's 0-11-2 score, and feeling a bit bad for her, clicked the report button. At that moment, a girl wearing bare pajamas with an ahoj sticking up from her head stared at the suspension notice, the smile completely vanishing from her face. Aw, Li Guzi. After all, it was the first day, and the artists were not that familiar with each other yet, so they all returned to their own rooms shortly after. Before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock. Li Wuchen was in the middle of a massive killing spree in the game when the director's voice suddenly came through the speaker in his room. Teachers, please choose someone of the opposite sex and send a heartbeat message. Li Wuchen was caught off guard and startled. His hand slipped and he was instantly counterkilled by the enemy. Damn it. A few minutes later, Li Wuchen led his teammates to push straight down the lane and end the game. Only then did he open the Passionate Summer app. As soon as he entered the interface, a message was already displayed, sent by Mu Jinyan. You are pretty sneaky, secretly hiding a song like Under the Sea. Tell me the truth, do you have any more? I have to say, a woman's sixth sense is quite accurate. You guessed it, I really did hide two more. Just as Li Wuchen was about to reply to his boss and complete the show's task, another message popped up. It was actually from Qin Liuoli. Thank you for lunch today, I am a bit curious, why would you sing such a sad song? Can I pretend I did not see it? After all, I can only reply to one. By the way, this app should not have read receipts right. After pondering for a moment, Li Wuchen still chose his boss. Compared to Qin Liuoli, he was a bit more familiar with Mu Jinyan and she was his boss. I really do not have a single drop left. Looking at Li Wuchen's seemingly indecent reply, Mu Jinyan suddenly had the urge to beat him up. She picked up her phone, ready to type out a scolding for Li Wuchen, but the show's app actually had a message limit. She instantly felt a frustrating sense of being played without any way to snap back. Qin Liuoli saw that Li Wuchen had read her message but had not replied for a long time. She roughly guessed what happened and decided to just ask him when they chatted tomorrow, not taking it too much to heart. Su Yangming sat cross-legged on his bed. Although the public always called him the little prince of love songs, he had actually never been in a relationship himself. What exactly should I send for this heartbeat message, and which female guest should I choose to send it to? Su Yangming grabbed his hair in frustration. I cannot just start off by sending I like you right. He laid flat on his back on the bed and started rolling around endlessly. Finally, he made up his mind and opened Jiang Yuyao's chat interface. My heart says it chooses you. I gotta say you are right, Su Yangming really deserves his title as the Prince of Love Songs. Taking notes. Only Su Yangming is actually doing his job, everyone else is just slacking off. I cannot believe Liuabo did not get a reply. Li Guzi, you had better reply to Liuabo right now. Jiang Yuya was taken aback for a moment when she saw the message, but only for a moment. It was the entertainment circle, after all, the credibility of such words was practically zero. It was probably just another publicity stunt for work, or the production team's marketing strategy. She picked up her phone and quickly tapped away. There are always amazing encounters, for instance me meeting you. Su Yangming's eyes widened immediately when he saw the pop-up message. For a brief moment he actually felt his heart race. In all his years aside from his fans, he had never heard such words. Could she actually have feelings for me? On the other side, Best Actor Qi Xuanyang and Zhao Yunjin had also finished their interaction. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhao Yunjin must be the new rookie their company was trying to promote. Gu Beiheng adjusted his hair and looked at the 4 female guests on his phone, finding it hard to choose for a moment. After all, he believed that with his traffic and fame, whoever he chose to hype up a pairing with would be taking advantage of him. Even if the female guests would not be crying tears of gratitude, they would at least feel thankful, right? Should I pick Mu Jinyan? No, she dissed me once during the day. I cannot create a fake pairing with her. As for Jiang Yuyao, she is only a second-tier artist. If I hype up a pairing with her, I would probably be laughed to death. Zhao Yunjin is the young starlet brought in by the best actor, so she is probably done interacting with him already. That only leaves Qin Luoli. Her status is barely acceptable and she matches reasonably well with me, so I will just choose her. He tapped open Qin Luoli's chat interface. Are you there? There was no reply from the phone for a long time, and it even still showed as unread. Gu Beiheng was getting a bit restless, but he still comforted himself in his heart that Qin Luoli probably just had not looked at her phone. Otherwise, she would definitely be grateful that he was willing to do a publicity stunt with her. Teasing comments from netizens started rolling across the live stream. Is this how a rapper shows his affection? Are you there? Hahaha, I am laughing so hard. Having watched the whole process, all I can say is that a world where only Gu Beiheng gets hurt has been achieved. I think the show's director said that anyone who accumulates 10 non-replies will be eliminated. Does that mean Liuabao already has one? Who said Liuabao did not get a reply? Does not she have Gu Beiheng's? Are you there? I am laughing my head off, hahaha. Since when did Gu Beiheng become a comedian? He is such a complete joke. The next day, the artists woke up early. In the 5th floor rehearsal room, Su Yangming was warming up his voice, while Qin Luoli was doing basic dance training in another rehearsal room. Best actor Qi Xuanyang thought about making breakfast for everyone. He walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge, but his body instantly froze. Besides the sponsor's milk, there was absolutely nothing inside. The director's assistant hurried forward and whispered, Mr. Qi, you can spend 3 peach blossom coins to buy ingredients for breakfast. Of course, you can also choose to pay 8 peach blossom coins up front for a whole day's worth of ingredients, which saves you 1 peach blossom coin compared to buying them meal by meal. Qi Xuanyang was left completely speechless. You sure know how to do business. Right now, some of the artists were sleeping and others were rehearsing. He could not just spend 3 peach blossom coins to buy ingredients for 1 person alone, could he? At the very least, he had to ask the other artists. If everyone bought in, it would be easier to cook together, would not it? Morning, Brother Qi. Gu Beiheng walked down the stairs neatly dressed, his hair styled flawlessly, and greeted Qi Xuanyang. Qi Xuanyang politely replied, took a bottle of milk from the fridge and handed it over. Drink this to tide you over for now. We can discuss how to sort out breakfast once everyone else comes down. Gu Beiheng casually took it, but it was obvious that neither of them had any intention of doing a spoken advertisement for the sponsor. After Qi Xuanyang finished his drink, he turned and went out for a morning jog. After all, he was an artist, and even as a best actor, he still had to manage his physique. Around 8 o'clock, the artists came downstairs one after another, and Qi Xuanyang also returned from his morning jog. Only Li Wuchen was still fast asleep. Qi Xuanyang briefly explained the breakfast situation and let everyone choose, then he counted the number of people. Has Wuchen not come down yet? Mu Jinyan smacked her forehead. She knew this guy would just embarrass her. However, she did not go upstairs to wake him up either. It is fine, just ignore him. Everyone had a brief discussion and decided to each chip in 3 peach blossom coins to buy breakfast ingredients from the production team. After all, within the rules of the show, they could also go outside to acquire ingredients. Everyone tacitly wondered how they would go about getting ingredients after breakfast. Mu Jinyan took out 6 peach blossom coins. What else could she do when Li Wuchen was her artist? This is for me and Li Wuchen. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Qi. Most of the artists present had simply asked their managers to look into Li Wuchen yesterday, so they naturally knew about the relationship between Mu Jinyan and Li Wuchen now. You are too polite, it is just making breakfast. The production team was not stingy either. After receiving the peach blossom coins, they sent over a pile of ingredients right away, and several people gathered in the kitchen to help Qi Xuanyang. Gu Beiheng sat on the sofa playing on his phone, showing absolutely no intention of going into the kitchen to help. Before long, with the help of several people, breakfast was ready and served on the table. Mu Jinyan picked up a milk and egg sandwich and headed upstairs. Li Wuchen! A series of knocks and shouts finally woke Li Wuchen up. Who could it be this early in the morning? But hearing that familiar voice, he could not help letting out a soft sigh. Li Wuchen rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, and then rolled out of bed. He slipped on his slippers, opened the door, and just poked his head out as he was only wearing a pair of boxers. Boss, what is up? Mu Jinyan instantly felt a surge of anger. I paid for your breakfast and brought it all the way up to you. Are you the boss or am I? He did not even know to wake up a little earlier while participating in a variety show to get more screen time. Thinking of this, Mu Jinyan glared at him, frustrated by his lack of ambition. Eat your breakfast. Oh, that is it. I thought there was an earthquake or something. Well, boss, you can have it. I do not eat breakfast. He was kidding, right? No matter how good breakfast smelled, it was nothing compared to sleeping in. With that, Li Wuchen was about to close the door and go back to sleep. Clenched. Her fists clenched tight. Mu Jinyan directly slapped her hand against the door. I brought your food all the way up here and you say you are not eating. She immediately glared fiercely at Li Wuchen. Say you are not eating one more time. Huh? Why does it suddenly feel so chilly behind my back? Is it because I am not wearing any clothes? Li Wuchen shuddered. He could clearly see Mu Jinyan gritting her teeth, looking like she could swallow him alive if he said another word of refusal. You know me, boss, I love eating breakfast the most. Mu Jinyan smiled and pushed the door wide open. Her strength caught Li Wuchen off guard, forcing him to slide along with the door and hide behind it. Wait, is this the boss I know? Why did it feel like she could have ripped my skull off in that split second? Mu Jinyan scanned Li Wuchen's room and found him cowering behind the door. What are you hiding behind the door for? Come out and eat. Li Wuchen poked his head out with an awkward smile. He did not mind it himself, but his boss was a woman and there were so many viewers in the live stream. If the platform flagged it for inappropriate content and banned the stream, that would be so embarrassing. Fine, I will eat it, you go out first. Mu Jinyan stared at Li Wuchen suspiciously as if she had realized something. Her eyes widened suddenly and she even sniffed the air. Are you playing with yourself in here, kid? Huh? Damn it. Boss, do not talk nonsense. Do you want me to have any reputation left? How am I supposed to face people? Is it possible that I am only wearing one piece of clothing right now? If you really want to see, fine. Cameraman, you go out first. Our boss is about to try and sleep with me. Li Wuchen looked at Mu Jinyan defiantly. Come on then, let us make things awkward for each other. The cameraman did not know whether to stay or leave. Do celebrities always play at this reel? Mu Jinyan blinked a few times, set down the tray unhurriedly and walked toward the door. Just as she reached the exit, she suddenly poked her head back in. Tusk, not a bad physique you have got there. Mu Jinyan's gaze was 7 parts playful as she looked Li Wuchen up and down. Then she walked away with a flourish. Huh? Li Wuchen was stunned. Is the mental fortitude of all bosses this strong? No wonder you are the boss. Meanwhile, the heat in the livestream was slowly rising. Seeing Li Wuchen get shut down, the viewers flooded the chat with mockery. Not a bad physique, let me have a look. Stop it, boss. I really cannot do anything with you. I almost died laughing in bed this morning. Diva Mu is so bold. Li the dog tried a beauty trap and ended up becoming the laughingstock himself. Diva Mu's look was killer. It felt like she was looking at a piece of trash. Li Wuchen washed up, changed his clothes, quickly finished his breakfast and took the dishes downstairs to wash them. The artists in the living room had also just finished breakfast and were all sitting on the sofa. Once the director saw everyone was there, he spoke up. Next, we will divide into male-female pairs to play a simple game to choose between fishing, hunting, or gathering. The last place team will be punished by having to clear wasteland. Please draw for teams, men and women separately. Those who draw the same number ball will be a team. The assistant brought over a square box, and after a simple draw, the teams were formed. Li Wuchen looked at the number 3 ball in his hand, then at the number 3 ball in Mu Jinyan's hand. If you tell me this show is not rigged, I will not believe you. Qi Xuanyang and Zhang Yuyao are a team. Gu Beiheng and Zhao Yunjin are a team. Su Yangming and Qin Luoli are a team. Gu Beiheng looked displeased. He had not expected to be paired with Zhao Yunjin, a newcomer with no fame at all. The director just took a glance and did not say anything, then began to explain the game rules. This game is called Try Not to Laugh. The rules are simple. Team members face each other with a mouthful of water, while the other teams try everything they can to make them laugh. The team that lasts the longest gets priority in choosing, and can also assign choices for the second and third place teams. Is anyone volunteering to go first? If not, we will start according to the number balls. Su Yangming raised an eyebrow, looking at the box of bottled water the production team had brought over. The production team is really setting us up. Is there any guy here who dares to spit water at a girl? Me? Li Wuchen immediately took the floor with a smug smile on his face. I have to thank the production team for this. It lets me spit at my boss fair and square. The initial awkward atmosphere among the group shattered instantly, and everyone burst into laughter. Mu Jinyan rolled her eyes and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on Li Wuchen's waist. The chat was also laughing nonstop. Li the dog is settling a personal score here. Diva Mu teased him this morning and now he is taking revenge. The other celebrities are a bit too reserved, but the combination of a long-suffering boss and a rebellious artist is hilarious. If you play like that, Li the dog, I will give you a follow. If Li the dog is just all talk, I will call it a good bit, but if he actually sprays Diva Mu in the face, I will call it a masterclass. Can someone explain what spraying in the face means? How did we end up on this topic? The first to go were the number 1 team, Su Yangming and Qin Luoli. The two of them held a mouthful of water and stared at each other. If Su Yongming did not have his cheeks puffed out with a huge mouthful of water, his soulful, puppy dog eyes might have created a romantic atmosphere. But now he looked just like a hamster that had overeaten and was begging for more, which was nothing but funny. Timer starts. Everyone gathered around trying to figure out how to make them laugh. Even Gu Beiheng stood behind Su Yongming making faces. Li Wuchen pulled Mu Jinyan aside and whispered something in her ear. Mu Jinyan listened with a playful expression and nodded gently. She turned to go get a prop. Li Wuchen strolled calmly between Su Yongming and Qin Luoli, while Mu Jinyan hid a balloon behind her back. The two exchanged a look and Mu Jinyan gave an okay sign. Li Wuchen chuckled, then turned sideways, stuck his butt out and made a sudden movement. Pub. At the same time, Mu Jinyan popped the balloon. Qin Luoli could not hold her expression anymore. She tried hard to keep it in, even closing her eyes, looking like she was struggling. The next moment, a stream of water shot from her mouth, tracing a beautiful arc and landing right on Su Yongming's face. It was like a dam breaking. Qin Luoli could not take it anymore. All the water in her mouth sprayed out. She stood up from her chair, took 2 steps, and then collapsed to the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Li Wuchen, the culprit, quickly stepped up to help Qin Luoli up, though he could not stop laughing himself. Qin Luoli lightly punched Li Wuchen with her small fist, and Li Wuchen handed a tissue to Su Yongming. The other artists nearby were laughing so hard they fell onto the sofa, and even the stoic movie star Qi Xunyang could not help but crack a smile. The staff on set were covering their mouths and laughing, and the chat was filled with joy. I give up on Li the dog, why is he so cheeky, but it is really funny. When he was whispering with Diva Mu earlier, I knew he was up to no good, but who knew he would actually pretend to fart at someone? Diva Mu, do not let Li the dog lead you astray. Luoli just lost her goddess image trying to hold it in, and she still could not. Luoli spit in my mouth, I would love to drink it. Does no one feel bad for Su Yongming getting sprayed in the face? Never mind, I do not feel bad either, I just want to laugh. Gu Beiheng's mouth was also curling up uncontrollably, but then he suddenly realized he was probably next, right? His expression froze and he looked at Zhao Yunjin thoughtfully. The director, also smiling, announced the time for Su Yongming and Qin Luoli's team, 17 seconds. Next team, please. Please welcome the next group of victims to the stage. I do not know why, but I am looking forward to when Li Guzi comes on later. Does anyone have Li Guzi's Weibo? Why could not I find it? +1, I wanted to. Gu Beiheng and Zhao Yunjin came on stage and sat on their chairs. Before drinking water, Gu Beiheng seemed a bit uneasy and said, "You have to hold it in, hold it in." Zhao Yunjin froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Gu Beiheng to say this, and then replied earnestly, "Then you protect yourself well." She took a huge gulp right in front of Gu Beiheng. Even before the game started, some water was already spilling from the corner of Zhao Yunjin's mouth. Gu Beiheng's face immediately froze in awkwardness. You know, most of his fans are girlfriend fans, so he definitely has to maintain his image. If he gets sprayed like this, would not his godly persona collapse? Timer starts now. Just as the game started, the two locked eyes, and then Gu Beiheng silently reached out his finger and pressed it against Zhao Yunjin's lips. Qi Xuanyang frowned slightly, but seeing that even Zhao Yunjin's eyes did not change, he did not say much. Su Yongming kept wandering back and forth in front of them, seeming to want to make one of them taste what it was like to be sprayed. But the two were surprisingly calm. The next moment, Li Wuchen slowly walked over with a balloon tied around his waist. Seeing this scene and recalling what had just happened, the corners of Gu Beiheng's mouth curled up uncontrollably. At this moment, he thought of every sad thing in his life just to suppress his smile. Li Wuchen sneakily took a sip of water, pushed Su Yongming aside, and bent down slightly in front of Gu Beiheng and Zhao Yunjin so that their lines of sight were at the same level. The next moment, Li Wuchen turned directly into a human fountain. A stream of water passed between the two, and its beautiful arc directly tickled their funny bones. Gu Beiheng felt his fingers get slightly wet and thought to himself, oh no. But before he could react, Zhao Yunjin started shaking with laughter. The water sprayed out from both sides of Gu Beiheng's finger, and because his finger was pressing down, it could not even spray out quickly. A lot of saliva even dripped from Zhao Yunjin's nose. Seeing this, Gu Beiheng also could not help laughing, spraying water from both his mouth and nose. Li Wuchen had already hidden behind Mu Jinyan, afraid of getting sprayed with water, pressing his hands tightly on her shoulders, making it impossible for Mu Jinyan to move back even if she wanted to, inevitably getting splashed by the water spraying from the side of Zhao Yunjin's mouth. After Zhao Yunjin spat out the water in her mouth, she laughed so hard she bent forwards and backwards, pointing at Li Wuchen hiding behind Mu Jinyan. "Hello, you are too cheeky, cough cough cough." Gu Beiheng also wanted to laugh but could not. It was bad enough that Zhao Yunjin had shaken water all over his face, but if he laughed, he would shake water all over himself. Especially at the moment he clearly felt saliva spraying out of his nose, he felt his image had collapsed. The other artists all clapped and laughed loudly. Even the best actor Qi Xuanyang could not help laughing out loud when he saw Zhao Yunjin like this, and the same went for the comments on the live stream. I thought pretending to fart just now was cheeky enough, but I did not expect Li Guzi to actually achieve the unity of man and cheekiness. I almost died laughing in the stream. Seeing Zhao Yunjin's forked water spray, I really am going to die laughing. Why did Brother Hang participate in this kind of show? To actually get spit water all over his face by someone else. Your precious idol belongs in heaven, untainted by the mortal world. Baby Luo, quickly put your teeth away, stop laughing. It is hard to imagine Li Guzi's mental state. Li Guzi would not just spray it on Diva Mu right from the start, would he? The director announced the time for this group, taking 16 seconds, and then looked at Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan, judging by the situation over the past 2 days. This group should be quite a spectacle. At the very least, the titles of the long-suffering boss and the rebellious artist seemed pretty good and could be promoted properly. Please welcome the next group to the stage. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan sat in the chairs. Su Yangming stepped out at the right time from the side, reaching out to block the others and motioning them to move back. Everyone must stay far away for this one. Their character dynamic is take a sip, pow, spray it right out. The other artists burst into laughter one after another, and even Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan could not help but smile. Li Wuchen picked up his mineral water, raised it slightly, and signaled to Mu Jinyan for a toast. Boss, if there is enmity, take your revenge. If there is a grudge, settle it. Let us drink. Mu Jinyan chuckled awkwardly, looking a bit like she did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she still maintained her confidence, deliberately placing her mineral water to her side to avoid clinking bottles with Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen, you better think carefully. A show is just a show, we still have to see each other when we get back. Li Wuchen did not care at all, directly grabbing Mu Jinyan's wrist and forcing a toast. It does not matter, the friendship between gentlemen is as pure as water. As soon as he said this, the artists nearby directly clapped and cheered, and Mu Jinyan's facial expression management also lost a bit of control. Li Wuchen, look at this group of people, they are all treating us as a joke. Li Wuchen wiped the smile off his face and solemnly raised his mineral water. Then let us agree, business is business, absolutely no personal feelings involved, let us win the game first, okay? Mu Jinyan took the initiative to toast with Li Wuchen this time, and the look on her face also grew serious. It was just for show effect just now. A gentleman's agreement, absolutely no personal attacks. After saying that, she directly drank a large mouthful to show her sincerity, and Li Wuchen also followed by taking a large gulp into his mouth. Timer starts now. As soon as the director's voice fell, Li Wuchen suddenly lunged his body forward with a fierce look in his eyes, posturing as if he was about to spray water. Mu Jinyan was startled by Li Wuchen's action and leaned back, her eyes wide open, almost scared enough to pop an exclamation mark over her head. After realizing that Li Wuchen was just scaring her, she immediately glared at him fiercely, and her body also suddenly lunged forward. The artists around them stepped back a few paces, afraid of getting splashed with blood, and the live comments exploded even more. What the hell kind of friendship between gentlemen is as pure as water is this? I have to say, Li Guzi really has a way with words. That scared me a jump just now. I thought Li Guzi was really going to spray Diva Mu. Other artists still need people next to them to interfere. This pair interferes with themselves, terrified that the other will spray them first. After this show, Li Guzi will be fired for stepping into the company with his left foot first. Haha, hiccup. What is going on? That scene of Li Guzi scaring Diva Mu just now was instantly kinda shipworthy. Shipping everything will only ruin you. Shipping everything will only make me a shipping scientist. The surrounding celebrities also gradually gathered around, especially Gu Beiheng, wearing a look of resolute vengeance on his face. Imitating Li Wuchen's earlier appearance, Gu Beiheng stood between the two and winked at Su Yangming on the side. Su Yangming nodded in understanding. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan looked at him as if looking at a cute little thing, and then spread their hands at each other. Is that it? Gu Beiheng did not see it. He was still exchanging glances with Su Yangming, then slightly turned his body but acted a bit coy as if he could not let go. After all, he was an idol, how could he do such an indecent thing? But the thought of getting water spat all over his face just now made it impossible to swallow his anger. He suddenly stuck his butt out and Su Yangming took the opportunity to pop the balloon. Gu Beiheng quickly turned around, wanting to see Li Wuchen getting a face full of water. But things did not go as he wished. Li Wuchen looked completely calm and Mu Jinyan actually seemed quite energetic, waving her fist at Li Wuchen, not affected by Gu Beiheng in the slightest. Gu Beiheng's face instantly fell. These two were going too far, actually daring to ignore him. Could not they just cooperate a bit and spit some water? Li Wuchen stuck out a finger and wagged it in front of Gu Beiheng's eyes, indicating that his trick did not work, and then motioned with his eyes for Gu Beiheng to look at Mu Jinyan. The next moment, Li Wuchen reached out and pinched Mu Jinyan's nose. Mu Jinyan looked at Li Wuchen in disbelief. What happened to the gentleman's agreement? Mu Jinyan reacted extremely quickly, chopping her hand onto Li Wuchen's wrist to force him to let go, while her other hand had already found the soft flesh at Li Wuchen's waist. She pinched it with a bit of force and slowly twisted it 180 degrees. Li Wuchen felt the pain but could not open his mouth, so he could only relieve the pain through rapid breathing, accompanied by muffled begging sounds through his nose. Mu Jinyan looked extremely beautiful when she smiled. Even though she could not open her mouth, the smile at the corners of her eyes, combined with her puffed-up cheeks, added a different kind of color to her usually aloof and unapproachable face. Playful, cute, and with a harmless smile. If she had not continued to pinch the soft flesh at Li Wuchen's waist, he really would have thought she was an angel. Seeing that Mu Jinyan had no intention of letting him go, Li Wuchen directly reached out to tickle her waist. Mu Jinyan went straight from her previous full smile to a forced one, her body constantly twisting as she tried to escape Li Wuchen's wicked hands. The hand pinching Li Wuchen's waist gripped even harder. Li Wuchen breathed rapidly again and the movements of his hands also sped up. It was a test to see who would give up first. This physiological smile almost made Mu Jinyan break her defense. A drop of drool slipped from the corner of her mouth, but she sucked it back in with lightning speed. Seeing this, Li Wuchen held back his laughter, which also contained the joy of imminent victory. You might ask, is not Qi Xunyang's group still waiting to play? Well, Li Wuchen could only tell you that the game did not matter anymore. From that moment on, his only goal was to defeat his boss. Mu Jinyan seemed unable to endure this physiological laughter anymore and stood straight up from the chair, but her hand was still pinching Li Wuchen's waist. Li Wuchen was stunned for a moment, but not wanting to be outdone, he also stood up and chased after Mu Jinyan. This situation left the other artists dumbfounded. Wait, is this how the game is supposed to be played? Why does it feel like it has nothing to do with us anymore? Su Yangming was the first to react. He jogged over and also started tickling Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen's eyes widened. What is going on? The other guests also reacted. Gu Beiheng and Qi Xunyang both joined in to tickle Li Wuchen. Qin Luoli also stood behind Mu Jinyan, tickling her. Immediately, both Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan's bodies twisted as they tried to dodge. Zhang Yuyao burst into belly laughter. While hot dancing, they are actually doing the tango. Hearing this, the artists present could not hold it in anymore. A trickle of water sprayed from the corner of Mu Jinyan's mouth, and Li Wuchen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used both hands to press directly over Mu Jinyan's mouth. Mu Jinyan felt she could have held on a bit longer, but being suddenly pressed on the mouth by Li Wuchen. Her puffed cheeks were pressed down and she completely lost control. Water splashed all over her face and slid down Li Wuchen's palms. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Li Wuchen naturally knew the game was over. He looked back at the people who were still tickling him. He simply turned around and, like a showerhead, sprayed all the water out of his mouth, a weapon of mass destruction. Several male artists were hit. In the distance, Zhang Yuyao and Zhao Yunjin were so scared they retreated to the sofa, but they could not stop laughing. Also sprayed by Li Wuchen were Mu Jinyan and Qin Luoli. Mu Jinyan was both laughing and angry at the same time, blinking her eyes. She was truly speechless with anger and cramping with laughter. Qin Luoli had already run to the sofa covering her face, but she still could not hide her laughter. The male artists were all using towels to wipe off the water. The live comments were also full of joy, as netizens eagerly took to their keyboards. Gu Beiheng is a real clown. He used Li Guzi's trick and still got mocked. By the way, the guests got physical with their interference. Is not that a foul? If they had not tickled them, they could have lasted even longer, right? I specifically screen recorded and checked just now. Li Guzi's tango is not very standard. I think you have to eat Italian pasta to dance the tango. I am really going to die laughing at Li Guzi. He was in so much pain he could only go moo. That is what you get for messing with Diva Mu, hahaha. I absolutely love Diva Mu's expression of being both angry and amused. Li Guzi is really wicked. After a whole game, he is the only one who did not get wet, and he made the other guests tremble, but I like it. How about we crowdfund to beat up Li Guzi? Agreed, I will chip in 50 cents. I will chip in a hammer. After everyone calmed down for a while, the director announced Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan's time. 1 minute and 31 seconds, currently the highest of the whole show. Please welcome the final group to the stage. Best actor Qi Xuanyang had just sat down when Zhang Yuyao pinned Li Wuchen to the sofa, refusing to let him go over. I am begging you, please do not come over. Li Wuchen quickly raised his hands to show his innocence. Zhang Yuyao got up and walked to the chair, but still feeling uneasy, she bowed to Li Wuchen with folded hands. Bro, I beg you, do not come over. I really will not be able to hold back my laughter. She did not want to make a fuss either, but the person across from her was a best actor. Li Wuchen naturally saw the situation, stood up, and walked over to Mu Jinyan. Is my boss beautiful? Zhang Yuyao cast a grateful look and quickly bowed with folded hands. Beautiful. Is she the most beautiful? The most beautiful. Hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Mu Jinyan's face. At least this kid had some conscience. Only then did Li Wuchen return to sit on the sofa. Zhang Yuyao breathed a sigh of relief. It did not matter even if Qi Xuanyang spat water all over her face as long as she did not spit on his. Timer starts now. Brothers, did you learn something? Li Guzi's EQ is pretty good. Look at Diva Mu's smile. She has probably forgotten what just happened, and all she can think about is how beautiful she is. Li Guzi is helping Zhang Yuyao out of a tight spot. Qi Xuanyang's expression management was still very steady. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan sat on the sofa to rest, while the other artists all chose to tease Zhang Yuyao to make her laugh. Su Yangming's eyes darted around. Best Actor Qi's emotions were super stable, so the only weak point was Zhang Yuyao. Thus, he said loudly in Zhang Yuyao's ear, "Hey, do you guys know? Last time I ran into Yuyao dancing on the main road, and her dance moves were really nice." Zhang Yuyao's eyes widened. Did that happen? How come I do not know about it? Seeing that Zhang Yuyao was listening intently, Su Yangming knew she had taken the bait and continued. "Really, those dance moves were so cool that even a singer like me felt the urge to learn them. So I walked over and asked her, could you teach me this dance? And Yuyao told me mysteriously. She stepped in poop." The other artists all started laughing. Zhang Yuyao covered her mouth tightly with both hands, afraid she would not be able to hold it in. Qi Xuanyang looked at Zhang Yuyao, his eyes seeming to verify the truth of the story, and his mind inadvertently conjured up the image of Zhang Yuyao stepping in poop and continuously tap dancing. Qi Xuanyang could not hold it in and spat out the saliva in his mouth, though he turned his head to the side and sprayed it on the ground. The mini-game segment ended and the director announced the time for the last group, 47 seconds. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan's group took first place with a time of 1 minute and 31 seconds, while Gu Beihang and Zhao Yunjin's group unfortunately came in fourth by a 1-second difference and had to go reclaim Wasteland. First place, do you choose fishing, hunting, or gathering? Li Wuchen did not speak and looked at Mu Jinyan. After all, she was the boss, and for this kind of thing, no matter what they chose, they had to prioritize the female's physical stamina. If you insist on choosing hunting and your female teammate cannot keep up, would not that just create conflict? So the initiative should be given to the girl. Mu Jinyan pondered for a moment. Whether it was hunting or gathering, they would be facing the unknown. Only fishing made it clear from the name what needed to be done. We choose fishing. The director had a faint smile on his lips, but no one noticed as he continued. Please assign the activities for the other two groups. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Xuanyang's group and Su Yangming's group both looked at the two of them hopefully. After all, gathering and hunting definitely had different difficulty levels, and everyone wanted to go gathering. Li Wuchen sat on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Over there, Mu Jinyan was just about to speak when Li Wuchen covered her mouth. Well, after playing for so long, my boss is a little thirsty." The others were stunned for a moment. Then Zhang Yuyao directly picked up the milk on the table, unwrapped the straw, put it in, and finally handed it right in front of Mu Jinyan. Su Yangming was not far behind either. The milk was already handed to Li Wuchen's mouth, and Li Wuchen leaned his head over and took a sip. "What kind of milk is this? Just one sip and my fatigue is completely swept away." Su Yangming knowingly raised the milk in his hand to the camera. Shizzy crisp and mellow, high-calcium, low-fat pure milk, 0 lactose and 0 additives, enjoy aerospace quality, making the pure fragrance even richer. Making money is really nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing this scene, the live stream chat instantly blew up. Nonsense. Definitely next time. Sure enough, we still underestimated Li Guzi's lower limit. I often feel like I cannot get along with Li Guzi because I am too kind-hearted. Am I the only one who noticed that Li Guzi seems to be constantly letting Diva Mu enjoy the upper hand? Look, this is what you call professional. Even though he often goes against the boss, he always lets the boss enjoy the priority when doing things. If I were the boss, I would like an employee like this too. Little brother Li Wuchen, auntie has a little money. After drinking the milk, Mu Jinyan looked at Li Wuchen. After all, both teams had offered bribes, making it hard to choose. Li Wuchen snapped his fingers. Was not this kind of thing easy to solve? Being a person comes down to one phrase: fairness, fairness, and freaking fairness. You two play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins tells me which activity they want to go to. Su Yangming and Zhang Yuyao started the tiebreaker. After a simple gesture, Su Yangming was defeated. Zhang Yuyao excitedly went to Qi Xuanyang. The two discussed it and chose gathering, so hunting naturally fell to Su Yangming's group. Only Gu Beihang squatted next to the sofa sulking alone. He was a top-tier idol and had never stepped on muddy ground in his life, so how could he possibly reclaim Wasteland? Looking at the cheerful laughter of the other three groups, one could only say that human joys and sorrows are not connected. The director adjusted his glasses, called a halt to everyone's discussion, and continued. There are 3 ways to fish: diving to catch fish, casting a net, and sea fishing. Please have the second and third place come forward to draw cards and eliminate 2 methods for the first place. The remaining one will be the fishing method the first place has to take. The assistant walked over holding 3 cards. Li Wuchen facepalmed. He could only say the director really knew how to play, it had to be him. Zhang Yuyao and Qin Liuoli each drew a card, which were diving and netting respectively, so Li Wuchen's group had to do sea fishing. The temperature outside gradually rose. The guests all went back to their rooms to apply some sunscreen, and even Li Wuchen was dragged by Mu Jinyan to apply some. After all, Mu Jinyan signed him back then because of his looks and singing talent. If he got tanned, how could he debut with his looks? Although Li Wuchen did not understand sunscreen or anything like that. In his previous life when practicing martial arts, he really trained from the hottest days of summer to the coldest days of winter, and his overall skin tone was only slightly darker than a normal person's. But he could not argue with Mu Jinyan and had some applied by her. After Mu Jinyan put on her sun protection gear, everyone separated and went to their respective activity locations. Li Wuchen put his hands behind his head and leisurely headed towards the seaside. Although the temperature had risen at this time, it was only early summer, so it actually felt quite mild. Before long, the two arrived at the seaside and the program staff walked over. Teachers, sea fishing equipment needs to be rented with peach blossom coins. Oh, you still need to spend money to rent equipment. Li Wuchen pulled Mu Jinyan and sat directly on the beach, miming casting a fishing rod in the air. Well, I do not need equipment to fish. I usually fish in the void and those willing will take the bait. Mu Jinyan immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. In the past, when participating in various programs, whatever the director said went. Now that Li Wuchen was doing this, it actually made Mu Jinyan discover a new train of thought. The program staff was stunned on the spot. After a moment of silence, they said softly, "Teacher Li, how about we give you a half-price discount?" Li Wuchen acted as if he did not hear it. Instead, he lay on the beach, crossed his legs, and leisurely hummed a little tune. "The fish will take the bait in a bit, just wait a moment." Li Guzi, catching fish out of thin air, can you teach me that trick? I do not know much about fishing, but I keep hearing people say getting skunked. I figure it must be a good thing, so I wish Li Guzi gets skunked every single day. Hilarious, even though the director has a lot of tricks, Li Guzi just completely ignores the script. If anyone says this is scripted, I will slap them silly. By the way, how come I could not find the song 51 Guzi sang yesterday on any music websites? +1, I am wondering the same thing. Did everyone vote for Li Guzi? You cast a vote, I cast a vote, and Guzi will debut tomorrow. Seeing Li Wuchen slacking off like this, she suddenly felt a bit of joy. In the past, whenever Li Wuchen slacked off at the company, she would get so mad. But today, seeing him slack off and act shamelessly on a variety show, and being his accomplice, she felt incredibly relaxed, and even copied Li Wuchen by lying down on the beach. Li Wuchen reached out, took off Mu Jinyan's sunglasses, and put them on his own face with a smile playing on his lips. The staff member was also a bit helpless. After asking the director for instructions, they leaned in and whispered in Li Wuchen's ear. The director said you can give it a try. If you do not catch any fish, it is free, but if you do catch something, you just need to pay half price. Li Wuchen raised an eyebrow. This condition was not bad. After all, a person needs to know when to back down. Haggling with the staff just now was purely for the show's effect. He definitely could not go overboard. If he pushed his luck, they would probably take back even this little discount. Boss, let us go. A speedboat quickly approached from a distance. Li Wuchen got on first, then pulled Mu Jinyan up to sit down as well. Mu Jinyan was a bit curious about what the staff member had just said. Of course, this was just a smokescreen. Her main goal was to snatch her sunglasses back. What did the production team say to you? Why did you suddenly agree? As she spoke, she sneakily reached around the back of Li Wuchen's head. Li Wuchen pulled the glasses down a bit with one hand, revealing eyes that seemed to be dotted with stars. Boss, do you think I am blind? With such a big movement and those chubby little paws of yours, you really do not take me seriously at all. Huh? Chubby paws. Mu Jinyan glanced at her long, slender fingers and the back of her hand without a trace of extra fat, and immediately reached out to strangle Li Wuchen. Chubby, where am I chubby? If you do not explain yourself today, I will strangle you and throw you into the sea. Li Wuchen pretended to suffocate, sticking his tongue out and rolling his eyes at Mu Jinyan. Strangle me, and even as a ghost, I will haunt you for the rest of your life. Yo. Mu Jinyan let go in disgust. Whatever, it was just a pair of sunglasses. If he wanted to wear them, let him. Hurry up and tell me, what did they just say to you? Li Wuchen put a finger to his lips, signaling Mu Jinyan not to ask too much. After all, the other teams also had to spend money to buy equipment. If they knew about this discount, they would definitely copy them. Boss, the staff just told me that I have to sell you to get the discount. You do not mind, right, boss? Mu Jinyan naturally knew Li Wuchen was teasing her again, so she simply stopped asking. Before long, the two of them took the speedboat to the side of a cruise ship. A ladder was lowered from the cruise ship. Li Wuchen climbed up first, then reached his hand out to Mu Jinyan. Boss, once you get on this cruise ship, you are going to be sold off. Mu Jinyan spat lightly at Li Wuchen and climbed up the ladder. The cruise ship started and continued toward the middle of the sea. When we get back to the company, I am selling you to a coal mine. The staff on the cruise ship brought over sea fishing rods and a small bucket of bait. Teachers, please choose a spot to stop. Mu Jinyan looked at Li Wuchen. After all, most girls are not interested in fishing, only a few are. You choose. Li Wuchen was also completely clueless. He had never touched fishing in his past or present life, let alone sea fishing. Then right here is fine. The staff stopped the cruise ship on the sea. Li Wuchen brought over 2 chairs. After all, you need a place to sit when fishing, right? Boss, come sit. Li Wuchen pulled Mu Jinyan to sit down, then sat on a chair himself, and found a parasol to prop up behind the chairs. Boss, do you know how to fish? Huh? Mu Jinyan gently shook her head, then tentatively asked back. You should know how to fish, right? Is not this just what you men like to do? Li Wuchen just threw his hands up. Well, this was useless. Neither of them knew how to fish, but it was not a loss either. If they did not catch anything, they did not have to pay. Looking at the fishing rod without a bobber and a hook that looked bigger than a thumb, Li Wuchen attached the bait and cast it straight out. Mu Jinyan had not made a move yet. Seeing Li Wuchen cast his line, she quickly called out. Come help me set this up, I do not know how. Li Wuchen stuck his fishing rod into a hole on the hull, stood up and walked over. Having done it once, he was much faster and quickly cast her line as well. Over on the other side, Qin Luoli and Su Yangming had already arrived at the hunting ground, a large forest. According to the map provided by the production team, the area was about the size of a football field. The surroundings were already fenced off, and a staff member promptly walked over. Teachers, hunting equipment must be rented using peach blossom coins. Su Yangming and Qin Luoli exchanged a glance. They did not expect to have to spend money, but since they were already here, they could not exactly hunt barehanded, could they? What do you have? How many peach blossom coins? A tactical shovel is 4 peach blossom coins to rent for a day, and a compound bow is 6 peach blossom coins for a day. Su Yangming and Qin Luoli briefly discussed it. Su Yangming rented both, while Qin Luoli only rented a compound bow. The staff brought over the hunting equipment, along with 2 tactical vests, knee pads, and wrist guards. Please be sure to stay safe. We have released a total of 100 prey animals into the area. Although they are all poultry and livestock, they have been living in the enclosure for over a month. They might have developed some wildness and could be somewhat aggressive. If you encounter any danger, please press the button on your tactical vest, and our staff will arrive within 2 minutes. Many fixed cameras were placed inside the hunting ground, along with drones operated by the staff. This was mainly because the area was overgrown with trees and weeds, making it easy for a cameraman carrying a large camera to trip and fall. Su Yangming held the tactical shovel to clear the way in front. Although Qin Luoli did not know how to shoot an arrow, even if she had not eaten pork, she had at least seen a pig run right. She drew the bow and knocked an arrow, gesturing a few times, which scared Su Yangming half to death, prompting him to quickly step aside. Sister, stop aiming, you're scaring me. Although Qin Luoli was not aiming at him, how many celebrities had actually played with this kind of thing? Aiming accurately was not scary. What was scary was that if she did not aim accurately, who knew where the arrow would land? Only then did Qin Luoli put away her curiosity, simply resting the arrow on the compound bow and holding it by her leg. It is my first time playing with this, I am a bit excited. It seems like it is not just the men who are interested in this. Come on, that is a bow and arrow. Luo Bao actually looks pretty cool holding a bow and arrow. Qi Xuanyang and Jiang Yuzhou also arrived at the picking site, but seeing the 4 or 5 meter tall coconut trees, they hesitated. Not far away were banana trees about the same height as the coconut trees, and the staff appeared right on cue. 2. The picking tools need to be rented with peach blossom coins. The reaction of Qi Xuanyang and his partner was much like Qin Luoli's group. They had not expected the production team to pull this, charging money for tools. We do not need to rent equipment for now. Let me try climbing up by hand first. Jiang Yuzhou stretched her limbs and was about to climb the tree, but Qi Xuanyang stopped her. It is just a show, no need to push yourself that hard. Jiang Yuzhou could not help but laugh. It was not about being hardworking, it was just a 4 or 5 meter tree, it should be a piece of cake. Brother Qi, why do not you let me try first? If it does not work, then we will rent the tools. Qi Xuanyang looked her over and stopped holding her back, but he gave her a warning. Be careful, if you cannot do it, come down. It is quite high and still a bit dangerous. The staff member was in a difficult spot. A colleague had just said that these things would be hard to sell. Jiang Yuzhou stretched a bit, walked up to the tree, hugged it, and started climbing, reaching the top in no time. Brother Qi, no need to rent equipment, I can do it. As she said that, she reached out and shook a coconut. Although climbing by hand was a bit difficult, she managed to knock one down. Qi Xuanyang gave Jiang Yuzhou a thumbs up, then turned to the staff member with a look of feigned regret. Sorry, we do not really need the picking tools for now. The staff member spoke into his headset and walked away, returning shortly with a safety rope and a machete to make their picking easier. Please be careful, you two, and try not to get hurt. The staff member sighed and walked away again, while the live chat was filled with praise. I am dying of laughter. First we had Li Guzi fishing in thin air, and now Jiang Yuzhou climbing trees with her bare hands. Is she the production team's nemesis? Jiang Yuzhou has earned a compliment from us men. You are impressive. This girl is too fierce. If she were a kid, she would definitely be the leader of all the children in the neighborhood. Suddenly, I really want to see that farming duo. Gu Beiheng and Zhao Yunjin had already started clearing the wasteland with a hoe they rented for 5 peach blossom coins. After working for just a little while, Gu Beiheng was drenched in sweat and sat down on the ground, looking at the large plot of wasteland enclosed by the fence. When will this ever end? Zhao Yunjin did not say much, but she was curious, digging here and turning there. It seemed like her first time and she found it quite novel. Seeing Gu Beiheng sitting on the ground resting, she did not say anything, but her eyes showed a hint of disdain. After we clear this, do we need to plant something? The production staff nodded and explained. We will plant vegetables with short growth cycles here, and you will eventually get to eat the vegetables from this plot. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhao Yunjin's face. Although clearing the wasteland was hard work, being able to eat the vegetables they grew themselves in the end was pretty good, was not it? Gu Beiheng, hurry up and get back to work. Gu Beiheng saw Zhao Yunjin working with such enthusiasm, and for the sake of his pride, he forced himself up to continue hoeing. But after less than 10 minutes, he rested again and shouted to Zhao Yunjin. Let us take a break and have some water. Although Zhao Yunjin's face was covered in sweat, she did not stop. Hearing Gu Beiheng's words, the look of disdain in her eyes grew stronger. Are you even capable, you weakling? Gu Beiheng's face turned ugly. Being mocked like that by a woman made it hard for him to save face. He stood up directly, ready to swing the hoe to prove himself, but as soon as he lifted it, he heard a cracking sound followed by a sharp, piercing pain. Gu Beiheng leaned on the hoe with one hand, clutched his waist with the other, and kept gasping in pain. SSS Ma, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The production staff rushed over to support Gu Beiheng. 2 others quickly brought a stretcher, and Zhao Yunjin also put down her hoe and walked over. What happened? Is he okay? After a quick check, the medical staff confirmed that Gu Beiheng had sprained his waist. Supported by the medical staff, Gu Beiheng slowly sat on the stretcher, crying out continuously, even shedding a few tears. The staff nearby quickly tried to comfort him, and the director arrived after hearing the news. Zhao Yunjin clicked her tongue. This precious little body could not even handle a few minutes of work before spraining his waist. A few minutes later, with the help of the medical staff, Gu Beiheng was carried away on the stretcher, still wailing loudly. When this scene was broadcast live, the chat was immediately filled with insults. What is wrong with your production team? Why give my idol such hard work? Sisters, let us go to the production team's page and demand justice for him. Exactly, you actually let him get hurt. Come out and apologize to him right now. If anything happens to him, I will blow up your production team. Production team, I advise you to come out and apologize or I will kill you. What is going on? I went to the bathroom and came back. Why is everyone so hostile? Hey, do not post in the chat. You will be targeted by the crazy fans. Seriously, who are these people who are fans of Gu Beiheng? I am thinking your parents work in the fields to support you and you do not know how to be grateful. Your idol sprains his waist hoeing and you are so outraged. Have you ever thought about how many times your parents have been hurt or how much they have suffered? You are just jealous that my idol is so popular. Guys, look at the show. The crazy fans are biting again. And that Zhao Yunjin, you need to apologize to him too. How dare you call him a weakling? Zhao Yunjin looked at the large plot of wasteland, leaning on the hoe with one hand as she looked at the director. Director, if I clear this wasteland by myself, how many peach blossom coins can I get? The director watched the stretcher disappear from view and pondered for a moment. This was originally 2 people's workload, and upon completion, each could receive 30 peach blossom coins. Of course, the director did not expect these artists to clear it all. He would award coins based on the amount of work done. Since Gu Beiheng's total work only amounted to a few meters, which was negligible, the director said in a deep voice, Teacher Zhao, the workload for clearing this is very large, so please know your limits. If you clear the whole thing, I can give you 70 peach blossom coins. Zhao Yunjin made an okay sign, drank some water, and went back to clearing the wasteland full of energy. Li Wuchen felt like he was about to fall asleep. There had been no movement for a long time. Just as he was feeling drowsy, Mu Jinyan exclaimed from the other side. Li Wuchen, come quick, a fish took the bait. The tip of the fishing rod in Mu Jinyan's hands began to bend, though not by a very large margin. Li Wuchen glanced sideways. No way, beginner's luck. That is unfair, why do not I get any? But he did not hesitate to walk over and help Mu Jinyan reel in the line. Shortly after, a sea bass was pulled up. Mu Jinyan was clearly a bit excited. Disregarding the fishy smell and dirt, she proudly held the roughly 2 to 3 pound sea bass with both hands and showed it off to Li Wuchen. No way, could there be someone who has not caught a fish yet? Mu Jinyan had not been showing off for long when Li Wuchen's fishing rod also started to bend. He confidently reeled in the line. Boss, mine is definitely bigger than yours. However, there was not much resistance while reeling it in, as if the fish was not even struggling. Before long, a sea bream weighing about a pound broke the surface. Mu Jinyan walked over holding her sea bass. Comparing the two, Li Wuchen's sea bream was not even half the size of her sea bass, and she burst into laughter. Wow, it is so big, ha ha ha. Li Wuchen awkwardly unhooked the sea bream. Being mocked was so frustrating, but he had no way to retort. Boss, I will poison you mute sooner or later. Mu Jinyan casually hummed in response, returning to her fishing spot in a very cheerful mood and casting her line again. Li Wuchen backhandedly hooked the sea bream through its belly and cast it straight into the water. Feeling the pain, the sea bream swam downwards. Shortly after, there was movement again from Mu Jinyan's rod. This time it was even stronger than before, and she could barely hold onto the rod. Li Wuchen, come here quickly. Seeing Mu Jinyan's body being pulled forward a couple of steps, Li Wuchen hurried over, stood behind her, and reached out to hold the rod. Knowing absolutely nothing about fishing, Li Wuchen could only rely on brute force to pull, but the fish on the hook kept diving deeper into the sea with considerable force. Li Wuchen steadied his stance and forcefully pulled the rod up to reel in the line. After about a few minutes, a black fish shadow surfaced. Just as they were about to net it, the black shadow exerted force again. With a sudden flick of its tail, it dove back down. The two were pulled into a stagger, and Li Wuchen ended up pressing right against Mu Jinyan. Boss, slowly duck under my arm and get out, I will handle it. Naturally, Mu Jinyan could feel Li Wuchen's hot body, firm abs, and the aura full of male hormones. After all, it was summer, and both of them were wearing thin clothes. With a somewhat unnatural expression, she ducked out from under Li Wuchen's arm, but kept her hands on the rod and said worriedly, "Do not let it escape. If it gets away, I will eat you." Li Wuchen agreed, spread his legs to stabilize his lower body, and using the strength of his waist, he hoisted the rod high up. The tip of the rod was already bent into a bow shape. He cranked the reel with his hands, and soon the black shadow was dragged out of the water again. Mu Jinyan screamed with excitement. "It is coming up, it is coming up." Li Wuchen grabbed the landing net with one hand, scooped it right up, and pulled it aboard with a burst of strength. A sea bass weighing about 8 to 10 pounds was flapping on the deck. Mu Jinyan wanted to go over, but as soon as she got close, it splashed seawater all over her face. Li Wuchen burst into laughter along with her. He took out a tissue and wiped her face, and then Mu Jinyan picked up the sea bass with both hands. Even the program staff had not expected them to catch such a big one. They weighed it, and after putting the fish away, the time reached 11 o'clock. Mu Jinyan had already put away her fishing rod and sat next to Li Wuchen, comfortably basking in the sun. Li Wuchen rolled his eyes at Mu Jinyan, only able to sigh in envy. Why did not he get a beginner's luck phase? "There is still time, boss. Why are not you fishing anymore?" Mu Jinyan casually took the sunglasses off Li Wuchen's eyes, then flicked her hair and put them on herself. "Huh, how did you know I caught a 9-pound 6-ounce sea bass?" Li Wuchen. Seeing Li Wuchen frustrated, the viewers in the live stream immediately sent a wave of mockery. I do not know why, but every time I see Li Wuchen getting deflated, it puts me in a great mood. As a veteran angler, I am seriously envious of Heavenly Queen Mu's luck. Li Guzi actually threatened to poison Heavenly Queen Mu Mute. He really does not know his limits, mighty Heavenly Dragon. If I caught a fish like that, I would pass my house 3 times without going in. Li Guzi, who worked hard all morning, not only has to pay for the rented gear, but even hooked the only sea bream he caught as bait. Haha hiccup. There is a guy next door who is even more miserable than Li Guzi. He twisted his waist just hoeing the ground. Li Wuchen checked the time. It seemed like today was a losing deal. He was just preparing to pack up and go back for lunch when his fishing rod suddenly bent into a half U shape without any warning. The reel spun wildly as the fishing line was rapidly pulled out. Li Wuchen moved instantly, pressing down hard on the rod with both hands, and then started reeling it in. Mu Jinyan wanted to help from the side but did not know what to do. Li Wuchen was dragged forward a step. His eyes immediately narrowed. This sea fish was quite fierce, and with the high resistance in the water, it was going to be tough. After steadying his stance, he synchronized his waist and legs, leaned back, and lifted the rod. The fishing line swished as it was pulled, and even the rod began to sway left and right. Watching this, Mu Jinyan also grew tense. She stepped forward and hugged Li Wuchen's waist to add some weight. Li Wuchen slowly stepped back, and his other hand started reeling in the line. A brownish fish shadow faintly appeared at the bottom of the sea. "Boss, go get the gaff, the landing net will not work." Mu Jinyan cast a worried glance and slowly let go. Seeing that Li Wuchen was not being dragged away, she then went to fetch the gaff. Li Wuchen engaged in a tug-of-war with the brown behemoth. After a continuous battle lasting more than 10 minutes, Li Wuchen clearly felt the force from the other side diminish significantly. He immediately made a final push, quickly lifting the rod and reeling in. The brown behemoth surfaced, swimming on its side, clearly out of energy. After pulling it close to the cruise ship, Li Wuchen took the gaff from Mu Jinyan and hooked it right into the fish's belly. With a burst of strength, the muscles on his arms bulged as he hauled the giant grouper up. The program staff also came over to help. Li Wuchen took a sip of water and watched as the staff started weighing it. "Mr. Li, 63 pounds and 4 ounces. Mu Jinyan's mouth fell wide open in shock, and the viewers in the live stream flooded the screen with "Oh my god." Li Wuchen washed his hands and sat down in a chair as the cruise ship began to return. "Boss, how did you know I caught a 63-pound 4-ounce grouper?" "Haha hick, that is brutal. Talk about adding insult to injury." I have to say, Li Guzi really knows how to tick off his boss. This year's college entrance exam question: calculate the area of Queen Mu's psychological trauma. How dare someone take Li Guzi down? The guy upstairs looked closely. When Li Guzi lifted that nearly 70-pound grouper just now, he used a long iron hook. If he had used his bare hands, he could just as easily choke you by the neck and ask what you are trying to do. Is Li Guzi really that fierce? If this were in real life, I would probably respectfully hand him a smoke and call him bro. But this is the internet, so what I am saying is, he is weak, he still needs to practice. Switching from the cruise ship to a speedboat and approaching the beach, Li Wuchen dragged the grouper by its gills with one hand and held a bucket in the other. Inside the bucket were the sea basses caught by Mu Jinyan. Even though the director had seen the giant grouper from backstage, seeing it face to face delivered a completely different visual impact. Li Wuchen tossed the grouper onto the beach, then washed his hands with seawater, looking at the director with a smile hanging on his lips. Director, this grouper has to be worth at least 500 peach blossom coins, right? The director seemed to see right through Li Wuchen's intention to bargain and simply threw his hands up. Then Mr. Li can keep it and eat it himself. Mu Jinyan burst out laughing. Judging from how lavish breakfast was, the purchasing power of the peach blossom coins was indeed very high. Li Wuchen felt a bit embarrassed. He had not expected the director to be an old fox as well, so he could only hold up 3 fingers. 300 peach blossom coins, I cannot go any lower, otherwise I will be making a loss. The director fell silent for a moment, seemingly calculating something. After all, they had never anticipated a guest catching such a huge fish. According to our calculations, we can only offer 280 peach blossom coins. Will Mr. Li accept the exchange? Li Wuchen put on a pained expression, beating his chest and stomping his feet as he argued with the director. Director, you are totally ripping me off. Reeling in this big fish almost dragged me right into the sea. 280 it is, but you have to compromise a bit too, director. What about the rental fee for the fishing gear? The director was also a straightforward person. With a wave of his hand, the staff members came forward and carried the grouper away. Deal, Mr. Li will not need to pay today's rental fee. However, if you rent equipment in the future, you will have to pay the normal price. Li Wuchen's face instantly fell. If he had known, he would have negotiated with the director for half-price gear rentals from now on. In the long run, he took a loss. Next, the production team evaluated Mu Jinyan's catch. 2 sea basses earned her 45 peach blossom coins. Deducting the half-price equipment rental fee of 3 peach blossom coins, today's total revenue was 42 peach blossom coins. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan happily returned to the first encounter cabin with their peach blossom coins. As soon as they walked in, they saw someone lying on a stretcher on the floor. Gu Beiheng. Did he kick the bucket? Does that mean my Suona finally has a use? Director, bring over your Suona. I will send this brother on his final journey. Although Li Wuchen thought this to himself, he still asked the staff member nearby. What happened to this guy? The staff member turned slightly, leaned in close to Li Wuchen's ear and recounted what had happened. He hoed the ground a few times and sprained his lower back. Li Wuchen nodded slightly and pulled Mu Jinyan along, tiptoeing past him to avoid disturbing Gu Beiheng as he slept on the floor. After all, the others had not seen him yet. Right around noon, the guests gradually returned to the first encounter cabin. Seeing Gu Beiheng on the floor, they all cast inquiring looks. Li Wuchen softly explained the situation. The last to return was Zhao Yunjin carrying a hoe. Seeing Gu Beiheng on the floor, she burst out laughing. The crowd looked at Gu Beiheng like they were watching a monkey in a zoo, but they did not pay attention for long as everyone was starving. Especially Zhao Yunjin, who felt like she was going to collapse entirely and slumped onto the sofa. Zhang Yuya was even more covered in dirt and grime. In contrast, Qi Xuanyang, who was in the same group, was sweating profusely but was not nearly as dirty. As for Su Yangming and Qin Luoli, they were relatively better off, but their arms and legs were covered in mosquito bites. Li Wuchen took several bottles of milk from the fridge and walked over, handing one to each person to replenish their energy. How was everyone's harvest? Exhausted both physically and mentally, Zhang Yuyao took out a small bag of peach blossom coins. She felt her harvest should be quite substantial, considering they had not rented any equipment. Although she strongly requested to split it evenly with Qi Xuanyang, who picked up coconuts on the ground, Qi Xuanyang still insisted she take the lion's share, leaving him with 22 peach blossom coins. 35 peach blossom coins. As soon as she said this, Zhao Yunjin, slumped on the sofa, immediately cast an envious glance. While I hoed the ground all morning and the production team only gave me 25 peach blossom coins, they are so stingy. Zhang Yuya looked Zhao Yunjin up and down and said faintly, I also climbed coconut trees all morning. Qin Luoli felt that everyone had worked so hard. After she and Su Yangming split up, she caught a chicken. When they met up later, Su Yangming had also caught a chicken. Like I mentioned earlier, the production team released them, so do not argue with me about it. I was bitten by mosquitoes all morning and only got 25 peach blossom coins. Jin Liuoli revealed her forearms and calves, which were covered in mosquito bites, with cross-shaped fingernail marks still on her skin. The group then turned their eyes to Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan. After all, the two of them seemed to be in the best shape out of everyone. "What about you two?" Li Wuchen plopped down onto the sofa, took a sip of milk, and said casually, "If my boss and I average it out, it is 161 peach blossom coins each." As soon as those words came out, the expressions on the surrounding celebrities' faces fell, and Mu Jinyan also added resentfully, "He got 280 and I got 42. This sentence completely shattered their psychological defenses. On what grounds? We worked ourselves to the bone and did not even earn a fraction of what Li Wuchen did. Production team, damn you. Everyone stared at Li Wuchen with resentment, wanting to know exactly what he did to earn so many peach blossom coins. Li Wuchen stood up and looked at everyone's condition, seeing them all sluggish and listless, and let out a soft sigh. "What is for lunch? It is my treat." Hearing the word lunch, everyone's eyes lit up. They were truly starving and they all started chattering at once. Li Wuchen nodded slightly and looked at the program's director. "Director, how many peach blossom coins will all this cost?" The people behind the director did another quick calculation, after which the director finally gave a quote. "Altogether, it will cost 30 peach blossom coins." The celebrities exchanged glances. This price would mean all their hard work this morning was for nothing and they might even owe money. Li Wuchen simply waved his hand. "If you have money, you should splurge it right. After all, it might not be long before he was eliminated. There is a good saying, it is agonizing if the person kicks the bucket but their money is still unspent." "Director, what I mean is, how many peach blossom coins to buy the ready-made dishes?" The director was also taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. "Mr. Li, our production team only provides the ingredients." Li Wuchen nodded noncommittally, not surprised by this answer, but as the old saying goes, money makes the mare go. "I will offer 50 peach blossom coins." The director adjusted his glasses, a joking smile on his face, and said easily, "Mr. Lei, you are breaking the rules." Hearing this, Mu Jinyan quickly reached out and poked Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen grinned, leaning back on the sofa, and said just as easily, 60 peach blossom coins to buy your ingredients and services." The director fell silent for a moment. Of course, he was just pretending. In fact, he had already considered it when Li Wuchen first made the request. After all, the guests were not in the best condition right now. If he were to cook for 8 people all by himself, it would be quite time-consuming and exhausting. Who knows when they would finally get to eat. In the afternoon, the guests still had to continue working, so there probably would not be enough time. "Mr. Li, 70. Deal, the food will be delivered in about half an hour." Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills, handsome. Li Wuchen generously tossed over 70 peach blossom coins. The viewers in the bullet comments were also happy to see this kind of bowing down for money. "I realized Li Guzi just does not want to cook." "Director, how could you give in? Make Li Guzi cook for 8 people by himself." Wow, look at Li Guzi's arrogant face. By the way, regarding that vote, who is in first place right now? Oh right, I am going to vote for Li Guzi first. At the voting page, there is also an a cappella version of Li Guzi's Under the Sea. What? I searched on short video apps all morning and could not find Under the Sea. Send the voting link quickly. Can someone rush Li Guzi to release Under the Sea on music apps ASAP? Do not worry, wait until my only connection in the entertainment industry goes live. I will connect with them and ask. About half an hour later, the production team staff placed the food on the dining table. Upon smelling the aroma, everyone who had been paralyzed on the sofa suddenly bounced up with their eyes shining. After washing their hands, they gathered around the dining table and started eating. The lifeless atmosphere instantly livened up, and Zhao Yunjin could not wait to taste the food. "This is so delicious, Brother Chen is so generous." Zhao Yunjin's face was full of satisfaction. After hoeing the field all morning, he was truly starving. The others also started eating, thanking Li Wuchen as they ate, which actually made Li Wuchen feel a bit embarrassed. He waved his hands repeatedly, telling everyone not to be so polite. After taking a few bites, Li Wuchen felt like something was missing. His gaze swept over everyone and he suddenly remembered someone was missing. There was still someone lying on the stretcher on the living room floor. Who is going to call Mr. Gu?" As soon as he said this, the air went completely quiet, except for Zhao Yunjin's chewing mouth. After a long while, Qi Xunyang silently put down his chopsticks. Among everyone present, he was the oldest and most experienced. He got up, walked over to Gu Beiheng, and gently patted his shoulder. "Beiheng, get up and eat." Gu Beiheng was groggily shaken awake. He habitually tried to get up and then let out a cry of pain. "Ouch." Qi Xunyang could not help but want to laugh, so he had to distract himself by calling over Li Wuchen and Su Yangming. "Take it easy, we will help you over." The three of them supported Gu Beiheng step by step toward the dining table. Gu Beiheng could not even stand up straight, which made Li Wuchen a bit puzzled. Back when he practiced Bajiquin, he had sprained his waist many times, and it usually stopped hurting after a little while. How come Gu Beiheng had rested all morning and still could not straighten his back? But he did not ask too much. After all, everyone's physique is different. Some people can even get pregnant through a screen during an online romance. Zhao Yunjin smiled disdainfully at this. It was the same old saying, "Can you even do it, weakling?" Then he went back to eating on his own. After the meal, Li Wuchen was just about to clean up the bowls when Jiang Yuyao pushed him away. "Brother Chen, let us do it, we will clean up." Li Wuchen was happy to have some free time. He originally wanted to go upstairs for a nice afternoon nap, but the director gave him a look, suggesting there was something else to do. After the guests finished cleaning up the dishes, they all came to sit around the sofa. Only Gu Beiheng was sucking in cold air, sitting hunched over on the sofa. The director glanced at the groaning Gu Beiheng with a slightly displeased look. In the morning, he had told him to go to the hospital, but he refused, and now he was complaining about the pain. However, he said in a calm tone, "Mr. Gu, can you still hold on? How about going to the hospital?" Gu Beiheng also noticed the director's displeasure and quickly waved his hand, saying he was fine. The director nodded and continued. "Our show is still missing a theme song, so we would like to ask all the teachers here to co-create a theme song suitable for our show." As he spoke, he looked at Li Wuchen and the other singers. Li Wuchen frowned slightly, a 200,000 remuneration, and he still had to write a song. The other guests felt the same way. After all, this was not included in their remuneration contracts. The director seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. "Of course, our production team is also purchasing songs from other teachers. If you feel you cannot create one, we will simply use the purchased song. If you accept this joint task, you will compete on the same stage with the song we purchased within this week, and we will choose the song most suitable for our show." The director's meaning was very clear. Created songs could be purchased for a fee, but to earn this money, they needed to defeat another song. This was also a group task for the guests, presumably to increase their familiarity with each other. Sometimes talent can also attract the opposite sex. To put it bluntly, this was still a dating reality show. All the director's pushes were meant to spark romance between them. Li Wuchen clicked his tongue a few times. This director had a strong sense of conviction. Although it was a dating show, which of the artists present actually came with the intention of dating? It was nothing more than cooperating with the production team to hype up couples when the show aired. Once the variety show ended, it would all depend on what the artists' respective companies had to say. If hyping up a couple brought traffic to both sides, there was a high probability that the two companies would discuss continuing to hype it up. Of course, if there were boyfriend or girlfriend fans, like in Gu Beiheng's case, it might even cause a drop in popularity. They would probably just cooperate with the production team for business during the show and stop once it ended. The 8 guests present looked at each other. After all, it was a group task, so they still had to see what the other guests would say. Qi Xunyang clapped his hands, signaling all the guests to look at him, and then asked, "Those who want to accept the production team's task, please raise your hand." "I will participate." Qin Luoli was the first to raise her hand. Gu Beiheng, who was twitching on the side, also suddenly raised his hand, pulling the flesh around his waist and grimacing in pain. Mu Jinyan looked at Li Wuchen. If Li Wuchen participated, she could join too. If he did not, as an actress, she would only hold them back. Immediately after, Su Yongming also expressed his participation. He was a contestant who sang love songs which matched the nature of the show. Zhao Yunjin and Jiang Yuyao followed closely, and everyone's eyes turned to Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen smiled helplessly. If they all participated, it would not make sense for him not to join. Besides, his boss also seemed to want to participate in song creation, and the production team said there was money to be made. "Then I will participate too." Mu Jinyan also nodded. Seeing that everyone agreed, Qi Xunyang said to the director, "We accept this task." Seeing this, the director smiled. After all, no show had ever filmed the live process of song creation, so this would be another major highlight. This Saturday, you will compete against the song purchased by our production team. Today is Monday, so you still have 5 days to create. Start creating now. The fans of each celebrity in the live broadcast room also started a fierce competition. "With our brother Hang here, they can just lie back. It will be hard to lose. Your brother only knows how to howl. This depends on our little prince of love songs. Su Yongming's fans are really uncultured. What did our brother do to you?" "Just telling the truth, I do not know what your brother is screaming about on stage." "Go Liuaba, we will always support you." "I think Li Guzi should maybe step out. After all, it requires a love song, and Li Guzi might not be very suitable." "Agree with the above. Yesterday, Li Guzi directly made me cry with his singing. I also think it is inappropriate." The group came to the rehearsal room on the 5th floor to discuss how to create a dating show song. Qi Xunyang spoke first. "If anyone has anything to say, we can brainstorm. Do not hold back." Su Yongming tapped his fingers, looking at the crowd. Seeing no one speaking, he decided to take the lead to liven up the atmosphere. "Personally, I think the theme song suitable for our show should be more about being attracted to each other during tasks or daily life." So in the process of creating the song, it should express a feeling where the boy and the girl both have a secret crush on each other, but do not know how to express it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Li Wuchen, sitting in the corner, was drowsy. It was too torturous. His biological clock was urging him to sleep. Qin Luoli clapped her hands and added to Su Yongming's words. Compared to the ignorant and passionate love of young boys and girls, the theme song suitable for the show should maintain a careful caution, even knowing they might miss out. But without feeling that the other person shares the same feelings, they will not confess decisively. Li Wuchen leaned against the wall and fell into a dream world. Seeing this, Mu Jinyan reached out and placed her hand behind his head. Gu Beiheng also raised his hand. Although he agreed with the two singers, he still wanted to add something he was good at. I think there should be a verse expressing the inner voices of the man and woman, delivered in a rap style. Everyone felt this could work. Ji Xunyang's gaze swept over the crowd and he said in a deep voice, "What does everyone think?" Everyone shook their heads, having no objections. Ji Xunyang seemed to remember something and glanced at Li Wuchen in the corner. Then his expression froze. Seeing this, the other artists also looked over curiously. He fell asleep. Mu Jinyan looked a bit embarrassed. She poked Li Wuchen with her finger. After a few pokes with no response, she pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard. Li Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and found everyone looking at him. Not understanding what happened, he had to whisper to Mu Jinyan. "What is wrong?" Mu Jinyan also answered stealthily in a low voice. "Go up and say a few words." Seeing the two whispering openly, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Li Wuchen walked to the front of the crowd with a confused face. Ji Xunyang reminded him. "Wuchen, what do you think the love in our show's theme song should look like?" Li Wuchen rubbed his temples. Love. If he had not been drugged and beaten to death in the ring in his previous life, he might have been able to talk eloquently about love, but now he really did not know what to say. "I think love is when I hide in the closet. I know that someone more qualified to love you has returned. When I am dragged out of the closet, I understand that loving someone cannot be hidden. When our eyes meet, I realize that loving someone means you cannot run away. When he grabs my collar and questions me, I awaken to the fact that loving someone requires no words. When his fist hits my face, I finally understand that loving someone means getting hurt. When I wake up in the hospital bed, I sigh that this love is too heavy. When I go to find her again after being discharged, she should understand that loving someone means being this persistent. When I am dragged out of the closet again, I understand that loving someone also requires flexibility. When I am gradually beaten until I stop breathing, I know that loving someone means giving your life for her. When she does not show up at my funeral, I know that loving someone does not need a return. When the judge of the underworld tells me she also died, you guys do not understand. Loving someone really needs a two-way street. Our love is unwavering until death." Every single artist and staff member present was completely shocked by Li Wuchen's words. Their worldviews were about to shatter. What the hell is love? The viewers in the live broadcast room also filled the screen with question marks. At this moment, no matter whose fans they were, they all picked up their keyboards and started typing passionately. Damn it, Li Guzi's speech is too outrageous. Is this pure love or NTR? If it is pure love, he likes someone else's wife. If it is NTR, he only likes that one person. What the hell, two-way street and unwavering until death? So that is how it is understood. I knew that when Li Guzi opened his mouth, it would not be anything normal, but damn, it is actually underworld speech. By the way, has Li Guzi been hurt before? It is one thing to sing sad songs, but discussing love, he understands it like this. Some are listening to joke, some are looking in the mirror. I am divorcing my wife tomorrow. Upstairs, I just saw your posts. Are you for real? Too mind-blowing, I feel like my worldview has collapsed. Mu Jinyan walked over with a dark expression, grabbed Li Wuchen by the ear, and apologized to everyone at the same time. Sorry, he is just joking. Then with a firm tug, she dragged Li Wuchen by the ear toward the corner, leaving him no choice but to hunch over and follow her. Ouch, that hurts. Even after Li Wuchen sat back in the corner, everyone was still stunned. It was Qi Xuanyang who first snapped back to reality and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Alright, let us briefly assign the tasks. Arrangement, songwriting, and singing. Everyone, please make your choices. Of course, this is a group task and we all have to participate in the final performance. So does anyone want to take on songwriting or arrangement? Qin Luoli, standing to the side, thought for a moment. Given her level of expertise, she could certainly handle one of those roles. Brother Qi, I will take care of the songwriting. Gu Beiheng chose arrangement with full confidence, as he had composed the arrangements for most of his own rap tracks. Su Yongming also opted for arrangement. If anyone present understood the melody of a love song, it was most likely him. Mu Jinyan poked Li Wuchen as well, as she recognized his talent and hoped he would strive for more screen time. Are not you going to choose one? Li Wuchen thought about it. Both arrangement and songwriting were fine, but he did not want to be at the beck and call of someone like Gu Beiheng. Brother Chi, then I will participate in the songwriting as well. The short meeting ended. The temperature outside had gradually dropped, and the guests prepared to go back out to earn more peach coins. Li Wuchen leisurely returned to his room. He had not slept much before being woken up, so he needed to get a good afternoon nap now. Mu Jinyan was in a bit of a dilemma. Essentially, she wanted to continue deep-sea fishing to earn peach coins, but Li Wuchen had gone back to his room to sleep. Without a partner, she figured it would be hard for her to pull in the big fish from the sea alone, so she thought for a moment and returned to her room as well. Gu Beiheng returned to his room from the rehearsal studio, hunched over, and slowly crawled onto his bed. The production team's medical staff came over to help him with blood circulation and treat his sprained waist. Li Wuchen woke up in the afternoon. The artists who had gone out to earn peach coins had returned one after another, but only Zhao Yunjin was completely exhausted. Zhang Yuyao had negotiated with the director to rent picking tools for half the price for the afternoon, while Qin Luoli and Su Yangming had bundled themselves up tightly. With no mosquitoes breaking through their defenses, everyone washed up briefly and started preparing dinner. Seeing that the weather was nice, Li Wuchen changed into loose clothing. When he saw Mu Jinyan coming downstairs, he asked, "Boss, let us go for a run together." Mu Jinyan shook her head. She had not taken an afternoon nap in a long time, and this one had left her feeling dazed and disoriented. A faint look of disdain appeared in Li Wuchen's eyes as he grabbed Mu Jinyan's wrist and pulled her down the stairs. "Boss, look at your little paws, they have gotten chubby. Come on, let us go for a run." Everyone burst into laughter. After all, what kind of employee would dare to talk to their boss like that? Mu Jinyan instantly sobered up. This kid really needed a good scolding if left unchecked for 3 days. But before she could react, she was already being dragged out of the first encounter cabin by Li Wuchen. "Slow down." Li Wuchen acted as if he had not heard her and continued his fast-paced run, though he kept a close eye on Mu Jinyan. Mu Jinyan was helplessly dragged along. She rolled her eyes before saying obediently, "Fine, fine, let us run." The two of them jogged side by side, running back and forth along the beach for a long time before stopping to walk slowly, letting their breathing return to normal. Li Chen looked at the sunset in the distance, casting its lingering glow and evening clouds. As the waves crashed against his calves along with the sea breeze, he deeply understood the lyrics he had heard in his past life. The sunset and the evening breeze in a deep embrace. Mu Jinyan glanced sideways and sang along, mimicking what she had just heard. The sunset reflecting the evening breeze in a deep embrace. How fitting. "What song is this?" Li Wuchen grinned, put his hands behind his head, and looked up at the sky. "I do not know." "Huh? You do not know what you are singing?" Mu Jinyan guessed it was another song written by this kid. Was it prepared for next week's talent segment? She decided not to ask any more questions and swung her hands back and forth. "Yesterday, I had my assistant register the copyright for Seabed for you. Pick a time to record the song so we can upload it to the music platform." She turned her head to look at Li Wuchen, but he was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? She looked around, and seeing no sign of him, she turned back to find Li Wuchen squatting on the ground. "What are you doing?" "As I change." Li Wuchen put a finger to his lips to signal Mu Jinyan to be quiet, then focused intently on a small hole in the sand. He reached out to dig, and a sand crab the size of a child's palm appeared, moving its 8 legs at lightning speed. Li Wuchen was quick to pin it down, then picked it up and hurried over to Mu Jinyan. "Hey." Then he ran over to a staff member and handed the sand crab over. "How many peach coins is this worth?" The staff member was in a difficult spot, but the director's voice came through the earpiece. "Give him 1 peach coin." Li Wuchen happily took the peach coin and ran back to Mu Jinyan. He had not expected to earn a peach coin just by going for a stroll. Mu Jinyan held her forehead. It turned out he had not heard a single word of what she had said earlier. "Let us go back." Li Wuchen nodded, and the two returned to the first encounter cabin. In the courtyard, Li Wuchen started practicing his Bajiquan as usual. As it grew dark, Li Wuchen finished his practice, went upstairs to shower, and came down for dinner. Wow, Brother Chi's cooking skills. The future sister-in-law is in for a treat. Li Wuchen gave a thumbs up. Some people are just born perfect, handsome, a movie star, successful in his career, and on top of that, a great cook. Zhang Yuyao nodded while eating. After a day of getting along, she did not feel any sense of arrogance from Qi Xuanyang. On the contrary, he was very easygoing. However, Zhang Yuyao was also very self-aware. He was a movie star after all, and she did not assume she could become his friend. Mu Jinyan watched Li Wuchen eat and wondered if she should learn how to cook something. Wait, what am I thinking? I should be the one making Li Wuchen cook for me. After the meal, everyone had become much more familiar with each other, especially since they had worked on tasks together today. During their conversation, they were able to crack a few jokes here and there. The director picked up his megaphone, tapped it, and pressed a button. Next, we will announce the individual rankings from yesterday's talent segment. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. After all, it would not look good to be in last place in the very first episode. The director cleared his throat and began to announce the rankings. The first place contestant is Li Wuchen. Huh? Li Wuchen himself felt surprised, but on second thought, that song had a very wide audience on Blue Star, so it was not strange that people in this world would like it too. If he had any concerns before about this world not liking songs from another world, he was completely relieved now. The others also looked at Li Wuchen in shock. Gu Beiheng in particular clenched his fists, his gaze toward Li Wuchen carrying a hint of jealousy. He was a top-tier star, why was not he first? Mu Jinyan patted Li Wuchen's arm excitedly. The artist under her agency had really made something of himself. The other artists did not care too much about first place. As long as they were not last, it was fine. They all applauded and congratulated Li Wuchen. Then the director looked at the ranking sheet in his hand and continued to announce the results. The 8th place contestant is Zhao Yunjin. Zhao Yunjin did not have much of a reaction to being in last place. Instead, Zhang Yuyao took the initiative to hug her arm. The director announced the rankings of the other artists one after another, but no one paid much attention. First and 8th places were taken, so any other rank was pretty much the same. Mr. Li, because you won first place in this talent segment. Therefore, you will get a chance to leave the island, and the production team will provide a shopping fund of 300 yuan for your enjoyment. Of course, you also have the right to choose a person of the opposite sex to go off the island with you. Please tell me your choice before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As soon as these words came out, the other artists looked at Li Wuchen with envy. After all, they had been working hard all day to earn Peach Blossom coins. Li Wuchen actually gets to go out and play at the public's expense, and he can even bring a girl. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room also laughed when they saw the expressions of the various artists. Look at Su Yongming's envious little eyes. I am dying of laughter. Where are Gu Beiheng's fans? Your idol does not seem happy. You guys are not doing a good job, not even getting your idol first place. Are you fake fans? Li Guzi has made it, then hurry up and upload Under the Sea, hear me. The a cappella is already so sad. I really do not know how depressing it will be with music. Miss Zhao Yunjin's dance is also very beautiful. It is a pity she does not have a fan base. By the way, does anyone know where this is? Let us go block Li Guzi tomorrow, okay? Is not this near my hometown? When I was a kid, adults used to fish here and I have been to this island. Brothers, check out the videos on my profile, there is an address. Saw the location, bless you with twins. It is very close to me, I am going to block Li Guzi tomorrow. +1. After chatting in the living room for a while, everyone went upstairs to rest. It had indeed been a tiring day, especially for Zhao Yunjin, who almost hoed a whole field by herself. Li Wuchen happily opened Honor of Kings and started a new round of rank climbing. Seeing this, netizens also logged in to snipe him. However, with his superb skills and understanding that exceeded a dozen seasons, Li Wuchen still achieved a winning streak. Halfway through a match, a message popped up on his phone from the Summer of Passionate Love app. Li Wuchen swiped it away and continued his hearty battle, pushing all the way through about 10 minutes later. Only then did Li Wuchen open the Summer of Passionate Love app. It was still a message from Mu Jinyan. Who are you planning to take out with you tomorrow? This was a giveaway question. It was obvious the other party was telling him, choose me. Of course I am inviting my beautiful, charming, kind, and generous boss. Mu Jinyan held her phone and waited for a long time. Seeing Li Wuchen's reply, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Su Yongming thought for a long time and decided to send today's heartbeat message to his partner Qin Luoli. I feel like you have quite a talent for archery, even a bit better than me. Qin Luoli looked at the chat interface where she did not receive a reply yesterday and sighed softly. After all, she still needed to keep up appearances, so she chose to reply to Su Yongming. Yeah, you are also amazing, knocking down a chicken with one slap of a shovel. Zhao Yunjin was not interacting with Qi Xuanyang at the moment. She held her phone, hesitating and troubled, and finally opened the chat interface. Brother Chen, if I am grouped with you, can you teach me how to earn more Peach Blossom coins? I hoed the ground all day and did not even earn a fraction of what you did. Qi Xuanyang also started his business and opened Zhang Yuyao's chat interface. The Peach Blossom coins I earned today were thanks to your help, thank you. Zhang Yuyao was originally hesitating whether to try sending a heartbeat message to Qi Xuanyang, but at this moment she received a message initiated by Brother Qi, and she was completely stunned. She opened the chat interface in a panic, took a few deep breaths, and then replied, "You are welcome." Gu Beiheng was lying on the bed at the moment. After the medical staff's massage, his waist was almost healed, but he did not receive a reply to the heartbeat message he sent to Qin Luoli yesterday. Then he could only choose someone else today. Gu Beiheng thought to himself that it was simply too unwise of Qin Luoli not to reply to him. He originally wanted to create some hype with her and bring her some traffic. Now he could only choose someone else. Even if Qin Luoli regretted it in the future, he would not give her the chance to create hype anymore. Miss Yunjin, how many Peach Blossom coins did you earn today? Looking at the heartbeat message sent by Gu Beiheng, the viewers in the live broadcast room could not hold back anymore. No, how does this guy have the courage to ask? Hilarious, Zhao Yunjin almost finished the workload of 2 people by herself, and you still have the nerve to ask how much she earned. Be a decent human being. What kind of people can be fans of Gu Beiheng? Are there any requirements for fans submitting medical records? My sister in vocational school said Gu Beiheng is so handsome, so I kicked her out of the house directly. Now I am an only child. Get lost, I will not allow you to slander my idol. A bunch of losers, you will never reach my idol's height in your lifetime. I am standing right here, let me see who dares to talk bad about my idol. I will have my idol send you all lawyers' letters later. Do you want to go to jail? Gu Beiheng looked at the read receipt with no reply, which hurt even more than being left unread yesterday. Who am I, Gu Beiheng, a dignified top-tier male artist with tens of millions of fans, yet a little girl who just debuted did not even reply to my heartbeat message. Zhao Yunjin looked at the unreplied chat interface with a hint of disappointment on her face. Then she patted her quilt and fell fast asleep. At 7 o'clock the next day, the program staff knocked on the doors of Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan. Li Wuchen groggily climbed out of bed and opened the door with one eye half open. What is wrong? The staff smiled without saying a word. Before long, Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan appeared in an empty room on the 3rd floor, which was the makeup room prepared by the program team. Li Wuchen felt a bit helpless. After all, it was just a trip out to play, and he did not expect the program team to require makeup. About half an hour later, Li Wuchen looked at himself in the mirror and was a little surprised. It was just light makeup, but his aura instantly elevated. Boss, am I handsome? Mu Jinyan did not retort. Instead, she stood next to Li Wuchen, reached out to pinch his chin, and carefully looked him up and down. When we get back to the company, I will assign a makeup artist to you too. Li Wuchen rested one hand on Mu Jinyan's shoulder, admired his own good looks in the mirror, and then said with a bit of teasing, Boss, you are so lucky to see a peerless handsome guy first thing in the morning. Mu Jinyan slapped Li Wuchen's arm and could not help rolling her eyes. Give him an inch and he will take a mile. Narcissist. The stylist walked over, looked at Li Wuchen's figure and aura, and put together an outfit for him to change into. Mu Jinyan was already sitting in the living room waiting. Li Wuchen slowly came down the stairs with one hand in his pocket, his face looking somewhat serious and earnest. This made Mu Jinyan cast a sidelong glance. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Usually Li Wuchen just wore cheap shorts and slippers from street stalls. Now, having changed into a white shirt and a black functional cargo jacket, he looked full of texture and style. Even though it was just casual wear for an outing, it still made Li Wuchen look full of youthful spirit. Who knows if the stylist did it on purpose, but the top 2 buttons of his shirt were left undone, faintly revealing Li Wuchen's physique as he walked. It made him look lazy and well-behaved, yet with a hint of bad boy charm. It would not be an exaggeration to say he looked as elegant as Jade and unparalleled in the world. Of course, he is still slightly inferior to our great readers. The viewers who got up early to watch the live broadcast were also stunned at this moment. Is this really my bro? How did he go from a stray mutt to a wolf dog? Sisters, when Li the dog gets handsome, it really hits my heart. I am becoming a fan first. Let us fight for him, sisters. Li the dog is my husband. Then I will just carry away my wife, Diva Mu, hee. Personally, I think jokes should be kept in moderation. Some people keep calling her wife every day. If this girl were your sister or girlfriend, how would you feel if others called her that? Not to mention that Diva Mu is my wife, so I hope you guys know your limits. I was a mercenary abroad at the time, bullets whizzing past my ears. Suddenly a bullet hit my helmet. For a moment I thought I was going to die. I quickly lay down and took off my helmet. Fortunately, the helmet was only slightly scratched. I looked to the side and it turned out to be the abacus beads from your scheming. Stop arguing, everyone. Listen to me, Li the dog and Diva Mu both belong to our province. Not only did Mu Jinyan cast sidelong glances, but even the director was a little surprised. After all, when he saw the talent segment rankings yesterday, he was considering whether to keep him. Even though Li Wuchen was handsome, he always carried a bit of casualness. Now that he was serious, combined with his songs and the exposure from his show, he might really be able to step up to the high stage step by step from his program. He had seen many people, from superstars and best actors to various trainees. In short, he had never seen anyone like Li Wuchen who cared so little about his identity as an artist. Teacher Li, Teacher Mu, if you are ready, we can set off. Li Wuchen nodded, casually took Mu Jinyan's sunglasses and put them on himself, placed his fingers by his head and made a gesture. Let us go. After switching from a speedboat to a cruise ship, Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan sat at the front watching the scenery. The rising morning sun reflected on the sea, making it look sparkling. Boss, are you hungry? Mu Jinyan nodded gently. She was indeed a bit hungry. Li Wuchen chuckled and like magic took a bottle of milk out of his pocket. I happen to be hungry too. I will drink some first to hold me over. Li Wuchen sucked on the milk affectionately, looking as punchable as one could possibly be. What is it that tastes so good? So it is Shizzy crisp and mellow high-calcium low-fat pure milk, zero lactose, zero additives, enjoy aerospace quality, making the pure fragrance even richer. Looking at Li Wuchen's cheeky appearance, Mu Jinyan silently clenched her fists. She knew this guy would not be so kind. Just as she was about to punch him, Li Wuchen took out another bottle of milk and handed it over. "How could I forget, my dear boss?" Mu Jinyan snorted softly and turned her head away. "Late affection is cheaper than grass. It is just a bottle of milk. I do not care for it. Drink it yourself." Li Wuchen thoughtfully stuffed the straw into Mu Jinyan's mouth and squeezed gently. "Boss, it is going to spill out." In the end, after punching Li Wuchen, Mu Jinyan comfortably drank the milk. Over there, the guests had also gotten up. After simply buying ingredients to settle breakfast, the director chuckled wickedly. "Whether you can earn peach blossom coins today depends on whether you can give a surprise to our guests who went out to play." The few of them were full of question marks. "Surprise, the two of them went out to play and you still want us to prepare a surprise for them? Director, are you asking for death?" Seeing the indignant looks on the faces of the guests, Ji Xunyang quickly took the initiative to speak. "Director, what do we need to do?" The director had a smile on his face, and the audio in the live broadcast room was directly cut off for this segment. In the camera, the artists could only be seen frowning at first. Then their brows relaxed, and after that they all looked eager to try. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also full of question marks. "No way, what is it that I, a VIP, cannot listen to? Although we cannot hear the sound, I think Li the dog might be in trouble. Look at how happily Gu Beiheng is smiling. He is laughing his teeth off, right? I do not know why, but whenever Li the dog suffers a setback, I feel especially happy. I can even eat 2 more bowls of rice. Li the dog, hurry up and upload the song. I have been listening to the a cappella video under the program team's official Weibo these past 2 days. It is too troublesome. Every day at midnight, I cannot help but want to go to the official Weibo to listen to Under the Sea. The more I listen, the more uncomfortable I feel, and the more uncomfortable I feel, the more I listen. It is an indescribable feeling." Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan changed transportation again. Mu Jinyan looked at the 2-wheeled electric scooter and was at a loss for a moment. She looked up at Li Wuchen and asked softly, "Do you know how to ride it?" Li Wuchen held his helmet tightly with one hand and propped the other behind him, experiencing the fear of riding an electric scooter for the first time. "Boss, slow down, I'm scared." Mu Jinyan kept glancing between the road and her hands, terrified she might lose her grip on the handlebars. Stop yelling, I got this." Feeling the electric scooter swerving side to side like it was doing drunken boxing on the road, Li Wuchen grimaced. She was a true menace on the road. "Boss, how about I drive?" Mu Jinyan's eyes locked onto a pedestrian appearing ahead, and she immediately got nervous, causing the scooter to wobble as she rode. Where is the horn? Li Wuchen was shocked. Feeling that they were actually accelerating, he leaned forward, pressed his head against Mu Jinyan's shoulder, and reached out to cover her hands to control the handlebars. Beep beep. The pedestrian ahead dodged to the side of the road, and the two of them wobbled past. "Oh my god. That was terrifying." Li Wuchen steered toward the side of the road, slowly squeezed the brakes, and brought the shaky electric scooter to a halt. "It would not be embarrassing to just say you do not know how to ride right. Besides, you are a superstar, the boss. What is wrong with being a little out of touch with everyday life? A boss who refuses to be outdone by anyone." A fresh fragrance suddenly entered Li Wuchen's nose. He sniffed carefully and found it quite pleasant. Unlike the strong, pungent smell of perfume, it was more of a premium fresh scent with a hint of milkiness. Of course, this probably was not a natural body scent. It was most likely the smell of shampoo or body wash. After sniffing a few times, Li Wuchen finally realized that he was a bit too close to his boss. Mu Jinyan looked embarrassed. This was so humiliating. She had intended to speak up and let Li Wuchen drive, but when she turned her head, she accidentally kissed him right on the cheek. She froze on the spot. In all her years since debuting, she had always used a body double for kissing scenes, and now she had actually kissed one of her own artists. Feeling Li Wuchen's hot, masculine body pressed tightly against hers, she did not know whether to feel embarrassed or ashamed, and a blush uncontrollably crept onto her cheeks. This scene was perfectly captured by the camera, and the live comments completely exploded. "Ah, Li the dog stole my wife, we are sworn enemies. Li the dog, you bastard, I'm going to bleeping end you. Li the dog, get your paws off my goddess Mew right now, let go to hell. I demand a one-on-one fight with him. Today either he dies or I do. I cannot take this anymore. They are just in the next city over. I am going to drive there and run over Li the dog. Where are the locals? Where are the locals? Hurry up and go teach Li the dog a lesson in real life. Just a passerby here. Is not this a dating show? Is not physical contact totally normal?" Just a dozen seconds ago, the viewers in the live stream were laughing at Li the dog for being a coward, but the moment Goddess Mew kissed Li Wuchen on the cheek. Do you know what goes through the minds of hardcore boyfriend fans? Their damn hearts shattered into pieces. They wished they could appear at the recording site right here, right now, and scatter Li Wuchen's ashes to the wind. Mu Jinyan quickly pulled away, feeling both shy and annoyed. Her angry, puffed-up look was recorded flawlessly by the camera. Seeing Li Wuchen looking like he wanted to say something but stopping himself, while staring straight at her, pushed Mu Jinyan's embarrassment to the absolute limit. "What are you looking at?" Li Wuchen gave a dry laugh. Actually, that moment was so short that he did not feel anything. It was not much different from being brushed by the wind. "Well, you do look pretty." This sentence left Mu Jinyan at a loss for words. Her eyes went blank for 2 seconds before she stuttered a reply. "You will say that again." "Huh? Do not women like being called pretty? Is not that a universal rule? Could Mu Jinyan be an exception?" Li Wuchen looked at Mu Jinyan in confusion and tentatively whispered, "Then you do not look pretty." Mu Jinyan froze again. How dare he say I do not look pretty? She immediately bit down hard on Li Wuchen's arm. Li Wuchen felt the pain, but it was not too bad. He quickly reached out and pinched Mu Jinyan's cheeks. "Ouch, boss, you are the prettiest." Mu Jinyan slapped Li Wuchen's paws away and finally let him go. After this little episode, her expression returned to normal. Li Wuchen rubbed his arm through his clothes, but he could also tell that Mu Jinyan was probably just too embarrassed earlier and wanted to distract herself. Otherwise, with her speed, how could she possibly have managed to bite him? His internal martial arts instincts almost kicked in. Li Wuchen reached out and wrapped his arms around Mu Jinyan's waist. She jolted in surprise, and before she could react, Li Wuchen spun around and placed her on the back seat of the electric scooter. Not only were the bystanders stunned, but the staff and the viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Who was it that wanted to fight Li the dog one-on-one just now? Judging from this, Li the dog practices martial arts every day. He has actually got some skills. He picked up Goddess Mu with one hand. Is Li the dog really that strong? So what if Li the dog is tough? I am telling you, in 3 seconds he would be on his knees, begging me not to die. No, seriously guys, I just tried it and I can only lift a bag of rice with one hand. Am I the only one who thinks Li the dog's boyfriend energy was maxed out just now? Little brother Li Wuchen, your big sister here has several villas at home. Are you interested in moving in? Mu Jinyan had not even fully processed it before she found herself on the back seat of the scooter. That brief feeling of being suspended in the air was quite thrilling. I am hungry. Li Wuchen made an okay gesture and restarted the electric scooter. Hold on tight. It was also Mu Jinyan's first time riding on the back of an electric scooter. Lacking a sense of balance, she directly hugged Li Wuchen's waist. Li Wuchen took Mu Jinyan to a roadside breakfast shop, parked smoothly and kicked down the stand. There are a lot of people at this place. It looks like it should be pretty good. Just as the two walked up to the entrance, several young people ran out from inside, constantly comparing them with their phones. Wow, it is true, Li the dog and Goddess Mu came here to eat. Oh, hello Goddess Mu, you're my fan. I'm your fan, I'm just so excited. Li the dog, Brother Chen, when are your songs going to be uploaded to the music platforms? Idol, can I get your autograph? Can I take a picture with you? It could only be said that Goddess Mu had too many fans. Especially since she was not wearing a mask or anything to cover up, her aloof and elegant aura stood out way too much among ordinary people. Besides, her face alone was enough to dominate the entertainment industry. The title of the youngest, most stunningly beautiful superstar was not just something made up by marketing accounts. Hello, let us go one by one, okay? Li Wuchen stood beside Mu Jinyan like a bodyguard. Originally, there were only a few people here, but Mu Jinyan's highly recognizable face attracted a whole crowd of people coming over to ask for autographs and take photos. You can only say she truly deserves the title of the Queen of Domestic Entertainment. Just as Li Wuchen was maintaining order among the fans, a nerdy-looking young girl wearing glasses walked up to him. Could you give me an autograph? I am your fan. Me? Li Wuchen pointed a finger at himself doubtfully, afraid that the young girl had gotten too anxious waiting in line for Mu Jinyan's autograph, and was just turning to him, the bodyguard, in desperation. Are not you looking to get an autograph from my boss? The young girl timidly shook her head and handed over the photo in her hand. I want yours. Li Wuchen looked at the photo. It was exactly the scene of him and Mu Jinyan on the beach yesterday, except the photo mainly focused on him. He never expected to actually have a fan himself. He took it and signed his name. In his previous life, besides practicing Bajiquan, his master had also always required him to practice running script calligraphy. So at this moment, his signature was a stroke of elegant running script, with a hidden strength in his handwriting like a swimming dragon. Looking at the signature, the young girl was also slightly shocked. Then she took out her phone and asked expectantly, "Can we take a photo together?" Li Wuchen glanced at Mu Jinyan, who was still signing furiously next to him, gently nodded and flashed a peace sign. The young girl stood on her tiptoes and kissed Li Wuchen on the cheek. With a click, the photo was captured. The young girl suddenly bowed, said thank you, and ran away quickly. Li Wuchen touched his cheek. Am I really that charming? Just as he was thinking this, he turned his head and saw Mu Jinyan staring at him with a half-smile. How does it feel, big star Lee? Looking around and seeing that the fans had already left after getting their autographs, Lee Wuchen chuckled awkwardly and could only shrug his shoulders. She said we were just taking a photo. Who knew she would suddenly? Mu Jinyan suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. She did not expect Lee Wuchen to be such a blockhead. She had seen this kind of thing a lot. She had even almost encountered this kind of situation herself. It was Lee Wuchen's first time taking a photo with a fan, so naturally, he was not very aware. Alright, I am starving to death. Hurry, go buy me something delicious. Seeing that Lee Guzi got kissed by 2 girls in one day, the viewers in the live broadcast room simply could not sit still anymore. Damn, you really deserve to die, Lee Guzi. 3 minutes, find me the information on that glasses-wearing girl from just now. Would not it have been nice to sleep in this early in the morning? Why did I have to click into the live stream just to watch Lee Guzi get kissed? If you guys had Lee Guzi's looks, someone would probably kiss you too. Upstairs, if you do not know how to speak, just shut up. The two of them ate a full breakfast. The moment they walked out of the breakfast shop, they looked around in slight confusion. What should they do today? The director did not give them any missions either. Mu Jinyan pondered for a moment. Since the copyright for Under the Sea has already been registered, why not take this time to go and record the song? Let us find a recording studio and record Under the Sea. Later, I will have my assistant go talk to the people from the music platforms. Lee Wuchen gently nodded, but his mind had already begun to think about where he should take Mu Jinyan to have fun after recording the song. He blamed himself for thinking yesterday that the director would give them a mission, so he did not consider these things. He did not expect it to really just be a simple outing. Turning on the navigation, Lee Wuchen rode his electric scooter with Mu Jinyan, cruising leisurely on the road, and soon arrived at the nearest recording studio. Lee Wuchen also looked around curiously. After all, whether in his past life or present life, it was his first time entering a recording studio. The boss came over and shook hands with Lee Wuchen, while Mu Jinyan asked with familiar ease, "How do you charge here?" 1,500 yuan an hour. There were not many people here this early in the morning and many recording rooms were empty, the boss said as he led the way. Did you bring an instrumental track? Lee Wuchen still did not understand these things very well. Just as he was about to say they did not bring one, Mu Jinyan directly took over the conversation and said, "It is an original song. We are preparing to release a single." The boss was a bit taken aback, but it was just a mild surprise. After all, he had seen many people come to record original songs. It was just that basically all of them were nameless nobodies. Then are you planning to record the vocal part first or the instrumental part? For the instruments, do you need us to play them or will you do it yourself? Now Lee Wuchen understood. He pondered silently for a moment, thinking that with his beginner-level instrument mastery ability, he should be able to record Under the Sea, right? Let us record the instrumental part first. I will do it myself. Can you provide the instruments here? The boss brought Lee Wuchen and Mu Jinyan into a recording room specifically meant for recording instruments. Yes, we can. Subsequently, the studio staff brought over the instruments Lee Wuchen needed. The sound engineer also briefly asked about the effects Lee Wuchen wanted and if he had any specific requirements. Lee Wuchen explained a bit and the sound engineer nodded, adjusted the distance between the two microphones, and signaled to Lee Wuchen that he could begin. In about 40 minutes, Lee Wuchen had completely finished recording all the instrumental accompaniments needed. The sound engineer gave Lee Wuchen a thumbs up. He did not expect that Lee Wuchen basically nailed everything in one take, only occasionally needing him to point out some less than ideal spots. This money was earned way too easily. Then the boss took the two of them to another recording room to record the vocal part of the song. Lee Wuchen cleared his throat. The scene of him being beaten to death in the ring in his previous life kept replaying in his mind, and his entire mood plummeted completely. After all, the original melody of the song Under the Sea is very depressing. If the emotion is not rich enough, there is a high probability that it will not reach a level that satisfies him. The viewers in the live broadcast room who liked Under the Sea also became active. It is coming, Lee Guzi is finally going to record the song. Lee Guzi actually knows how to play so many instruments. Why did I hear a sense of pain coming straight from the soul in the instrumental accompaniment just now? From what I can see, Guzi's life is pretty good right now. He would not intentionally make us listen to this kind of song, right? In the first encounter cabin, the 6 guests blocked off the path leading to the 3rd floor, and even the show staff came over to help decorate the downstairs in the 2nd floor. Lee Wuchen and Mu Jinyan were completely unaware of this. In about 15 minutes, they had finished recording the entire vocal part. The recording studio boss looked at the young man in front of him in amazement. He had indeed seen many people, but Lee Wuchen's song was simply too beautiful. At this time, the studio boss noticed Mu Jinyan standing to the side. Although the boss did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry, he felt like he had seen her on TV before. Are you Mu Jinyan? Yes. It took about an hour and a half to get everything done, but when settling the bill, the boss only charged us for 1 hour. Li Wuchen looked at the balance on his phone and scratched his head awkwardly. Although his pay for recording the variety show was 200,000, it was still in the company's account. Mu Jinyan pushed Li Wuchen aside with one hand and scanned the code to pay the fee. After coming out of the recording studio, Mu Jinyan had already sent the song to her assistant and given her instructions. Beep beep. Li Wuchen unlocked the little electric scooter, straddled it, and patted the back seat. Boss, get on, I will take you for a joyride. Mu Jinyan was in a great mood. She sat on the back seat of the little electric scooter and hugged Li Wuchen's waist. Where are we going? Li Wuchen smiled without saying a word, glanced at the navigation and twisted the throttle. The little electric scooter maintained a speed of around 35. To make up for my past. Mu Jinyan did not ask any more questions. After all, Li Wuchen had already started working, now that the song recording was finished and judging by his current level. Li Wuchen had great potential. With just the song Under the Sea, he could even make a dash for the new song charts. Thinking of this, Mu Jinyan became somewhat interested, her fingers tracing the distinct ridges on Li Wuchen's abdomen. With your figure, you would be suited to be a model. What do you think? Any interest? Li Wuchen felt Mu Jinyan's mischievous little hand and immediately freed one hand to give it a smack. Boss, I sell my art, not my body. Mu Jinyan was smacked by Li Wuchen, but she did not stop. Instead, she grew even more intrigued and reached directly under his clothes, feeling Li Wuchen's well-defined abs. Sometimes you need to sacrifice yourself for art. Before long, Li Wuchen followed the navigation to their destination this time, a go-kart amusement park. Boss, stop touching, we are here. If you really want to, I can go to your room tonight. Mu Jinyan chuckled and got off the scooter, but if one looked closely at her cheeks, a faint blush could be seen. No need, just come to my office when we get back to the company. Huh? The boss likes this kind of vibe. Office romance. Then I cannot just throw away money for the sake of dignity, right? Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan did not dwell on this topic. Instead, they looked at the go-kart amusement park with fascination. Whether in his past life or present, he had only ever heard of such fun places. Boss, let us go racing. Before going in, the two asked the production team for masks to cover up a bit. After all, they were out to have fun and did not want to be bothered too much. There were already quite a few people in the go-kart amusement park. After Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan lined up to pay, they went to the outdoor track. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan chose a two-seater go-kart. There were already 7 or 8 people waiting inside the track area, and a staff member was holding a microphone to explain the rules to everyone. First of all, the brake is on the left and the gas pedal is on the right. You can step on them to get a feel for it, but remember not to step on both at the same time. Also, while driving, if you hit the barriers on either side, remember not to get out of the cart and do not stick your feet out. Just raise your hand to signal and our coach will come over. When our staff waves the black and white checkered flag, it means time is up. Everyone put on your protective gear and helmets, and please pay attention to safety. Meanwhile, the production team staff went over to communicate with the go-kart staff, wanting to place a camera on Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan's helmets. They also paid the fee, preparing to shoot third-person footage from behind the two. As the staff waved the flag, Li Wuchen started the go-kart and pulled down the visor on his helmet. Boss, hold tight. The roar of the engine sounded. Li Wuchen stepped on the gas and shot forward, quickly reaching the first corner. The steering wheels of the two-seater go-kart were synchronized. Li Wuchen turned the steering wheel and smoothly passed the corner, but a two-seater go-kart quickly overtook them from the side. It was also Mu Jinyan's first time playing this. She did not expect it to be so thrilling and pointed excitedly at the go-kart in front. Chase them, chase them. Li Wuchen made an okay gesture with one hand and floored the gas pedal. The go-kart behind them also followed closely as they arrived at the second corner. Mu Jinyan forcefully turned the steering wheel, driving Li Wuchen's side as well, but the speed was controlled and reduced quite a bit by Li Wuchen. After all, they were just out to have fun, so safety came first. They were overtaken again by the go-kart behind them. Li Jai even yielded a spot to let them pass safely. Mu Jinyan smacked the steering wheel, obviously a bit unhappy about being overtaken again. Seeing this, Li Wuchen also got serious. He followed closely behind the go-kart that had just overtaken them, but the cart in front clearly did not want to be passed and sped up. In the blink of an eye, they reached the next corner. The vehicle in front obviously slowed down, and Li Wuchen drove directly to the inside of the track. He released the gas pedal to let the go-kart naturally decelerate, then sharply turned the steering wheel and floored the gas. The RPM instantly shot up, but the tires had not caught up yet. As a result, it was like gliding on the ground, going straight into a drift. With a tailspin from the inside of the track, once the speed caught up, the go-kart straightened out and sped off to chase the next cart in front. Yeah? Mu Jinyan excitedly threw her hands up and cheered loudly, but it was tough on the production team's cameraman. Originally following behind Li Wuchen, he could normally shoot third-person footage. But now there was a go-kart between them, and the cart in the middle clearly did not want to yield. Li Wuchen also cheered excitedly along with Mu Jinyan. The two even took a spare moment to high-five and celebrate their successful overtake. They quickly caught up with the first driver who had overtaken them, but it was obvious that this first driver was a regular here. Li Wuchen wanted to repeat his trick and continue drifting to overtake from the inside of the track, but the go-kart in front had already taken the inside lane. With no other choice, Li Wuchen could only follow behind. The two drifted and spun their tails almost in sync. Although they did not successfully overtake, it still made Mu Jinyan exclaim in thrill. Li Wuchen, on the other hand, focused entirely on the go-kart in front. In this situation, it was just a competition of who made the fewest mistakes, but the staff ahead waved a yellow flag. It was an accident flag that required any passing vehicle to slow down. The two slowed down, and after driving past the accident spot, they accelerated almost simultaneously again, but this gave Li Wuchen an opportunity. During the deceleration just now, Li Wuchen did not step on the brake, but released the gas pedal to let the go-kart naturally slow down. But the car in front had a noticeable pause, clearly having braked to decelerate. So after stepping on the gas again, the front car's speed did not pick up immediately, and Li Wuchen quickly overtook from the outside of the track. At the moment of overtaking, Mu Jinyan made a V sign at the other go-kart. We won, we won. As the staff waved the checkered flag at the finish line, the time was officially up. The production crew following behind finally arrived at the finish line, a bit late to the party. Mu Jinyan took off her helmet, looking like she had not had enough and wanted to go again. Li Wuchen dared to race me. Li Wuchen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the cold and aloof CEO Mu Jinyan had actually gotten hooked on go-karting. Just racing is no fun, let us make a bet. Mu Jinyan was still riding the high of the excitement, and even if she were not, she was the type of woman who would never admit defeat. Fine, let us bet that the loser has to give the winner a massage. Huh? How did the boss know I am actually pretty good at that? In my past life, I practiced Baji Quan, and my techniques for improving circulation and relieving bruises were top-notch. Alright, you are on. The two headed to the indoor track. At this hour, most people at the park were families or couples, so the single-seater track was empty. As the staff waved the flag, they bumped fists, slammed on the gas almost simultaneously, and sped toward the first turn. Mu Jinyan aggressively tried to take the inside lane, and Li Wuchen slowed down just enough to let her take it. It is just a race, safety first. However, since it was Mu Jinyan's first time, she had not learned how to drift to overtake yet. Li Wuchen drifted from the outside, his tail almost hitting the barrier, then he floored it, letting the cart's momentum straighten it out as he surged ahead. Mu Jinyan got anxious and chased after him, and Li Wuchen slowed down a bit to let her catch up. But he kept his cart positioned to block her path, preventing her from passing. Boss, is that all you have got? Provoked by Li Wuchen, Mu Jinyan gripped the steering wheel tight, feeling like she wanted to get out and punch him. They reached the end of the track. Li Wuchen figured since he brought her out to have fun, he should let her enjoy it a bit more. He pretended to make a mistake, let off the gas, and hit the brakes, allowing Mu Jinyan to overtake him and cross the finish line. Li Wuchen followed her across. Mu Jinyan took off her helmet and tossed her hair back, looking heroic and stunning with her cold, elegant aura. I won, Li Wuchen, am I amazing or what? Li Wuchen gave her a thumbs up, got out to take off his helmet, and high-fived her. It is just a game, winning or losing does not matter as much as the social dynamics. As expected of the boss. The viewers in the live stream were spamming ha. Wait, I was searching for civil service exam materials, how did I end up in this stream? Li, you have changed, should not you have just crossed the line and then mocked Diva Mu? Hilarious, Li really let her win on purpose. Actually, I think if Li were a boyfriend, this would really make a girl happy. Damn, look at how happy Diva Mu is. I was wrong, turns out the netizens are the clowns. Wait, is massaging Diva Mu supposed to be a punishment? If it were me, I would lose to her on purpose too. Oh, Li is such a sly dog. The two had a blast at the go-kart park, laughing from the heart and driving around the track tirelessly. Li Wuchen, hurry up and teach me how to drift. After switching to a two-seater cart, Li Wuchen did not drive too fast, explaining the details of drifting to Mu Jinyan. Before they knew it, it was 11:00 a.m. Mu Jinyan started to feel a bit tired and sat on the sidelines watching Li Wuchen drift. Her life had never had much entertainment. It was basically all work, never daring to relax for even a second. But watching Li Wuchen playing so freely, a genuine smile could not help but bloom on her lips. Perhaps this time was very short, so short it did not even last a morning, but in her memory, even after a long time, she would be happy just thinking about it. After Li Wuchen got tired, he sat beside Mu Jinyan. This feeling of eventually compensating for the past was something he would never forget. Boss, are you happy? Mu Jinyan handed him a bottle of water. To say she was not happy would be a lie, as the smile on her face had already betrayed her. When we get back to the company, let us organize a go-kart team building event and race again. Same old rules with a bet. Li Wuchen rested his hand on Mu Jinyan's shoulder, and after a short break, they left the go-kart park. Let us go get something to eat first. The crowds and traffic on the street began to thin out at noon. Mu Jinyan felt that after driving the cart, she could handle the electric scooter. Okay, I will drive. Huh? Is that really a good idea? Li Wuchen felt that riding a scooter was not just about being responsible for oneself, but also for the pedestrians, right? Boss, safety first, safety first. Mu Jinyan sat directly on the front seat of the scooter and, imitating Li Wuchen, patted the back seat. Let's talk, get on. A woman who is strong and never admits defeat, how could she be beaten by an electric scooter? Li Wuchen figured if anything happened, he could take control of the scooter, and it was midday with hardly anyone around, so it should be fine. Go slow, I'm scared. Although he said that, Li Wuchen had already straddled the back seat, but he was a bit hesitant to put his hands around Mu Jinyan's waist. Mu Jinyan naturally noticed his hesitation and suddenly twisted the throttle. Because of inertia, the scooter moved forward while Li Wuchen stayed in place, nearly flying off. She then slammed on the brakes, and Li Wuchen snapped back into place. Boss? Mu Jinyan covered her mouth and laughed, then put her hand back on the throttle. If you do not hold on tight, you are going to be thrown off. Li Wuchen stopped worrying about the etiquette between men and women. His life was more important. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pressed his face against her back, and looked at the camera nearby. Seriously, is your production crew that stingy? Could not you have prepared a car? Mu Jinyan felt his strong arms, his palms radiating a warmth higher than her own body temperature. If she were on her period, would his hands be very warm? Hold on tight, here we go. This time the scooter moved quite smoothly. Li Wuchen was surprised and his anxious heart finally settled. Feeling her abdomen, there was not even any excess fat. Her figure was just perfect. He could not help but pinch a tiny bit of flesh, squeezing it with his fingers. No wonder people in short videos always want to pinch their girlfriend's skin. It feels so comfortable. It was soft like a marshmallow, but with a real texture, so squishy it was addictive. Boss, you should lose some weight, you have got some pudge. Damn it, I was tired of cursing, but seeing this makes me mad again. That bastard Li is taking advantage and still acting innocent. Bullshit, Queen Mu has the best figure in the entertainment industry. Li, get your paws off her. Oh, what are you doing? I am grinding my back teeth to dust out of jealousy, and you are still complaining. Can you take your hand off Queen Mu's waist? I am speechless, you creep. I really want to squeeze it too, just once, just once. Shut up, if you squeeze again, I will beat you to death. Mu Jinyan said in annoyance. Her figure was so great, yet he was playing around and even calling her fat. Li Wuchen squeezed Mu Jinyan's soft flesh again, wanting more. This feeling was truly addictive. Boss, what are we having for lunch? Mu Jinyan really wanted to smack Li Wuchen's paws away, but having just learned to ride the electric scooter, she did not dare to ride one-handed. As I do not know. Li Wuchen was not surprised by this, but he had already thought of a place and directly opened the navigation. Let us eat hot pot, turn left. Mu Jinyan thought that was fine too. Following Li Wuchen's directions, she rode smoothly all the way to the hot pot restaurant. Over at the first encounter cabin, the guests had completely decorated the entire second floor. Even the director was stunned for a few seconds when he came over, wondering, is this my first encounter cabin? After decorating all morning, the group of guests not only did not complain about being tired, but they all looked full of fighting spirit. It was the director who came up to remind the guests that it was already noon, and maybe they should eat first. Everyone had already bought ingredients for the day, so they went straight downstairs to the kitchen to cook. Gu Beiheng thought about how he had not stepped into the kitchen once in the past 2 days, and had even been reminded by his manager that he was not the only top star here. I will cook. The other artists looked at each other in dismay. After all, judging from the past 2 days, this top star could not endure the slightest hardship. And now he was actually volunteering to cook. Qi Xuanyang was the one who stepped forward. Among the artists here, he was the only one with a bit more seniority, while Qin Luoli looked completely indifferent. Little Gu, how about you just be my assistant? Seeing everyone's distrustful gazes, Gu Beiheng was about to lose his temper. Who am I? I am Gu Beiheng, a top star in the entertainment industry. It is your honor that I am volunteering to cook for you, okay? And you are actually being picky. No need, Brother Qi, let me cook today. Hearing this, Qi Xuanyang stopped trying to persuade him, and the others could not be bothered to either. Seeing that everyone's reaction was not as excited as he had imagined, Gu Beiheng clenched his fists, determined to let them taste his cooking. Then he would slap their faces at the dining table and make them praise him one by one. Turning around and going downstairs, Gu Beiheng ducked into the kitchen, leaving the other artists not knowing what to say. No one even volunteered to go to the kitchen to help Gu Beiheng. It was Qi Xuanyang who could not stand it anymore, rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen to help. Zhao Yunjin originally wanted to stop Qi Xuanyang, but after thinking about it, they were recording a show after all, and they could not let the audience see too much disharmony among the guests. Yuyao, where would be a fun place for us to hide tonight? Zhang Yuyao handed Zhao Yunjin a bottle of milk, looked around, and finally her gaze landed on the sofa they were sitting on. Let us arrange the sofa this afternoon. Hiding here should be pretty good. Su Yangming also nodded. This was indeed a good place, and then he chuckled. Then I will hide behind the door. I can wait for them to come in and close the door. Thinking of this scene, Qin Luoli could not help but chuckle and also joined in. Brother Su, I think closing the door should be left to the production team. It might be more fun. Zhao Yunjin suddenly slapped the sofa, and the girl looked at the production staff not far away. Let the production staff hide too, otherwise the effect might not be very good. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan had already started eating. Not long after Mu Jinyan's phone rang. Seeing her assistant on the screen, she answered and asked directly. How did the talks go? The assistant on the other end of the phone was also very efficient and replied directly. I just talked with Tencent Music and NetEase Music. Tencent Music wants to buy the copyright of the song and offered 800,000. NetEase Music wants an exclusive signing and offers a 100% revenue share. Boss, which one should we choose? I personally lean towards selling the copyright because we are not sure how much money the song can make. Mu Jinyan did not answer immediately, but instead looked at Li Wuchen, because the registered copyright belonged to him. What do you think? Li Wuchen immediately ruled out Tencent Music. It was impossible to sell the copyright. If he sold it, he would not even be able to sing his own song in the future. If he wanted to sing it, he would have to buy the cover copyright from Tencent Music. How troublesome. NetEase Music. Mu Jinyan put down her chopsticks and thought briefly. If they sold the copyright for 800,000, the company would take a portion of the revenue share. But judging from the audience's reaction, this song should become somewhat of a hit. Earning 800,000 might take a bit longer, but it should not be hard. Although an exclusive signing would not have as much exposure as uploading it to several platforms together, it was still a good choice. So she said to the assistant on the phone, let us go with NetEase Music. After hanging up the phone, Mu Jinyan felt a bit more cheerful, she said while eating. After we go back to the company, do you want me to change your manager? When Li Wuchen first transmigrated here, that manager was like a grim reaper every day, wishing he could push him to go out and work 24 hours a day. No need, I am fine on my own, I do not want a manager. Mainly because being controlled by someone else made Li Wuchen uncomfortable all over. Plus, in a place like the entertainment industry with so much drama, he'd get scolded by a manager just for taking an extra bite of food. Mu Jinyan looked at Li Wuchen thoughtfully, not knowing what she was considering in her mind. After a long while, she said leisurely, follow me from now on, let my assistant handle things like negotiating contracts. As an artist, there always needs to be someone to take on jobs and negotiate contracts. If they did everything themselves, the time available for creating would be greatly compressed. As they were finishing their meal, an electronic contract was sent to Mu Jinyan's phone. It was from her assistant. Mu Jinyan carefully read through the contract. Even though she knew NetEase Music should not have any problems and her assistant had probably read it too, she still went through it carefully. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. After confirming there were no issues with the contract, Mu Jinyan handed her phone to Li Wuchen. Sign this electronic contract. In a bit, my assistant will help you upload your music to NetEase Music. After signing the electronic contract, the two of them were almost done eating. Mu Jinyan seemed to be addicted to riding the electric scooter, sitting her butt right down on it. I guess we will be hearing under the Sion Netimo music soon. Li Wuchen originally wanted to ride the scooter and take Mu Jinyan straight to the next fun spot, but now he had to sit on the back and act as a human navigation system again. Boss, let us go make some souvenirs, shall we? Mu Jinyan put her sunglasses and mask back on and the two set off again. Perhaps because they had just eaten, Li Wuchen felt that the flesh on Mu Jinyan's stomach had grown a bit more. If the feel earlier was firm and fleshy, now it had a bit more of a soft, relaxed fleshiness. Mu Jinyan felt her riding skills had improved, so she slowly let go with her other hand, watching the little electric scooter continue to move forward steadily. She nodded in satisfaction and then slapped Li Wuchen's arm. What kind of souvenirs? After being slapped, Li Wuchen not only did not pull his hand back, but as if pushing his luck, he directly pinched the flesh on Mu Jinyan's stomach. Just listen to me, turn right at the traffic light ahead. Feeling that Li Wuchen was not holding back at all and was instead becoming even more brazen, Mu Jinyan directly pinched his arm. Li Wuchen pretended to be in pain and gasped, but Mu Jinyan could only use her left hand, so she did not have much strength. Boss, the flesh on your stomach is so fun to play with. What is wrong with me playing with it for a bit? Besides, boss, you touched mine too, and you even secretly kissed me. Huh? Mu Jinyan choked up, suddenly not knowing what to say. It seemed like he had a point. The next moment, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly defended herself. I did not secretly kiss you, that was an accident. Li Wuchen directly reached up and covered his ears, pressing his head against Mu Jinyan's shoulder. I am not listening, I am not listening. Fist clenched. I am so mad. Mu Jinyan finally experienced the feeling of a scholar meeting a soldier, where reason simply cannot be explained. Li Wuchen, just wait until I park the scooter, see if I do not beat you to death. Li Wuchen chuckled. If just now was only the appetizer, then what came next was the main course. Are you being fierce with me? You are actually starting to yell at me now. Mu Jinyan was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to say something, Li Wuchen's voice came from behind again. Besides, setting the facts aside, are you saying you are not at fault at all? Treating me like this, I am going to get depressed. At this moment, not only was Mu Jinyan completely dumbfounded, but the viewers in the livestream were also spamming question marks. Outrageous. How on earth did Li Doggy manage to say setting the facts aside? I feel like what Li Doggy said makes absolutely no sense, but I do not know how to refute him. Learn something new. I am going to use this to punish my boyfriend right now. Upstairs, do not be too ridiculous. Mu Jinyan opened her mouth, completely at a loss for what to say to refute Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen went back to playing with the flesh on Mu Jinyan's stomach, and then continued. Besides, did you think I was just doing this for fun? After my examination, boss, you have stomach gas and will fart often. The expression on Mu Jinyan's face twisted. If she was not riding the scooter, she would definitely have beaten Li Wuchen to death. Bullshit, you are the one with stomach gas. Besides, farting is human nature, so what if I fart, do you not fart? As soon as these words came out, the livestream went blank for a few seconds. The next moment, Mu Jinyan's fans passionately opened fire. I feel like my filter for Diva Mu is about to shatter. The aloof CEO Diva Mu, she is the aloof goddess in my heart, how could she say such things? Li Doggy, we are enemies now, mortal enemies, aha. Actually, I do not think Diva Mu is wrong, celebrities are human too. Upstairs, shut up, my Diva Mu is above worldly matters. Many of Mu Jinyan's fans felt that this country bumpkin Li Doggy was constantly corrupting the goddess in their hearts. At this moment, it was as if their patience had reached its limit, with everyone rallying together. However, many passersby liked this bickering couple dynamic. Mu Jinyan had been in the industry for so long, but she had never said such things. Not only was she an aloof goddess CEO in the eyes of her fans, but passersby also knew of Diva Mu's aloofness. Her face alone was enough to make her a legend, and she had even secured the position of diva with her acting skills, becoming the youngest stunning diva in the domestic entertainment industry. The audience's filter for her naturally came with a fairy-like aura. How could a fairy fart? But who would have thought that Diva Mu would actually say such a thing herself, almost causing her fans' filters to shatter all over the floor. Li Wuchen was also stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, giving his own answer to Mu Jinyan's final question. I mostly rely on holding it in. Hearing this, Mu Jinyan laughed out of anger and simply let Li Wuchen's mischievous hands be. A short while later, Li Wuchen calmly said stop, and the two arrived at their destination. Ceramic Craft Experience Hall. Mu Jinyan looked up at the experience hall, then looked at Li Wuchen and asked in confusion. You know how to do this? Li Wuchen showed a confident smile, grinned and blurted out. No, I do not. If I did, I would have gone straight to a master ceramic craft hall. Why would I come to an experience hall? Mu Jinyan fell silent again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she directly started punching and kicking Li Wuchen. However, she was just putting on a show to vent her anger. Li Wuchen cooperatively ran towards the experience hall while pretending to be hit and wailing. The two walked into the ceramic handmade experience hall, playing and fighting. The female boss came over to greet them, and seeing their state, she thought they were a couple. After Li Wuchen simply paid the money, the boss led the two to a double workstation and gave them a brief demonstration. At this time, there was not a single customer in the experience hall. It was probably because they had just finished lunch, or perhaps because ceramic craft experience halls were not yet popular among the general public. After the female boss explained the essentials once, she tactfully walked away. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan sat opposite each other, and the clay was already placed on the workstation. Boss, what are you planning to make? Mu Jinyan pondered for a moment. She did not have many ideas at the moment, so she said, let us make a cup. What about you? Li Wuchen brought over 2 aprons, handed one to Mu Jinyan, and after tying his apron, thought for a moment. A wine jug. The workstation started spinning. Mu Jinyan imitated the boss from earlier, preparing to make the shape of a cup, but she used too much force at once and it collapsed directly. Li Wuchen unkindly burst out laughing, then patted the clay to make it a bit flatter. After all, the boss of the Ceramic Craft Experience Hall had also started from this step earlier. Li Wuchen continued to pull it up and down. This step was mainly to knead the clay more evenly, squeeze out excess air, and make the clay more refined. Boss, pay attention to your technique. Just as Mu Jinyan was staring intently at Li Wuchen's technique, he suddenly reached out and wiped his hand right across her face. 3 clay fingerprints instantly appeared on Mu Jinyan's fair face, adding a touch of worldly warmth to her usually cold and unapproachable beauty. Li Wuchen looked at his prank with satisfaction, while Mu Jinyan feigned displeasure, lowering her head, and faint crying sounds could be heard. She is crying. No way. Li Wuchen hurriedly stood up in a panic. He reached out his hands, but realizing they were covered in clay and having no time to wash them, he just wiped them clean on his clothes. He pulled a tissue from his pocket, and just as he was about to cup Mu Jinyan's face to wipe off the clay fingerprints, he saw her flash a smile. Then a hand smacked right onto the side of Li Wuchen's face. As if afraid he would dodge, her other hand grabbed onto his collar. Ha ha ha, it looks so good. Mu Jinyan admired the clay fingerprints on Li Wuchen's face. Li Wuchen finally reacted and immediately scooped up a handful of clay. Seeing this, Mu Jinyan jumped up and ran. Li Wuchen immediately chased after her and cornered her against the wall. The clay-stained hand hovered above Mu Jinyan's head and slowly lowered. Mu Jinyan simply lifted her chin, puffing out her chest, and looked at Li Wuchen with a proud and defiant expression. Watching Li Wuchen's hand get closer and closer, Mu Jinyan could not help but feel a little guilty, though she still maintained her composure. I am going to hit you now. Li Wuchen gently pressed his finger onto the center of Mu Jinyan's forehead, then lightly swiped a few times, leaving a floral clay pattern between her brows. Mr. Cameraman, does not my boss look beautiful? The cameraman nodded his camera up and down a few times in approval. Mu Jinyan looked skeptically at the lens in the cameraman's eyes, as if trying to find a flaw. Really? The viewers in the livestream got to admire Mu Jinyan's divine beauty up close. Wow, Diva Mu's looks are totally slaying me. I did not know Doggy Lee had such skills. That pattern between her brows really gives Diva Mu a touch of heroic spirit. Seriously, I'm not jealous of Doggy Lee at all, really. Deep Sea is out on the Netimo music platform. The full version is so depressing, but the more you listen, the more addictive it gets. Once Deep Sea plays, even ghosts and gods weep. Listening to Deep Sea while watching Doggy Lee flirt with Diva Mu here, the more I listen, the worse I feel. I am seriously speechless. He is having the time of his life, but he makes us listen to this kind of song. The two returned to making pottery. Li Wuchen had already started shaping his piece, while Mu Jinyan's kept collapsing over and over again. Finally, Li Wuchen could not bear to watch any longer. He got up, walked behind Mu Jinyan, and placed his hands over hers. Boss, feel the pressure carefully and shape it into a cup that you like. Mu Jinyan's heart suddenly fluttered, but she quickly regained her composure and enjoyed the crafting process. Before long, a heart-shaped cup took form. Mu Jinyan looked up at Li Wuchen in pleasant surprise. It is done, it looks so good. Li Wuchen slowly let go and turned off the pottery wheel before returning to his own side to make a wine jug for himself. Do not mess with it, boss. Wait for me to finish and we will paint them later. Mu Jinyan nodded and rested her chin on her hands as she watched Li Wuchen work. Right now he was totally focused, his expression meticulous. He actually looks quite handsome like this. Thinking this, Mu Jinyan got up and went to Li Wuchen's side. About 10 minutes later, his wine jug was also finished. It looked very much like the wine jugs used by ancient swordsmen. Li Wuchen simply washed his hands and brought over the paints and brushes. Just as he was about to add some color, Mu Jinyan grabbed his arm. I will paint first. Li Wuchen studied Mu Jinyan's face, as if trying to figure out her intentions. Boss, your heart cup has not been painted yet, has it? Are not you going to paint that first? Mu Jinyan just picked up a brush and dipped it into the black paint. Mind your own business. She then wrote the character Mu on Li Wuchen's wine jug, as if declaring her sovereignty. Then she picked up another brush, dipped it in pink paint, and drew a cute little pig's head next to the character Mu. Only then did she put down the brush in satisfaction and return to her seat to paint her heart-shaped cup. Li Wuchen looked at the pink pig's head. It had a less than intelligent aesthetic to it. Boss, your drawing is really somewhere between pretty and ugly. Mu Jinyan looked at Li Wuchen in confusion. What did he mean by somewhere between pretty and ugly? Just average. Li Wuchen looked at the wine jug, not knowing where to start painting, and shook his head with a look of pity. Pretty ugly. I am dying of laughter. I learned a new phrase. Somewhere between pretty and ugly is pretty ugly. The piglet Diva Mu drew is so cute. Doggy Lee really does not know what is good for him. But to be honest, that ancient-style wine jug Doggy Lee made is really nice. Can they put up a link? I want to buy it. Exactly. For that suitcase from last time, can they get Doggy Lee as a spokesperson? Or maybe negotiate with the production team and put it in the shopping cart. Doggy Lee is the only person on the entire internet who would complain about Diva Mu's piglet. Do not move. Holding her brush, Mu Jinyan drew a matching piglet on Li Wuchen's face. Li Wuchen wanted to cry but had no tears. If he had known, he would not have said anything. Never try to guess a woman's mind. After they finished messing around, both of them got to work painting their pottery. Mu Jinyan covered her heart-shaped cup with pink piglets and finally wrote the character Chen on the side of it. Meanwhile, Li Wuchen was concentrating intently, painting an ancient-style beauty beneath the character Mu and the pig's head. He would glance up at Mu Jinyan from time to time, then look down and continue painting. Every feature was lifelike, especially the cinnabar mark between the ancient beauty's brows. It truly captured that classic charm. Using black paint to outline the figure, Li Chen then used cyan paint to color the long dress. Finally, he wrote 2 lines of poetry vertically beside the ancient beauty. Turning her head with a smile, 100 charms are born, all the powdered ladies of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. The owner of the Pottery Experience Studio also came over and took their works off the wheel. However, the finished products would not be ready immediately. They needed to air dry naturally, a process that takes about 10 to 15 days. It would also require 2 firings and glazing. In total, the final products would take about 15 to 20 days. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan left their address so the owner could mail the finished items to them later. The studio owner looked at Li Wuchen's work and clicked his tongue in admiration. "Young man, have you ever considered getting into the pottery business?" Hearing this, the cameraman gave Li Wuchen's wine pot a close-up, broadcasting it clearly into the live stream. "Oh my god, being single for 30 years, somehow Li Guzi's drawing looks rather delicate and pretty to me. Li Guzi has this kind of skill. At first I thought the piggy drawn by Diva Mu was cute, but now that it is on the wine pot I really cannot bear to look at it." Looking at it this way, it is not unreasonable for Li Guzi to say it is ugly. "Hey, why do I feel like Li Guzi drew it based on Diva Mu? It looks exactly like her." Really, it looks 99% like Diva Mu, so is Li Guzi praising Diva Mu for her beauty. "Li Guzi, you should change careers. Open a shop quick and I will order a ceramic craft every day." By the time the 2 of them came out of the ceramic craft experience hall, it was already afternoon and the temperature outside was slowly dropping. "Boss, there is a snack street nearby. Let us go take a stroll." Mu Jinyan saw that Li Wuchen was in high spirits and could not bear to ruin the mood, so she agreed. The 2 walked to the nearby snack street. It was afternoon and the street was crowded with people, with street stalls lined up one after another. From far away, Li Wuchen could smell the aroma. In his past life, because he had to compete, he could only eat these snacks when he was resting during the off-season. He was already swallowing his saliva at this moment. Mu Jinyan was also tempted, but thinking about the need for body management, she temporarily dismissed the idea. "Do not eat too much." Li Wuchen did not pay much attention to what Mu Jinyan said. As soon as they stepped into the snack street, he pulled her to a stall. "How much is a portion of grilled cold noodles?" $5. "I will take 2. Mu Jinyan gently tugged at Li Wuchen's sleeve and said softly, "I am not eating." Li Wuchen's attention was all on the surrounding street stalls. There was a dazzling array of snacks. At this moment, only one word was written in his eyes. "Eat." "Huh, what did you say, boss?" Mu Jinyan facepalmed. It seemed necessary to find a time to have a good talk with Li Wuchen about celebrity body management. After finishing the 2 portions, the grilled cold noodles stall owner looked at Li Wuchen and asked, "Do you want it spicy?" Li Wuchen looked at Mu Jinyan beside him. After all, he did not recall his boss ever eating spicy food. "One insanely spicy and one not spicy." Mu Jinyan gritted her teeth and smacked Li Wuchen hard. Her face was full of helplessness and frustration. As a singer, he actually wanted to eat insanely spicy food, did not he care about his voice. "You are not allowed to eat anything too spicy." The stall owner quickly packed the 2 portions. Li Wuchen scanned the code to pay before replying. "Then, the insanely spicy one is for you." Mu Jinyan. Li Wuchen felt that he was fine with either spicy or non-spicy, but he still handed the non-spicy portion to Mu Jinyan. Mu Jinyan turned around in a huff, not really wanting to talk to Li Wuchen. "What is wrong?" Li Wuchen looked blankly at the cameraman's lens, then quickly caught up, hanging his insanely spicy portion on the camera. He then picked up a piece with a bamboo skewer and placed it by Mu Jinyan's mouth. "Just take a taste, it is really good." "Oi champh." Mu Jinyan glared at Li Wuchen in annoyance, but the next moment the grilled cold noodle was stuffed right into her mouth. "MMPH." After chewing a few times and swallowing, Mu Jinyan continued. "Li Wuchen, can you just be obedient?" "Huh? What did I do that requires me to be obedient?" Li Wuchen was feeding Mu Jinyan while trying to think of how to answer. "Boss, I am just an employee. I sell my skills, not my body." For a moment, Mu Jinyan did not know how to express it to let Li Wuchen know that he was now a star, an entertainer, a singer. He needed to protect his voice and could not eat anything too spicy. "I do not care, you have to listen to me. You can buy it, but you are not allowed to eat spicy food anymore." "Okay, then I will take that insanely spicy grilled cold noodle back and wash it with water before eating." Saying that, Li Wuchen skewered another piece of grilled cold noodle. Just as Mu Jinyan was ready to be fed, Li Wuchen put it into his own mouth. After the 2 of them polished off the grilled cold noodles together, Li Wuchen set his sights on the skewers and takoyaki. "Boss, this is super delicious." Li Wuchen pulled Mu Jinyan and ran over to the skewer stall, starting to pick things out. In no time, he had selected 2 large bowls full of food. "Boss, wait for me here for a second, I'm going to go buy some takoyaki." Mr. Cameraman, protect my boss or I will hold you responsible. With that, Li Wuchen ran to another stall not far away. He briefly told the stall owner the quantity paid and then ran off to yet another place. About 15 minutes later, Li Wuchen ran back with the takoyaki, and the skewers were already packed up. Li Wuchen saw the heavy foot traffic in the snack street and realized that eating while walking would be somewhat troublesome and might even result in bumping into passersby. With a glance, he spotted some small folding stools and a small table behind the skewer stall. "Boss, let us sit here and finish eating before we continue strolling." The camera in the live stream switched. Over at the first encounter cabin, the entire living room had also been decorated. Everyone high-fived each other and smiled in satisfaction. If it were not for the unidentifiable food sitting on the dining table, Gu Beiheng felt that he would have been able to blend in with them too. Recalling the expressions on the guests' faces the moment the food was served, that hesitant look deeply pierced Gu Beiheng's heart. None of the guests dared to touch the food he had worked himself to the bone to make. He looked at everyone full of anticipation, while everyone wished they could just kill him. In the end, the director could not stand it anymore and provided food for the guests. Judging by the appearance of these dishes, eating them would cause non-stop diarrhea at best and food poisoning at worst. They were especially looking forward to the moment Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan pushed the door open. Their expressions would definitely be uniquely spectacular. Not only that, to give them an immersive feeling, several small speakers were placed in the corners of the living room. When the time came, they just needed to turn on the music, and the atmosphere would instantly be set. Of course, a sense of ceremony could not be lacking either. For this, the show's prop team brought in a whole bunch of props for the guests to choose from. The wardrobe team also carefully selected their best pieces, and had the guests change into them in advance too, as they said, get a feel for it. After all, when it comes to a sense of ceremony, feeling is everything. Especially the show's staff, who all changed into clothes from the wardrobe team and fixed the cameras in the corners. Even the director personally stepped in, picking out a purple outfit. It just looked somewhat comical, causing the guests and staff to burst into laughter. Even the usually unsmiling Chi Xunyang could not help but look at the director in amusement, making a timely joke. "Director, with your entrance, our setup is completely ruined." The production crew's camera panned over to Li Wuchen, who plopped himself down on the curb by the snack street. As the camera shifted, it caught the youngest and most divine-looking superstar in Chinese entertainment sitting on a small stool, eating street skewers. And she actually seemed to be enjoying it. Mu Jinyan's fans in the live stream went absolutely berserk. It is one thing to take the superstar to a snack street for street food. After all, celebrities are human too. But you let the naturally aloof and elegant superstar take off her mask and sit on the side of a crowded street to eat skewers. Given Mu Jinyan's fame, to put it bluntly, even with a mask and sunglasses she'd be recognized, so why take off her mask and sit on the curb? With a large camera filming right next to her, how could passersby not notice? Does my superstar idol not care about her reputation? Does she not care about her image? Damn it, Li, are you even human? The idol filter around Mu Jinyan has completely shattered today. Li, can you please do something decent for once? It is over, tomorrow's trending topic. Top star in Chinese entertainment reduced to eating skewers on the roadside. Wait, she actually looks like she is enjoying it. Actually, seeing her like this, it does not seem that different from our daily lives. Wake up, Mu, you are a superstar, do not let that guy lead you astray. While the fans in the live stream kept praising Li, some passersby on the snack street noticed the large camera. Then they saw the breathtaking beauty sitting on a small stool. Even though she was eating skewers just like any regular person, that aura she carried was unmistakable. Combined with her peerless beauty, passersby recognized her instantly, and groups of young men and women stopped in their tracks. Is that Mu Jinyan? That cannot be right, can it? Why would Mu Jinyan be here eating skewers? No, it is her, it is the superstar. Really, I am going to ask for an autograph. Regardless of whether it is her or not, she is so pretty, it is worth it to take a photo. Count me in. One of the passersby slowly walked over and asked cautiously, Hello, are you Mu Jinyan? Mu Jinyan looked up blankly, but clearly having encountered this many times, she gave a polite smile and nodded gently. Hello, yes, I am Mu Jinyan. The passerby covered their mouth in disbelief and excitement. Mu Jai quickly put a finger to her lips, signaling them not to be too loud. The passerby nodded in understanding, but the excitement in their eyes was impossible to contain. I'm a huge fan, I love you so much, could you please give me an autograph? As they spoke, they searched their pockets but could not find anything to sign, so they just turned around and asked her to sign the back of their shirt. Seeing this, other passersby swarmed over. As the crowd grew, the cameraman was almost pushed out and nearly fell. Luckily, the owner of the skewer stall caught him. Meanwhile, Mu Jinyan was already surrounded by people holding up their phones to film. More and more people were shouting excitedly, asking for autographs and photos, and one man even reached out to shake her hand. Mu Jinyan politely shook his hand, but when she tried to pull away, he grabbed her hand and refused to let go. Seeing that things were going wrong, Li Wuchen lost his appetite for his octopus balls and stood up to walk over quickly. But there were too many people and he could not get through. Mu Jinyan was still forcing a smile, trying hard to break free. The man not only refused to let go but seemed to have the urge to hug her. The other passersby were not happy about this and started telling him to let her go. Li Wuchen bent his arms in front of him, using a Baji Quan technique to forcefully push the crowd apart, and the cameraman managed to record the whole thing. The sheer force cleared a path. Just as Mu Jinyan was struggling, the man gave a violent tug. He pulled Mu Jinyan toward him, and just as he was about to embrace her, an arm forcefully wrapped around her waist. His other hand gripped the man's wrist, applying pressure until he let go in pain. Seeing his attempt ruined, the man pointed at Li Wuchen in a rage. "Who the hell are you?" Li Wuchen smiled and pointed at the cameraman nearby. "Who I am does not matter. What matters is that your actions were all caught on camera. Apologize now and we will not pursue this further. Or I can call the police right now and your behavior will constitute a crime." The man's face turned red and pale. The surrounding crowd started condemning him, and under the pressure he apologized and fled, his eyes filled with resentment. Mu Jinyan was shaken. If that man had actually hugged her or done anything worse, her reputation as a superstar would have been completely ruined. Even if the man were arrested later, others in the entertainment industry would not let such an opportunity pass to smear her name. Li Wuchen saw the crowd growing larger, which not only risked a stampede, but more importantly, there might be others in the crowd just like that man. "Boss, hold on tight, I'm taking you on an elopement." He gave the cameraman a look, and the director's voice came through the cameraman's earpiece. "Get out of there first." Seeing the cameraman give an oxen, Li Wuchen turned to the surrounding fans. "Look, Qin Luoli is over there too." The crowd turned their heads, and while they were distracted, Li Wuchen took Mu Jinyan and slipped right through the crowd. "The superstar is running away." Someone shouted, and the crowd realized what was happening and started chasing after them. A few more rational ones just went back to their shopping. Li Wuchen ran a long way with Mu Jinyan before she slowed down and waved her hand. "I cannot run anymore." Li Wuchen saw about 20 or 30 people still chasing them, so he immediately crouched down. "Get on, I will carry you." Mu Jinyan looked at the people still chasing them and sighed helplessly. Sometimes being too famous really ruins your life. Li Wuchen felt the indescribable softness behind him and was stunned for a moment. She is so well endowed. She did not look that curvy usually, but the visual impact now was undeniable. Whether a car ride is comfortable depends on the suspension. Mu Jinyan's suspension made carrying her a pure pleasure. If he were carrying some modern influencer, their ribs would be digging into him, making him wince in pain. "Boss, are they still chasing us?" That guy just now was so off-putting. It was bad enough that he would not let go of her hand, but he even tried to forcibly hug Diva Mu. "Oh my god, did you guys see that? Li Guzi is incredibly strong. He literally forced a path open with his bare hands." It is a good thing Li Guzi was there. What is wrong with the production team? Even if it is an outdoor shoot, there should be staff members to handle situations like this. Once again, I am feeling Li Guzi's off-the-charts boyfriend material. This dynamic between the miserable boss and the rebellious artist is actually kind of shipworthy. Diva Mu was genuinely terrified by that creepy guy. She kept holding onto Li Guzi's arm just now and did not dare to let go. The crowd chasing them has no class either. Diva Mu needs to work and live her life too. I cannot believe they are still chasing her even in this situation. Li Guzi's stamina is top-notch. I cannot believe he ran so fast and for so long with Diva Mu on his back. "Little brother Li Wuchen, my sisters and I all love men like you. If there is a chance, would you come to our swimsuit party?" Li Wuchen ran with Mu Jinyan on his back for a very long time before finally losing the mob of crazy fans behind them. Even he was starting to feel tired. "Boss, you really need to lose some weight. I am exhausted." Mu Jinyan slapped Li Wuchen in annoyance. She looked around and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was catching up to them. "Where are we?" Li Wuchen shrugged blankly. He was so focused on running just now, how could he possibly have turned on the navigation? "It does not matter where we are, let us just find a place to keep hanging out." He then pulled out his phone, checked the nearby area, and actually found a place that seemed pretty good. "Boss, come on, let us go to a great place." Li Wuchen took Mu Jinyan by the hand and followed the navigation for about 2 minutes before arriving in front of a courthouse. Mu Jinyan stared blankly at the gates of the courthouse, feeling a lump in her throat. She pointed at it in disbelief. "This is the great place you were talking about." Li Wuchen nodded affirmatively. Not only were Mu Jinyan and the cameraman dumbfounded, but the netizens in the live stream were also stunned. "That is very criminal. This really is a great place. Did not that previous top-tier celebrity also start living a highly sentenced life in a place like this?" The commenter above is spot on. An imprisonable and punishable lifestyle is right in front of them. Li Guzi knows how to spice things up more and more each time. Going to a courthouse, how criminal is that? Li Wuchen searched on his phone and did not expect to find that there actually was a public trial starting soon. He immediately pulled Mu Jai along, swiped their ID cards to enter the public gallery, while the production staff promptly negotiated with the court officials. Eventually, they secured the rights to record. Back in the first encounter cabin, the director also had the guests play a mini-game. After all, they needed to give more screen time to the 6 of them here. Do not do this. Game rules: everyone draws a card and sticks it on their forehead. The cards will have various commands written on them, but you will not be able to see the contents of your own card. Members need to trick the others into performing the command on their card. Anyone who performs the action matching their card is eliminated. The game consists of 3 rounds. The last member standing in each round will receive 20 peach blossom coins. The 6 people sat in a circle on the rug. A production staff member held 7 cards in their hand for the guests to draw from. Su Yangming was the first to draw a card and immediately stuck it on his forehead. The other guests all burst into laughter when they saw it. Card command: smile with teeth showing. Although Su Yangming did not know what was going on, he still laughed along with everyone else. Is mine really easy? Zhang Yuyao drew a card and stuck it on her forehead while looking at Su Yangming and laughing. Yours is very difficult. Su Yangming also froze for a moment when he saw Zhang Yuyao's card command, then he immediately started slapping the floor in amusement. Card command: touch your hair. Qin Luoli covered her mouth and chuckled. The game did not sound like much, but once the cards were stuck on their foreheads, it felt really fun. She then drew her card. Card command: touch your nose. Gu Beiheng watched the game and thought it was not bad. He drew his own card, thinking that with his intelligence, winning first place in all 3 rounds should not be too hard. Card command: touch another guest. Qi Xunyang also found the game quite interesting, mainly because it could bring everyone closer together, so he went ahead and drew a card. Card command: drink milk. Zhao Yunjin crawled over and drew a card as well. The staff member then slowly backed away with the remaining cards. Card command: touch your toes. Everyone looked at the cards on each other's foreheads, laughing while thinking about how to trick them into performing their card commands. The director held up a megaphone and asked everyone to settle down, and they gathered around in a circle. 3, 2, 1, the game begins. As soon as the director's voice faded, Su Yangming was the first to speak. So Yuyao, have you been dating anyone recently? Huh? Zhang Yuyao paused for a moment and frowned slightly. Could her card command have something to do with answering this kind of question? Brother Su, if I were dating, would I still be on this show? Upon hearing this answer, the guests immediately applauded the brilliant response and burst into laughter. Su Yangming also realized how stupid his question was. He started laughing along with the other guests, while Zhang Yuyao pointed directly at Su Yangming and looked at the director. Director, Brother Su is eliminated. Huh? Su Yangming froze instantly, the smile stiffening on his face as he turned to look at the director. I was just breathing. The on-site staff all burst out laughing when they heard Su Yangming's words and saw his dumbfounded expression. Even the director could hardly hold it in. Su Yangming eliminated. Su Yangming took the card off his forehead, glanced at it, and let out an exclamation before running straight over to the director and lightly air-punching him a few times. You are, wow director, I am out just like that. Qin Luoli brought over a few bottles of milk and handed one to each person. The other guests exchanged knowing glances. What if we get hungry in the afternoon and there is no food? Zhang Yuyao immediately caught on and continued. Drink Shizi Suchin high-calcium, low-fat, pure milk. It is a nutritious meal replacement and a whole bottle makes you feel much more full. Qin Luoli was the first to raise her milk. She cast an unnatural glance at Qi Xunyang and feigned composure. Then let us all make a toast. The other 2 girls immediately clinked their bottles with Qin Luoli. Gu Beiheng glanced at the card on Qi Xunyang's forehead and followed suit. Although Qi Xunyang felt something was a bit off, they were on a show after all, and it was essential to play along and do a product placement. Shizi Suchin high-calcium, low-fat, pure milk, 0 lactose and 0 additives. Enjoy aerospace quality and make the pure aroma even richer. Cheers! The guests all took a sip. Without much suspicion, Qi Xunyang also took a gulp of milk. As soon as he swallowed, the director's voice rang out from the other side. Qi Xunyang eliminated. Qi Xunyang also shook his head with a helpless smile. The 3 female guests celebrated the success of their scheme by high-fiving each other, and Qin Luoli naturally reached out her hand to Gu Beiheng. Gu Beiheng did not have much suspicion. After all, they had just schemed to eliminate Qi Xunyang, so a high-five was completely normal. Smack! Gu Beiheng reached out and gave Qin Luoli a light high-five. The staff over there started laughing again, and the director, holding a megaphone, smiled openly and announced. Gu Beiheng eliminated. Gu Beiheng looked as if he had been struck by lightning, while the other guests laughed uproariously. He was still thinking about how to earn 20 peach blossom coins. I was still too naive. Su Yangming stepped forward and patted Gu Beiheng on the shoulder. Qin Luoli was also laughing so hard she swayed back and forth, and then her hand slipped, dropping the milk carton right onto Zhao Yunjin's toe. Ouch! Zhao Yunjin cried out. It did not really hurt, but she was mainly startled. Qin Luoli quickly pressed her hand on Zhao Yunjin's toe with an apologetic look. Sorry, my hand slipped, are you okay? Zhao Yunjin patted her toe to show she was fine. Just as she was about to say it was okay, the director's laughter came from the other side. Ha, Zhao Yunjin eliminated. Zhao Yunjin's face froze for a moment and then she gave a bitter smile. Qin Luoli quickly hugged her. At this moment, not only was the director laughing, but the viewers in the live stream were also laughing so hard their abs hurt. Luobo is so amazing, taking down 3 wise men with one scheme. Haha, Luobo is so wicked, I love it. Su Yangming's card instruction really cracked me up. Showing his teeth to smile is not that hitting his weak spot. He really is something. I am dying. Brother Chi actually dared to do a product placement while playing this game. Brands, are you sure you do not want to give Brother Chi an endorsement contract? The longest road Gu Beihang has ever walked is the tricks of the guests in the production team. I feel like the upcoming showdown will be even more interesting. A showdown at the peak. Zhang Yuyao felt the pressure from Qin Luoli and decided to take the initiative. Luoli, is there some milk on your nose? Qin Luoli smiled slightly. At a time like this, the only way to win was to do absolutely nothing. Now that Zhang Yuyao was already on guard against her, she definitely could not show too much of her intentions if she wanted to win by surprise. Sister Yuyao joining our show, do you have any male guests that you fancy? Huh? This question again. Could it be a card instruction related to saying who she likes? Thinking this in her heart, Zhang Yuyao did not answer directly but instead said, handsome guys are all my type, but Luoli, you're so young and joined this show, do you really want to fall in love? Qin Luoli kept her hands behind her back, striving not to make any extra movements, and even spoke cautiously. I mainly just want to give myself a vacation. Of course, if romantic sparks really fly on the show, I will also announce it voluntarily. Speaking of you, Sister Yuyao, your hairstyle today is completely different from the past few days. It is obvious that you spent a long time styling it today. Could it be for a male guest you are interested in? As she spoke, she even reached out and gently touched Zhang Yuyao's hair. Zhang Yuyao's fingers also pinched a strand of her hair, and then she said, this is a hair extension. Almost at the same time, the director's voice also came from not far away. Zhang Yuyao eliminated. The winner of this round is Qin Luoli. She gets 20 peach blossom coins. After Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan finished listening to the trial and walked out of the courtroom, the sky gradually darkened. After the two had a simple dinner nearby, they went to a plaza not far away to digest their food. Boss, let us take a cake back with us later. Mu Jinyan responded while sitting on a bench. Just as Li Wuchen was about to say something, a burst of catchy, earthy dance music started playing not far away. Looking closely, it turned out to be a group of uncles and aunties starting to do a square dance. Mu Jinyan was also attracted by the lively and catchy song. She had an urge to go over and take a look, but she was a bit reserved and also slightly afraid. After all, the events of the afternoon were still vivid in her mind. Li Wuchen, do you want to go over and take a look? Li Wuchen naturally knew what Mu Jinyan was thinking, and immediately went along with her words. Boss, accompany me to go and take a look. Without waiting for Mu Jinyan's reply, Li Wuchen pulled her and walked over. On the square, a group of uncles and aunties were neatly doing the square dance. It did not look like they were dancing very fast, but a few college students following behind could not keep up with the rhythm at all. Li Wuchen also wanted to join in the square dancing. After all, he did not know how to do any other dances anyway. Only with square dancing, whether you know how to do it or not, you can always take a few steps right. Boss, let us go dance too, shall we? Huh? Before Mu Jinyan could answer, Li Wuchen directly pulled her to join the square dance group. The fans in Mu Jinyan's live stream exploded again, especially her loyal fans and the current president of her fan club who had been leading the charge in the live stream. Li Wuchen, you absolute jerk, can you act like a decent human being? Taking our heavenly queen Mu to do square dancing, are you out of your freaking mind? I cannot take it anymore, I have been scolding him all day, I am really tired of cursing. Come out in duels, Li the dog, come out and fight me one-on-one. Mu Jinyan's fans do not want to curse either, but Li the dog is really pushing it too far. Brothers, charge. It is not that we lack manners, it is really that Li the dog is acting so inhumanely. Actually, why do I inexplicably feel a sense of anticipation to see the heavenly queen do a square dance? Anticipation +1. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan went straight to stand in front of the uncles and aunties who were square dancing. Mainly because they had never danced before, so just casually joining a team felt a bit impolite. And if they stood at the back, there were quite a few young people, making them easily recognizable. So they simply stood right at the very front of the entire group and started dancing blindly along with the music. Mu Jinyan was, after all, a heavenly queen in the entertainment industry, so she knew how to do some dancing more or less. But Li Wuchen had truly never been exposed to dancing. He could not just stand there trying to look cute, right? He could only do some martial arts moves. After all, the word for martial arts sounds just like the word for dance, does not it? Here, Li Wuchen did a handstand and flipped over, stood up and did a backflip, and then thought about the Thomas flare in his head. He had seen this move before while scrolling through short videos. He had also tried it during breaks when practicing Bajiquan in his previous life, and it was not too difficult. After stabilizing himself from the flip, he directly started doing the Thomas flare on the spot. Mu Jinyan was also a little surprised. Instead, the uncles and aunties behind them all looked at each other, their eyes seeming to say, "What is this? We have not learned this." However, the uncles refused to admit defeat. They all brought out their best forms, wanting to keep up with Li Wuchen's dancing speed. "Grandson, go home and bring Grandpa's Eulogian sneakers. Someone is turning up the intensity this time." Li Wuchen stood up steadily with a spin, seeming to feel that this situation was not quite suitable for square dancing. Then, how about being a social shaker? The outsider disco that appeared in the anime Hitori no Shida he watched in his past life was still unforgettable to him. Even though there is no accompaniment, who am I, Li Wuchen? A singer, I will sing it myself. Boss, follow my moves and do it together. Mu Jinyan was slowly dancing to the music from the speakers. Hearing Li Wuchen's words, she was confused again. "You just did a Thomas flare and you want me to learn from you." "I definitely cannot do your moves." Li Wuchen gently wagged his finger with a confident smile on his lips. He believed that the uncles and aunties would definitely fall in love with this new trend. "Boss, just follow my lead." Over there, the old man leading the dance had already put on the Zuligian walking shoes his grandson gave him, getting ready to have a dance battle with Li Wuchen. Seeing that Li Wuchen was no longer moving, he immediately walked over to see what was going on. "Young man, why did you stop dancing?" Li Wuchen was just wondering how to get a microphone or something, but he did not expect the old man to deliver himself right to his door. "Uncle, I am a singer, can you let me sing over this backing track?" The old man was also stunned for a moment. A singer, he hurriedly wiped his hands on his clothes and reached out to shake hands with Li Wuchen. "Sure, I will go get the microphone." Shortly after, the old man brought a wired microphone and plugged it into the speaker. Li Wuchen also got a stand from the show's staff and mounted the microphone on it. But since it was for dancing after all, a cappella definitely would not work. Since there was no other music around, he just found a cheesy upbeat instrumental track with a similar rhythm. "Boss, keep up with my moves." Saying that, Li Wuchen got his hand gestures ready, and the show staff also connected his phone to the speaker's Bluetooth. "Do not try too hard, if you are here, we are brothers. You drink up, I will go at my own pace. We are just that bold and generous." While singing, Li Wuchen's body started to twist. He waved his hands and bobbed his head a few times to the left and then to the right. Mu Jinyan also seriously mimicked Li Wuchen's movements. Those who did not know better would think she was dancing some high-end dance. The old man leading the dance was also taken aback when he saw these moves. This was quite a challenge for an elderly person's body. But it looked like it stretched the muscles and joints even better than square dancing, and the more he listened to the lyrics, the more he wanted to groove along. The other uncles and aunties also stared in confusion at Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan leading the dance in the front. "What kind of moves are these? This has not been taught. Why did the lead dancers in the front change as well?" On this side, Li Wuchen had completely lost himself in the dance. Even though the uncles and aunties below were not dancing along, he was dancing with great enthusiasm, continuously singing out loud. "Dragon slaying saber, gold ingots. Absolutely awesome, just as you please. Spin for me. Keep spinning. Or get dragged away and buried." Li Wuchen bent two fingers, pointing them at his own eyes, and the next moment pointed them at the lead dancing old man's eyes, repeating this continuously a few times. Immediately after, the music entered a fast tempo. Li Wuchen started doing the flower hand spin, and the college students at the very back of the square dance started grooving to the music and following Li Wuchen's lead. Once this started, it was a chain reaction. The other uncles and aunties also started spinning flower hands one after another. The old man leading the dance at the very front saw that his team had fallen. Instantly showing a face full of competitive spirit, he also started doing the flower hand spin. He learned it after spinning a few times, and his speed got faster and faster, gradually spinning so fast it created afterimages. Li Wuchen was also startled. This old man really had some skills. Then the music entered a slow tempo. Li Wuchen changed his posture with one hand up and forward and the other hand down and back, his body also swaying along. His hand movements were not like the old man's, looking as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. The most important thing for a social shaker is composure, the composure of an old artist. "Spin for me. Keep spinning. Or get dragged away and buried. Day, 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 day." He shook his upper wrist a few times, then moved it in sync with his lower wrist to draw a few circles in the air, swapping the positions of his upper and lower hands. Mu Jinyan felt that these dance moves were completely different from anything she had ever learned or seen before. It gave her a feeling of being able to completely let herself go. It was highly addictive, making people unable to resist the urge to dance along, but inexplicably it also brought a sense of embarrassment. Even the cameraman wanted to get rowdy with them, and the camera lens shook quite a few times. The viewers in the live stream also seemed to have opened their chatterboxes, flooding the screen with bullet comments. Damn, these lyrics are so catchy and the moves are even more addictive. I could not help but start dancing even through the screen. Boo-hoo, my mom told me to get the hell out if I want to dance. This dance is too magical. Once you start following along, you cannot stop. The downstairs neighbor came up to complain, asking what on earth I was dancing to so late at night. After I showed it to him, he is now dancing with me. The moves are simple and catchy. It is much better than those dances that you cannot learn just by watching. At the very least, when I go karaoke singing in the future, I will be able to bounce around a bit too. This might be too childish for elementary schoolers, but for us college students it is just right. Indeed, when it is time for the talent show during the college military training in September, I will dance to this. I am going to start practicing right now and outcompete them all. Inside the first encounter cabin, Gu Beiheng was squatting in the corner with a face full of disappointment. Over 3 rounds of games, he had not won first place even once. He offered to cook for everyone, but they just straight up locked him out of the kitchen. Gu Beiheng, the top-tier traffic representative among male stars in the domestic entertainment industry. When had he ever suffered such a grievance? Wherever he goes, is not he the chosen one surrounded by everyone like stars revolving around the moon? To actually be rejected and locked out the door. The production team actually did not arrange a script. At the very least, they could have let him win 1 game. Zhao Yunjin sat on the sofa looking at Gu Beiheng with disgust. Setting aside whether the food he cooked was poisonous or not, it was completely inedible anyway. Later on, although the production team provided food, everyone had to pay an extra 2 peach blossom coins. Do you know how hard and tiring it is to earn 1 peach blossom coin? Oh right, he would not know, he just laid flat on the ground. But Zhao Yunjin had been hoeing the fields for an entire day. Seeing this atmosphere, Su Yangming also stood up to smooth things over. Brother Hang, I heard you are releasing a single soon, right? What is the name of it? Only then did Gu Beiheng recover his usual confident smile. After all, this was his professional domain. It is called Blazing Sun. It will probably be uploaded to music platforms next week. Su Yangming nodded and then continued saying, I am also releasing a single next week. How about it, Brother Hang? Are you interested in a bet? The loser gives the other person's M. Via guest appearance. Gu Beiheng cast a glance at Su Yangming. Although there was a bit of a gap in their traffic and popularity, the guy's songs were huge hits. So even if he lost, making a guest appearance would not be a loss. If he won, Su Yangming making a guest appearance could also boost his own traffic. Alright, let us bet. Mu Jinyan was a bit tired from dancing, and Li Wuchen had also played to his heart's content, but the group of elderly men and women dancing in the square had pretty much learned all of Li Wuchen's moves. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to leave, the elderly man leading the dance hurriedly walked over in his Zhulijian walking shoes. Young man, it is still early, why not sing a little longer? Li Wuchen politely waved his hand to decline. The elderly man leading the dance let out a soft sigh, his face full of regret. He had just gotten hooked on the dancing and had even put on his Zhulijian shoes, ready to have a dance battle with this young man, but now they were leaving. Young man, come back and hang out when you have time. Li Wuchen nodded. Next time he had time, he would just bring the entire track over. The elderly man watched as Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan disappeared from sight, then shook his head and went back to continue leading the dance. However, after switching back to his original square dance music, the dance moves just could not hit the beat anymore. Even though the timing was a bit off, the group of elderly men and women still neatly tossed their heads and did the flower hand dance. What Li Wuchen did not know was that his small action had birthed a new era's trend for the genres of square dancing from then on. Who said domestic entertainment does not have synchronized dancing? Just look at the team Li Wuchen led, they moved as identically as if they were born from the same mother. Li Wuchen and Mu Jinyan strolled leisurely back near the snack street, picking up a cake from a bakery along the way to bring back for the other guests to try. After all, he and Mu Jinyan had been out having fun all day, while the other artists might still be hoeing the fields and picking fruits. It was more or less a token of appreciation, right? But he did not buy a very large one, as those guests were still very strict about their figure management. Li Wuchen's gaze swept over the vicinity with a bright smile on his face, and he casually handed the cake to Mu Jinyan. Boss, wait here for a moment, I need to go to the restroom. Mu Jinyan waved her hand, and Li Wuchen ran off pretending to be in a hurry, though he was not really going to the restroom. Not long after Li Wuchen ran off, a man not far away saw them and immediately turned and ran away. Mu Jinyan checked the time, it was already 7 in the evening. Although it got dark later in the summer, the sky was pretty much about to turn completely dark now. A short while later, the man from earlier slowly walked toward Mu Jinyan with 3 or 4 other people. The staff members beside Mu Jinyan also noticed the few people not far away. They felt something was wrong just by looking at them and hurriedly patted Mu Jinyan. Teacher Mu, should we leave here first? No. Mu Jinyan followed the staff member's gaze and also spotted the group of people who looked like street thugs. Okay. Just as Mu Jinyan and the show's staff were preparing to leave, a few more people surrounded them from behind, directly blocking their retreat. And the few people in front earlier also closed in. Mu Jinyan looked closely and realized it was the passerby from that afternoon who had tried to forcibly hug her. The male passerby had a wicked smirk on his face. If he had perhaps looked like a relatively normal, ordinary person in the afternoon, now he was completely filled with hostility. Big Star, I just wanted to give you a hug and you actually refused. Do you know what happened to the last woman who refused me? I spent 5 years in prison, but it did not change a thing. She's still my woman now. Big Star, where is that kid from this afternoon? The staff member hurriedly shielded Mu Jinyan, preparing to negotiate with the group. Brother, your behavior is illegal. Please do not let a moment of impulse blind you. The male passerby acted as if he had heard something hilarious and directly slapped the staff member across the face. Did I ask you? Illegal, I just got out of prison. The others beside the male passerby burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. As he spoke, the male passerby saw the cameraman still recording and immediately threw another slap at him. The cameraman took the slap but still held tightly onto the camera. Big Star, I am asking you a question. Where is that kid from this afternoon? It is fine if you do not say. Then my brothers here would like to invite you to the hotel for dinner. Would you do us the honor? The viewers in the live stream saw this scene clearly, and immediately every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. Damn scum. Run, Diva Mu, I have already called the police. Are there any brothers nearby who can go rescue her? I remember now, this guy was in the news before. What he said is true. Where did Li Guzi go? Did he die in the restroom? The staff members continued to shield Mu Jinyan. The male passerby looked disdainful and subsequently pulled a butterfly knife out of his pocket. You lot get lost or I will kill you. The other thugs also pulled out baseball bats and telescopic batons from behind their backs, arrogantly tapping them against their hands. If you guys also want to go to the hotel to have dinner with us, we would not mind. I just do not know if you. Hahaha, Brother Gu, you have quite a heavy taste. Although the staff members still stood blocking Mu Jinyan, it was obvious that their bodies were trembling. They had never been in a fight before, let alone face such a scene. Mu Jinyan was also somewhat panicked. After all, judging by their momentum, it did not look like they were just making empty threats. No matter how much of an aloof CEO she was ultimately a woman. Encountering this kind of situation, she was naturally somewhat afraid. I have already called the police. If you leave now, you will not have made a huge mistake. The male passerby's expression did visibly change upon hearing this, and he then looked at the few brothers around him. Brothers, did you hear that? The Big Star called the police and the cops will be here soon. We need to hurry up and invite the Big Star to the hotel, do not you think? Saying that, he directly kicked the staff member in the stomach. The other thugs responded in agreement and also began to get physical. Although the staff members had not fought much before, even if they had to take a few hits at this moment, they had to hold out until the police arrived. Teacher Mu, run. The thugs knocked the staff members down and began punching and kicking them, while the male passerby played with his butterfly knife and slowly walked toward Mu Jinyan. Run, is the Big Star unwilling to have some fun with us brothers? Then do not blame us for being rough. Saying that, he prepared to directly throw Mu Jinyan over his shoulder, but the next moment, a rock accurately struck the male passerby on the head. Li Wuchen tossed the flowers in his hands aside and quickly ran over. The male passerby grabbed his forehead and let out a miserable cry of pain. After clearly seeing the person running over, he immediately seethed with anger again. You little brat, it is you. Li Wuchen paid him no mind, instead pulling Mu Jinyan to check her over carefully. After finding that she was not injured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, go hide in the back first, I will handle this. Seeing that Li Wuchen did not take him seriously at all, the male passerby flicked his butterfly knife open, revealing the blade, and directly thrust it toward Li Wuchen. Seeing the flash of cold steel, Mu Jinyan immediately tried to pull Li Wuchen back with her. Watch out! Li Wuchen reached out in a flash, grabbing the male passerby's wrist. With a slight twist, he disarmed the butterfly knife from his hand. A front kick right to the chest sent the man stumbling back several steps. However, he did not use his full strength. All he needed to do right now was wait for the police to arrive. The male passerby backed up, clutching his chest to steady himself, and hastily called out to the thugs who were still beating the staff members nearby. He is tough, call more people over, let us get him together. 6 or 7 thugs held their weapons, while another stood to the side and made a phone call. A sudden muffled rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. The summer thunderstorm poured down without warning, soaking the ground in the blink of an eye. Seeing the 7 or 8 men all holding clubs and sticks, Li Wuchen did not dare to be careless. Even though he was a great fighter, taking a blow from a club would still hurt terribly. "Boss, go hide in the back and call the police quick." Mu Jinyan immediately reacted. Earlier, she had only threatened to call the police to scare them. She quickly ran to hide behind the trash cans behind Li Wuchen, accompanied by the cameraman who ran over with her. The cameraman kept an eye on their surroundings while using a trash can lid to shield against the rain, trying to film everything as evidence. Li Wuchen took off his jacket. His clothes were already completely soaked, and wearing them would severely restrict his movements. Over there, the thug finished his phone call and joined the encirclement. Two of them took the lead, rushing at Li Wuchen and raising their telescopic batons to strike him down. Seeing this, Li Wuchen showed no fear at all. Instead, he charged right at them. In Baji Quan, if you advance, I advance. If you retreat, I still advance. One must never lose even a fraction of momentum. As the two thugs brought their batons down, Li Wuchen immediately crossed his arms to gather power, lowering his stance slightly as he stepped right in front of them. His arms suddenly burst outward against their forearms, interrupting their downward strikes, followed instantly by a Baji double elbow thrust straight to their chests. The Baji opening cannon consists of two moves: a double spreading elbow to break open the enemy's guard, and a double thrusting elbow to blast them back. The massive force blasted the two thugs apart on the spot. Their bodies staggered backward uncontrollably, the pain in their chests so severe they could not even scream before they crashed heavily onto the ground. Another thug tried to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, immediately swinging his baseball bat from the side. Li Wuchen twisted his body, spinning around with an upward elbow strike straight to the thug's jaw. With a miserable shriek, the thug fell stiffly to the ground, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. The rest of the thugs were genuinely frightened by Li Wuchen's imposing aura, shrinking back in fear and hesitating to step forward. Li Wuchen also breathed a sigh of relief. Frightening them into freezing or running away was fine because the cameraman was recording everything. They would not be able to escape the law eventually. However, if they grew desperate and tried to bypass him to attack Mu Jinyan, that would be quite troublesome. "It is not too late for you to stop now." As soon as Li Wuchen's voice faded, a van sped over, splashing the puddles on the road, and slammed on the brakes to stop by the curb. The vehicle rocked a few times, and about 7 or 8 more thugs charged straight out, holding machetes in their hands. Seeing their backup arrive, the remaining thugs instantly felt their earlier fear swept away. No matter how strong he was, could he fight more than a dozen people at once? Li Wuchen's expression also grew solemn. If the ones he fought just now were typical street thugs, the vibe this new group gave him was that they might have actually killed people before. Under these circumstances, the only silver lining was probably that the rainy night made visibility poor, so the newly arrived group had not noticed Mu Jinyan behind the trash cans. Just as he was thinking, a glint of cold steel reflected in the dark. Li Wuchen immediately reacted, dropping into a bow stance to steady himself and raising both elbows in a guard, one horizontal, one vertical. A bow stance elbow bump. He struck the attacker's abdomen, then fiercely raised his vertical elbow, smashing it directly into the man's Adam's apple. Fortunately, Li Wuchen had reacted quickly. Otherwise, taking the brunt of the attacker's speed and momentum would have definitely forced him onto the defensive. At this moment, his solid bow stance firmly withstood the impact, just as another thug's machete swung straight toward his neck. Li Wuchen did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He spun around and smashed a downward elbow strike into the man's face. A tooth went flying sideways as the thug's body twisted a half-turn, his head lolling to the side as he collapsed to the ground. Slash! A machete sliced directly across Li Wuchen's back. He felt the sharp pain, but what filled his heart even more was sheer shock. He actually had not reacted in time. It seemed he had gotten lazy since his time travel. Without going to the arena for actual combat, even his reaction speed had dropped. Seeing Li Wuchen get hurt, Mu Jinyan's tears instantly fell, but she knew that showing herself would only cause him more trouble. She bit her lip so hard that she did not even notice a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, silently praying for the police to arrive a little faster. The injury did not make Li Wuchen let his guard down. Instead, his fighting spirit began to surge. Back in the arena, injuries were his medals. He violently tore off his shirt with both hands. With his back injured, the fabric rubbing against the wound would only distract him. The rain poured down heavier and heavier, and the water mist permeating the air significantly shortened everyone's line of sight. Rainwater slid down his hair as, the very next moment, Li Wuchen charged straight at them. For martial arts of other disciplines, facing such a situation, the general approach would be to wait for the enemy to attack before countering. But in Baji Quan, you do not retreat even half a step. The gang of thugs were stunned for a moment seeing this, but they had the numbers advantage, and being young, they truly had the fearlessness of newborn calves facing a tiger. Their strikes were completely reckless and unrestrained. Li Bai also stopped holding back. Under these circumstances, even if he beat them to death, it would legally just be considered self-defense. Because the opponents were threatening their lives, as long as the other side did not stop, Li Wuchen could keep fighting them even to the death. Using the momentum from his sprint, Li Wuchen launched a flying knee strike, smashing viciously into the chest of the foremost thug. An arena fighter never only knew one style of martial arts, they also had to understand other disciplines, which meant studying their opponents. The thug crashed stiffly onto the ground. Li Wuchen landed right along with him, seamlessly executed a forward roll to stand up, and used the momentum to deliver a heart-piercing elbow that blasted the next guy away. This move completely utilized the rebound force of his rising motion. It was a subconscious, near full-strength strike, snapping with the power of a drawn bow and exploding like thunder. The thug's chest literally caved in a few inches. Blood spewed straight out of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Even in this situation, another thug advanced instead of retreating, slashing at Li Wuchen's neck from the side. If this blade connected, it would be fatal or crippling. Rage flared up in Li Wuchen's heart. "Since you want my life, I will send you to hell first." Arm-wrapping crushing elbow. With one hand, he smoothly wrapped around the thug's arm, trapping it under his armpit, and hammered his fist into the thug's chest like a madman. After more than a dozen punches, blood poured from the thug's nose and mouth, and his body went limp. Li Wuchen grabbed his body and hurled it directly outward. Li Wuchen was covered in blood, though it was unclear whether it was the enemy's or his own. Slowly dripping down as the heavy rain washed over him, he looked just like a demon of the rainy night. Seeing this scene, the male passerby was so terrified that he immediately stumbled back several steps. Li Wuchen's gaze locked deadly onto him. "If you are lucky enough not to be beaten to death by me, then get ready to spend the rest of your life in prison." The heavy rain continued to fall. Li Wuchen took a starting stance, his hands poised like a mountain goat's horns. Rain splashed off his body as if he could perceive his opponent's every move from every direction. A sense of indescribable dread crept into the hearts of the thugs. Even though they still had the numbers, they looked at the few who had already collapsed on the ground. None of those fallen ones knew if they were dead or alive. Looking back at Li Wuchen, despite being surrounded by so many and nursing his own wounds, he fought with increasing ferocity. "We woo. Police cars blocked the way from 3 intersections, their red and blue flashing lights appearing incredibly comforting in that moment. Mu Jinyan rushed from behind the trash can toward Li Wuchen. She gently touched the wound on his back, her tears mixing with the rain on her cheeks as she watched him in silence. Only then did Li Wuchen feel the pain in his back. During the fight, his mind had been so highly focused on defending against the enemy that he had barely felt the injury. "Boss, was I cool?" Hearing this, Mu Jinyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could he still be asking such questions at a time like this? "Stop acting tough and let us get to the hospital." Li Wuchen walked toward the direction where he had dropped the flowers, though the movement pulled at his wound, making him wince in pain. He picked up the bouquet of roses again. Perhaps because of the rain, the petals were somewhat battered, but that only added a sense of fragile beauty. "Boss, thank you for spending this wonderful day with me." An ambulance arrived 2 minutes after the police, and 2 patrol cars took the thugs who were less injured to the station. The police captain in charge looked at the thugs lying on the ground, crouched down and checked for a pulse. They were barely breathing. He looked up in astonishment at the shirtless young man, who seemed to be only about 20 years old. How could he have fought back and neutralized a group of thugs armed with deadly weapons? Several ambulances arrived, and Li Wuchen was taken to the hospital. At this moment, not only did the director breathe a sigh of relief, but the audience in the live stream was also in an absolute uproar. "So where are those people in the chat who said they wanted a one-on-one with Li? Come out and say something. I will even buy your life insurance and name myself the beneficiary." Does anyone remember that Gu Beiheng guy saying Li was all flash and no substance? If this is all flash and no substance, then what is Taekwondo, a child's game? I think the production team has major issues. They let artists go out but had zero emergency measures for something like this. Do not call him just Li. This guy is the god of war in the rainy night. What a divine pairing. Even in that state, Li did not forget to give the superstar Mu her roses. "I'm a doctor, I watched the whole thing, and those guys on the ground are basically beyond saving." Wait, is Li going to end up in prison doing manual labor for this? According to our laws, this falls under self-defense. Whether it counts as excessive defense, however, remains to be determined by evidence. Is not this way more exciting than any current domestic action movie? To the person above, mind sharing where to watch this. At the hospital, Mu Jinyan watched Li Wuchen get his wounds treated. Once he was done, she returned to her usual cold, high-status demeanor and pulled out her phone to make a call. "I will give you 3 hours. If you do not show up here by then, you can just quit your job." After hanging up, she thought of Li Wuchen and felt it was not enough, so she immediately made another call. "Dad, send over our family's top lawyer." After the call ended, a middle-aged man on the other end was watching the video on his computer, his expression unreadable. "You know what to do, right?" A young man in a black high-end suit stood there, his face showing a fastidious and serious expression. "Do not worry, boss." Meanwhile, Li Wuchen had his wounds dressed. They were not long or deep enough to require stitches. He got a tetanus shot and completed various checks. Everything was fine. Seeing Li Wuchen wrapped up like a rice dumpling, Mu Jinyan burst into laughter, even reaching out to poke his chest. It looks like you are wearing a tube top, nice chest muscles though. Li Wuchen quickly covered his chest with his hands, which only made him look even more like he was wearing a tube top, as he watched Mu Jinyan with vigilance. Boss, do not tell me you are interested in my body. Just as Mu Jinyan was about to say something, a few police officers approached, needing to take them back for their statements. The production staff had already given their statements, and the cameraman had backed up the footage to submit as evidence. It was 10 at night by the time they finished at the station, and the officers stationed at the hospital called in. Captain, 3 are dead and 2 are critically injured. The police captain looked at Li Wuchen, who looked completely harmless and was still joking with Mu Jinyan, and was shocked once again. He seemed to have no lingering fear of the incident, even though he did not yet know about the 3 deaths and 2 critical injuries. Most people would be trembling at the knees when the police arrived after such an event, but this young man not only showed no fear, he even gave flowers to a woman. Based on the video evidence, this was a perfect case of self-defense. He stayed still until the enemies acted, and only then did he defend himself. An ordinary person facing a dozen thugs with machetes would have been scared senseless. Even a police officer could not guarantee they would not feel fear in such a situation. Yet when they arrived at the scene, the boy was still in a fighting stance, completely fearless. However, since lives were lost, even if the police had already determined it to be self-defense, the case still had to be transferred to the procuratorate. Once the procuratorate rules it as self-defense, it is transferred back to the public security organ or handled with a non-prosecution decision, and finally, the court confirms it as self-defense with an acquittal. The complete legal process for recognizing self-defense requires confirmation by all 3 state judicial bodies. After leaving the police station, the director rushed over overnight. The live stream was suspended, and other guests learned of the incident through various channels. Li Wuchen's Rainy Night God of War story trended instantly on short video platforms and simultaneously hit the top of the Weibo trends. My God, thank goodness for Li. I do not even want to imagine what would have happened to Mu if he had not been there. I strongly suggest the death penalty for these scum. Support this, everyone. I watched the whole live stream. That man was trying to force a hug on Mu in the afternoon. He deserved it. I was scared to death just watching the video. Everyone, is it normal to be this terrified? Thankfully, neither Li nor Mu was seriously hurt. Production team, what on earth are you doing? With something this serious happening, I expect the show to be pulled off the air for rectification.